Every voice begins with a story. Every story grows powerful when it is shared. Literature grows deeper when it is experienced, discussed, and lived together. Literature doesn't stay confined to pages. It moves into cinema, into music, into journalism, into advertising, and now into social posts and podcasts, taking new forms every single day. For over a century, The Hindu has art, culture, and literature, giving voices not just a platform, but a lasting legacy. In 2011, Lit for Life was born, conceived and nurtured by The Hindu, a festival that broke the boxes built for literature, where ideas matter more than the glitz, where conversations linger longer beyond the applause, where literature is a catalyst for thought, debate, and discovery. A full-fledged festival of ideas, growing every year. By bringing readers closer to writers, not across barricades, but across tables and workshops. Not in hurried sessions, but in immersive, intimate engagements that leave you changed when you walk out. It's where cultures meet, where questions sharpen, where conversations stretch our world wider. Year after year, the sharpest minds from India and the world have gathered here to challenge, provoke, unlearn, and rethink. We move beyond cities. We take literature where audiences live, learn, question. And now, in its 13th edition, it returns sharper, broader, more alive than ever. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Join us. Let's celebrate every ounce of literature, everywhere.
Yeah, now catch me on my wheels in the fields, got you dancing. Now we go back and forth steady with the prancing. Trying to keep up and I'm fast like a cheetah. I could be cold but I'm hot like a visa.
Everything's new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Imagine a place where your curiosity is celebrated, your dreams are nurtured, and your potential is limitless. A place where learning is more than just a classroom experience. It's an adventure, a journey, and a transformation. With world-class facilities and a team of visionary experts, we craft thinkers, leaders, and change makers for the world. Here, every question sparks curiosity. Every challenge ignites passion. And every project takes you one step closer to greatness. At Christ, shape a world that reflects your vision.
Walk into the portals of Christ University to rediscover yourselves, to shape the future, and sow the seeds of growth for tomorrow. This is our journey together to create a meaningful impact in the society.
This is where your journey begins, but never ends. Build connections that go beyond classrooms. Share stories that inspire and memories that last. Learn lessons that shape you for a lifetime. Dare to be yourself.
Christ is more than academics. Here, we celebrate life.
Every game is a chance to push yourself further, to compete with passion, and to rise together as a team. It's the vibrant campus life that helps you grow, connect, and prepare for the future.
Perfect.
So march on. Let your ideas take wings. This is your future, your opportunity, your chance to build a future for all of us. Welcome to Christ. Your journey starts but never ceases.
Every time I say I'm pursuing BTech at NMIT, it's always followed by everyone asking, what's it like? Well, today we're spilling it all. So here's a peek into the labs, the hackathons, the madness before submissions, and everything in between.
Check out our labs. These aren't your usual boring classrooms.
You get to actually build stuff. Look at this robot. We made it ourselves.
Hackathons here are wild. 48 hours, constant juggling of ideas, and endless panic.
But also insane learning. Real problems, real pressure, and real teamwork.
Our projects here can lead to patents and not just grades.
And if it has startup potential, we have our innovation and entrepreneurship development centers helping us take our idea ahead.
Students here have pitched their ideas at the AICTE Idea Lab, got real feedback and funding.
Placements. 400 plus recruiters visit our campus every year, and the highest packages are over 58 LPA.
So, what are you waiting for? Take the shot, join NMIT.
At Hindustan Group of Institutions, we embody this spirit of collaboration and innovation. For over 5 decades, we have been a beacon of interdisciplinary education driven by the vision of our founder, Dr. K.C.G. Varghese, to make every man a success and no man a failure. With institutions spanning engineering, arts, science, technology and aviation, we are redefining education in India and beyond. Today, we cater to over 25,000 students across multiple campuses, offering more than 150 programs that foster creativity, teamwork and collaboration, nurturing future leaders.
தன்னோட ஆர்வத்துக்கு குறுக்க எதையுமே வரவிடாம இருக்காங்கல்ல, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன்.
அர்ஜுன், டாய்லெட் பேப்பர் உங்க இடது பக்கம் அடுத்த ரேக்ல இருக்கு.
உறுதியான நோக்கம் இருக்கிறவங்களோட ரசிகன் நான்.
பத்தா
யார் தன்னோட பொறுப்புகளை சேர்ந்த அர்ப்பணிப்போட நிறைவேற்றுறாங்களோ, நான் தூக்கிக்கவா, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன். என்ன மாதிரி எஸ்பிஐயும் உங்க ரசிகன். அதனாலதான் எஸ்பிஐ உங்களுக்காக கொஞ்சம் கூடுதலா வேலை செய்யறாங்க. மிகச்சிறந்த வாடிக்கையாளர் சேவை, எம்எஸ்எம்இகள் மற்றும் ஸ்டார்ட் அப்புகளுக்கு கடன் வழங்கும் கிளைகள் மற்றும் தொழில்நுட்பம் சார்ந்த வங்கி தீர்வுகள். நான் உன்னை வீட்டில் விட்டுட்டுமா? எஸ்பிஐ மாறி வருகிறது. ஏனென்றால் நாம் ஒரு மாறி வரும் தேசத்தின் ரசிகர்கள். எஸ்பிஐ தேசத்தின் ரசிகன்.
What is speed? Do you ever see it? Or is it something you feel? Speed, it's relative. The more you speed up, the more the world slows down. And when you are fast enough, everything becomes still. That's when you see the world as it truly is. Servo Hypersport F5, when speed is your default.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everybody to kindly take your seats, make yourselves comfortable, and please put your mobile phones on silent mode as we are starting in the next few moments. Thank you. Check. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Paloma, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 13th edition of Lit for Life, the Hindus' annual literature festival. We had a fabulous day yesterday, and we've celebrated books, ideas, and conversations that challenge, inspire, and connect us. So today we continue with the journey, again with a rich lineup of writers, thinkers, artists, and public intellectuals, bringing fresh perspectives on literature, society, culture, arts, and the world around us. We also had amazing audience participation yesterday, so we hope that it continues today as well. And we thank you for joining us once again. And we invite you to engage, to reflect, and to enjoy the conversations ahead. So welcome once again to day 2 of Lit for Life, Literature for Life, and Being Lit Up for Life. Of course, none of this would be possible without our sponsors. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026 is presented by the all-new Kia Seltos in association with Christ and Nite. Our associate partners, Orchids, the International School, Hindustan Group of Institutions, Chennai, State Bank of India, Indian Oil, Indian Overseas Bank, New India Assurance, Akshay Kalpa Organic, United India Insurance, ICFAI Group, Chennai Port Authority, KPL, Vajiram and Ravi Institute for IAS Examination, LIC, Life Insurance Corporation of India, and Mahindra University. Our realty partner is Casa Grand. Our education partner, SSVM Institutions, Coimbatore. Our state partner, Government of Sikkim and the Government of Uttarakhand. Our official timekeeping partner, Citizen. Our regional partner, DBS Bank. Our tourism partner, Bihar Tourism. Our bookstore partner, Crossword, and our radio partner, 92.7 Big FM, and our water partner, Repute. Before I begin, I'm also going to remind you that this event is being live streamed, so you can tune in, if not in person, online as well. All you have to do is log on to thehindu.com. So ladies and gentlemen, our first session is sponsored by Christ University, India, and Her Futures. We begin this day with reflections on India's past, present, and possibilities. Please join me in welcoming, for our very first session, Gopalkrishna Gandhi, well-known author and intellectual. Yes, a round of applause. In conversation this morning with T.M. Krishna, musician and public intellectual. And of course, his latest book is We the People on the National Symbols of India. So please welcome both of our esteemed speakers as they take the stage this morning. Let's have another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Also, through the course of the day, our authors will be available for book signings, and their books are available for purchase in the stall just outside. So you can go ahead, pick up your very own copy of the book and have it signed by your favorite authors. But now, gentlemen, over to you.
Good morning and welcome to all of you. First, it's an incredible honor and privilege to be in conversation with Mr. Gopalkrishna Gandhi. And this book, which is a collection of about 100 essays that he had written for the Telegraph, for the Hindustan Times, for the Hindu, for the Frontline, some are for the Seminar and other publications, is an incredible collection for a couple of reasons. Well, the title is intriguing because it's India and her futures. But what Mr. Gandhi always does is he kind of collapses time. There's as much past in it, which could be a future. And there are multiple pasts. That's also in plural. And he always brings the present in every one of his essays in an incredibly subtle and, if I may say so, sophisticated manner. The reader has to engage, to listen to the subtext, not just read, but listen to the subtext. And it is truly quite beautiful to see how his commentary just passes on and smudges the past, present, and futures and looks at possibilities and ideas beyond just specificities. This collection has her whole set on various ideas of India, on personalities, on events, but all of them go back to some fundamental ethics and fundamental values that I believe that he is always sharing with the public. So I'm going to start, Gopal, with a question on We are in Tamil Nadu, so I'm going to start up with the Malayaga Tamils. An essay you wrote on the 200th year of their arrival in Sri Lanka. And since you were also engaged a lot in Kandy and in Colombo, I want you to talk about the community and about what you saw in the changes in the community, which you also refer to in the essay.
Religion is vital in the life of India, and particularly so in the life of Tamil Nadu. There is a natural piety, a natural devotion, almost a natural tendency to worship, very prominent in Tamil Nadu. And that moves from devotion to the Almighty in her or his many forms, to devotion to individuals. It's a very natural transition from one to the other, and people who are in the field of religion, I would not say who are in the business of religion, but who are in the field of religion, provide a kind of bridge. And so devotion to individuals who are related to religion is very natural. I would have thought that in our times, where science and technology and commerce are booming, religion will yield place to those. But in Tamil Nadu, it has not done so. It has found the two, religion and commerce and industry and science, almost fluxing and becoming one. That is an interesting development, and to me, who is neither very religious and has no technology or commerce in me, that makes me somewhat distant from what is happening. And so the change that I have noticed over the years is a change which may be welcomed, which may be described as a welcome change. But to me is somewhat puzzling, because I don't know where this will end, where it will go. I find it somewhat disturbing sometimes to see the hold of commerce and religion together. And I will give you a very bizarre example. It is truly bizarre and maybe even called morbid. The rites of birth, rites meaning R-I-T-E-S, of birth, marriage and death are very important in our state, in Tamil Nadu. But on the occasions when I have to attend with grief in my heart and sadness in my mind, the departure of somebody valued by me, I shudder at what I see, because even the funeral van has deities on one side and commerce on the other, giving the name of the undertaker in big words, the undertaker's name and pictures of the god. And this is not enough. I am being morbid, horrible thing to do on a Sunday morning, please forgive me, but Krishna has led me into it. But even in the crematorium, at the entrance to where fire is going to take over, there is a huge image of a god, and next to it, a commercial advertisement about the crematorium. I find that very off-putting, which is why I feel a great alternative that has been made available in Tamil Nadu. I am being even more morbid, but really not so. If you take it seriously, not morbid at all. The other day, a highly distinguished academic whom I have great respect for, she opted for her remains to go to the medical college. A neat van from the medical college carried her into what may be called eternity, but through the pathway of science. Tamil Nadu is advancing brilliantly into the modern age, carrying religion with it. But Krishna, to complete my answer, the change I notice is not from the old to the new, but with the old into the new. But I am not sure whether what should be dropped in the old is being dropped as we move into the old. We seem to be carrying the baggage, the luggage, the waste, and the garbage of the old into the new.
Since we spoke about the Tamils in Tamil Nadu, what about the Tamils in Sri Lanka? The Tamils of the hill country, the Malayaga Tamils, are they different Tamils? Are they the same Tamils?
The Tamils in Sri Lanka are an extraordinary community like the Tamils in Tamil Nadu and anywhere. And I'll give you two reasons for it. There are, of course, as everybody in this gathering knows, two distinct Tamil communities in Sri Lanka. A distinction which is known in Sri Lanka, but not known in India very much. The north of India is fairly ignorant about the details of the south of India. And it cannot be expected to know minuter details in the Sri Lankan part of this subcontinent. But the two Tamil communities, the more than a millennia-old Tamils of the north and east, are quite distinct from the 150 or 200-year-old Tamil community in the central highlands, the Malaya Tamil, who are extraordinarily gifted plantation workers. Both these communities would make anyone with a Tamil connection extraordinarily proud. Those in the north and the east of Sri Lanka are hugely literate. Hugely literate. Jaffna is one of the most amazing towns in its architecture, in its sanitation, in its cleanliness. And there is, of course, also the Nallur temple right at the heart of it. But the city is planned in architectural finesse at right angles. Roads are in right angles, extraordinarily clean and neat. Literacy, of course, as I said, is very high. And I asked my friends there, we were there, my wife and our children and I, for 6-7 years in 2 spells. I asked, how is it that a little sliver of water divides Tamil Nadu from Sri Lanka? Just as one could actually swim across if one was, say, Mihir Shen. But that sliver of water divides so hugely. Why is it that our own villages on the other side and the villages on this side of the sliver of water are so different? And I got an answer which I was startled to receive. The hierarchy of caste in India is not there in Sri Lanka. I wanted to ask more details, but I shriveled in some coyness because I didn't want to enter into a discussion on communities. But I got the message. So there is no caste in Sri Lanka's Tamil areas which oppresses other communities within the same Tamil community, saying, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't touch this, you can't read this, you can't. So everyone has progressed. And Christianity has played its role. Buddhism has played its role. The Tamils of Sri Lankan ancient, or rather early origin, are a highly advanced people. Extraordinarily advanced, which is why the cult of violence which has been forced into them is so unnatural and so unfortunate. The Malaya Tamil are extraordinary for another reason. No literacy levels can match them with the Tamils of north and east. But their skills are amazing in plantation work. And sad to say, if politics has introduced terror and violence in the north, another kind of politics has permeated the Tamils of Sri Lanka in the sense of singular domination in the villages, not ununderstandable, has made them a very self-conscious community. Their plantations, as in every place, are isolated, making them feel self-conscious. And on top of it, bilateral politics, India and Sri Lanka. Nehru said famously, when he was told that the Indian plantation workers, by Indian I mean Indian origin Tamil plantation workers, should go back to India. This was a demand made by Sinhala extremists. And Nehru said, I'm sure in his mind he said, what rubbish. But I don't think he said those words, but he meant those words, and he said, they should not come back. Why should they? If Indians are in Germany for 10 years, they can become German nationals. These people have been here for 100 years. Why should they not become Sri Lankan, Ceylon nationals? And the exact words he said was, Tamil plantation workers in Sri Lanka should be or are citizens of Sri Lanka or Ceylon. They should be or are citizens. But this changed. And an agreement was signed between the two countries, in which I had to play a part because I was working in Sri Lanka as a consequence of that agreement. Large number of them have come back to India. India agreed to repatriate a large number of them. Nehru would not have, but this was done later. Tragedy has befallen those who come from Sri Lanka's plantations to India, because they return to India having acquired the skills of plantation labor, but our plantations can't absorb them. So they have to be given petty loans to set up businesses which they are not used to. It's difficult for them. It's difficult. So the Tamils of Sri Lanka require deep understanding, sensitive handling, and great respect. Great respect. Tamil Nadu has its own limitations. The state has its limitations. It can't absorb them easily, but it is doing an amazing job. In the same community, Krishna, we have this extraordinary cricketer, Muthalaly, of the Dusra. It has produced Muthalaly. It has also produced amazing writers, and also people who understand and appreciate your music in Sri Lanka. I'll end this answer by saying that Jaffna has one of the greatest libraries of Tamil literature that any place in the world can have. And it has risen like phoenix from the ashes, for it was burnt down. It was burned down by Sinhala extremists in what can be called biblioclasm or libricide. And India has helped them to bring it back. And any one of you, can I just ask, how many of you have been to Jaffna? A small number. Please do. Before you go to Japan, please go to Jaffna and go to the library and see what riches of Tamil Nadu, of Tamil, flourish there.
Thank you, Gopal. Since you began with some morbidity, I will continue in the refrain of anxieties. The collection of essays also reflects some of your anxieties, and there are some themes that I feel keep coming back in more than one essay. And I want to touch upon two of them. One is the nuclear question. There is one essay about nuclear disarmament, signing of the treaty for no first use between Rajiv Gandhi and Benazir Bhutto. And then you describe the day when India conducted its second nuclear test. And it's a very moving essay because what I could read is also the struggle between the bureaucrat who is playing a role and the person, and having to straddle two kind of faces in some manner. And how does one reconcile that conflict? And you head, if I remember right, to the Birla Mandir that day, on the day that the second test was done. And you also reflect upon why would we ever name our first nuclear test Smiling Buddha. And I want to talk about this anxiety, the anxiety of the nuclear question and the dangers that it poses for all of us as a civilization.
I never understanding of why it is that we in India discuss the minutiae of the nuclear option, whether for energy or in ballistics, but do not talk about the dangers of the nuclear threat to humanity as we used to. We will go into CTBT and NPT, but what about disarmament? We don't talk about it. And I'll tell you why I think it is very sad that we don't. It is a commonplace that the dangers that Oppenheimer visualized dramatically when he quoted the Buddha and said, "I am become death." It is a commonplace. That danger is now really abstract and theoretical. That after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which was in August 1945, there has been no atom bomb going off anywhere, no nuclear test, no nuclear explosion anywhere in any combat situation. So why are you worried? That is a delusion. The fact that hundreds of tests have been conducted, nuclear tests have been conducted, the word test masks the reality of those tests. Every test is a Hiroshima or a Nagasaki outside a human target. But every test enfouls the atmosphere, weakens the geology of the area, and makes the possibility of another serious explosion in combat that much more real. Today, the number of atomic weapons in the world in terms of aircraft deliverable, missile deliverable nuclear warheads is in 4 digits. Can I ask one more question? And I am asking this question to myself and Krishna as I ask it to this gathering. How many of us know the number of nuclear warheads India has? In this gathering of how many do you think we are?
We have about 200, 300 people, maybe 200.
Only 2 know how many nuclear warheads India has. Now, I believe this is not a secret. It is something which we can Google. About 160 nuclear warheads. If we have 160, Pakistan has to have 162. If we have 165, Pakistan will have 167. Now these are like, assuming, these are like firecrackers which are on the Deepavali stalls. They're like that. Why is that a danger? It is a danger, of course, because firecrackers can burn. We know fire accidents. But more than that, it's a danger because we know what happened after Pahalgam. the horror of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. It was so obscene what the terrorists did, selecting and shooting tourists according to religion. An extraordinary calibration of restraint and retaliation was shown by India. But one more twist in the tension, or one more act of horror, and who knows on which side the temptation to press the nuclear button would have occurred. We were this close to nuclear war. And I am not quoting Mr. Trump. This is common sense. This is Mr. Common Sense, not Mr. Trump. Russia has said that it no longer believes in its nuclear doctrine, which placed restraints on itself. Today, Russia's official policy is that it will retaliate with nuclear weapons if even a non-nuclear state, which is an alliance with a nuclear state, provokes it. So Russia has virtually said to the world, watch out, we have the nuclear bomb and we will use it, whether you have a nuclear, whether you are a nuclear state or not, nuclear weapon state or not. What Mr. Trump has said, we know. What Mr. Trump has done, we know. The possibility of an instant and an instantly decimating nuclear apocalypse is very real. Let us know that. Nuclear error, nuclear terror, and nuclear design are realities as much as the air pollution in Delhi is a reality. You should know that. And I will conclude this answer of mine to Krishna's question by saying, please do not mind my being a part-time teacher. I'm used to asking those who are listening to me questions. Please raise your hand, and my students defer to me and my age, and they raise their hand. Very honestly, it was very revealing. But I'll just ask this. I was discussing this with my sister-in-law and brother-in-law this morning. India has to contend with an extraordinary seismic reality. Seismologists have told us that a huge, big quake in the Himalayas is now not due, overdue. From Afghanistan through to Myanmar, that entire, where the Eurasian plate and the Indian plate are jamming into each other, a huge earthquake is now overdue. Why am I saying this, and what does this have to do with the nuclear question? It has this. India and Pakistan have nuclear reactors, atomic reactors, which we need, I suppose, because of various reasons. I'm not going into that. But a large number of them are located in Zone 4, which is the most vulnerable zone seismically. We know how dangerous dams are in areas which are under seismic threat. But we have man-made dams and man-made reactors. Precisely when we set up the reactors, for reasons into which again I'm not going, we did not think of the seismological risk, but we have. So I'll again, and I'm asking this question to just show to ourselves, including me, how much we need to know, not how little we know, but how much more we need to know. Do we know how many reactors there are in India? How many know the number of atomic reactors in India? In this ground? Some know, but out of modesty they have not raised their hands. But that is the number. How many of these reactors are in seismologically dangerous areas? None of us know. But I will tell you this. Mani Shankar Iyer, with whom I have the pleasure of being in disagreement on many issues, Mani Shankar Iyer, who provokes me when I need to sleep by his comments, has a wonderful book recently published on Rajiv Gandhi, and he quotes Rajiv Gandhi saying the following. Krishna, you may have read it. Rajiv Gandhi told, when he was Prime Minister, Mani was working for him, said, Mani, you know, both we, India and Pakistan, the explosion, the nuclear explosions can take place any time. So, don't you know that? No. Have you heard of the kamikaze? Yes. All it needs is for an aeroplane to bang into one of our reactors, say a kamikaze taking off from anywhere in Pakistan, bangs into the reactor in Bombay, and that will be a nuclear holocaust. That will be a nuclear cataclysm. So it can happen today. So we have so many reactors. It is true that we have defense systems by which we will spot any aircraft coming, true. And I don't think there are many kamikazes in Pakistan. But the possibility is there, not because non-state actors are a reality. Terrorists are a reality. And they have long fingers and poisonous nails, and we don't know when a kamikaze can attack. Nuclear warheads are the result of bilateral disputes, of political suspicions, of a legacy from 1945 onwards of international distrust. Disarmament is not being talked about. India, with China and Pakistan on its either sides, has had its share of nuclear options laid out for it. But let us know that we are living under the cobra's head every moment. I think at this point, a card was given to Krishna. I don't know whether it was to say we have exceeded our time or whether to say Mr. Gandhi is too morbid.
As you can see, Mr. Gandhi has eyes all over, and age is not in any way diminished that. In the collection of essays, there are many personalities who keep coming back. And I am not talking about Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. And I don't intend to ask him a question about him. There are a lot of people who keep coming back. Dalai Lama keeps coming back. Mandela is there. Another person who appears many times, and I think it's important to refer to him, is Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. And both he talks about Patel himself as he was passing, and also his relationship with Nehru, and the fact that the Congress did wantonly forget him. And it is also true he's been wantonly appropriated onto the other side. So I want you to, I'm going to try and squeeze one more question after this. So I want you to speak about Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, about this entire picturization of him to be this almost Hindu hyper-nationalist, chest-beating nationalist. Because every time you hear about him, even phrases like the Iron Man of India is not an isolated phrase. Like, it is also saying somebody is not the Iron Man. In some manner, you're always referring to the fact that Nehru was weak. So this pitting of the two people has always happened. And also placing Patel as being somebody who would not embrace the idea of India that you very often write about in your essays. Can you just briefly talk about Patel in this context?
Thank you for asking me. This is a total surprise of a question, but I'll preface my answer by saying, I think I also know why Krishna has identified Sardar Patel, because in the non-Telugu, non-Tamil repertory of Krishna's amazing spectrum of music, when Krishna sings Vaishnava Janato, which is a Gujarati song, the heavens weep. This is Krishna. And when he sings Vaishnava, he was once asking me about one or two lines in Vaishnava Janato, and he asked me to check if he had got it right. And I said something, and I was wrong and he was right. He's a master of the Gujarati songs that he sings so magically. So Sardar Patel is a natural subject, Krishna, for you to ask. It has come not just from your interest in my writing, but from your sensitivity. There are 3 typecastings in India's history which we should know are wrong. One is that Nehru was an impulsive man. Nehru was quick on the reflexes, but he was not some madly impulsive man doing crazy things just because he wanted to be different. He was not impulsive. Rajaji was an intellectual. Of course, he had a very sharp brain, but Rajaji was one of the most human of persons. Third typecasting which is wrong is that Sardar Patel was the doer, the ground level manager of the party, the integrator of the state by telling the princes to get lost. And he was fundamentally and foundationally an adversary to Nehru. Wrong. Yes, of course, Sardar Patel was a doer. He came from the stock of the Patidar community, which knows what it is to grapple with drought, to grapple with floods, to grapple with something called unjust levies of land revenue when there is a drought. He was the organizer of satyagrahas. Sardar Patel knew how to handle life and humans. But Sardar Patel was also an extraordinarily sensitive human being. And Krishna, you will be interested to know this. I am fast forwarding to his end. Few hours before Sardar Patel died, he was heard by his daughter singing, Krishna, singing. He was singing, Mangala Mandir Kholo Dayamay. Mangala Mandir Kholo Dayamay. Open the gates and doors of the great temple of afterlife. And a few days before he died, he told a gathering of congressmen, Nehru is our leader. Nehru is our leader. And he was, to give you another example of his humanity, he was, of course, completely devoted to Gandhi, but devoted not as some kind of a worshipper, but as a person who has seen the intellectual and spiritual power of the Mahatma. But he was equally devoted to Kasturba. And he said, I am where Ba and Bapu have placed me, that is Deputy Prime Minister. Jawaharlal is our leader. And as on a stretcher he was being wheeled into the plane in Delhi to go to Bombay where he died, his colleague N.V. Gadgil, who was in the cabinet, who was called a Patelite, came up and sobbing and said goodbye. And Sardar told Gadgil at the airport, whatever happens, do not leave Jawahar. So what are we talking about when we say that Patel was antagonistic to Jawahar? He was a realist enough to know his strengths and Nehru's weaknesses, and Nehru's strengths and his own weaknesses. I should say one more thing and conclude. They were in jail together, Patel and Gandhi, long term in the Yeravada jail. Patel had a great sense of humor also. As soon as you say somebody who has a sense of humor, oh, you have a great sense of humor, you have taken away the humor. Just as somebody tells Krishna, you're a great musician, you take away the music from him. It's obvious that you have a great sense of humor. He had a great sense of humor. Let me say it, though it's a silly thing to say. And Gandhi was in one of his moods of depression, and Gandhi was entitled to be in mood of depression. He may be Mahatma, but he was also Mohandas. He was very depressed. He says to Sardar, I don't think Swaraj is coming. I am ready to go now. Sardar said, what are you talking? What are you talking? Ready to go, ready to go. You are telling, you have got us to climb onto your shaky boat and now you're saying you want us to drown. You first take us to the shore and then you go where you like. And you may think, Sardar was the man who did huge things, the Kheda Satyagraha, which made him Sardar, Bardoli Satyagraha, integration of states. But there was something else which he did in jail. Do we have 2 minutes?
Yes. What do you need that for?
I'll tell you. The British jails were very hard, but they were very good in one thing. They allowed paper to be given to the prisoners, letters to be received by this class of prisoners. So Gandhi and Patel got lots of letters. So reply, badal anapanamoliya. How do you write? So they got paper to write the reply. Cover, envelope venamoliya. So they could buy envelopes, but then Gandhi and Sardar said, we will not spend money on buying envelopes. Paper we get to write because we get the letters. We will make our own envelopes. So when letters were received with writing only on one side and the back was vacant, they made envelopes. And Gandhi knew how to make envelopes, but then Sardar learned how to make envelopes and he made the most beautiful envelopes. Sudha Ravi, who is here, a great patron of the handicrafts, will appreciate this. Sardar Patel made perfect envelopes, 5 folds, keeping the handwritten portion on the inside and the blank portion outside, perfect symmetry. And Sardar made so many beautiful envelopes that in one of his letters, Gandhi said, Swaraj or no Swaraj, I know what we are going to do when we are released. Sardar and I are going to set up a stationery shop. He will make the envelopes. I will sell the envelopes. He is a patidar, he makes. I am a baniya who sells. And then another thing. Great friends they were. Sardar said, Rajaji knows Sanskrit. I don't know Sanskrit. I will learn Sanskrit in jail. And he learned Sanskrit brilliantly in jail. This was Sardar. So he is not just the huge statue made in China, incidentally, but he is the loveliest of human beings.
I had many more questions, but I had one more, which is a personal question. But I'm going to try and squeeze that in after I take some of the questions I've received from you. So I may delay you by a few minutes because I want to squeeze that question in. So there are a few questions from the audience, and I'm going to read them out for you to respond. One question. You said Tamil society is highly religious. How do you explain the paradox that one of the most radical, anti-religious, rationalist movements led by EVR or Periyar would take birth here?
If it were not for the disfigurements of religious feeling and religious activity, there would have been no Periyar. The question is a very important and valid question. Why did the Buddha arise in India? Because the Buddha is needed in India. Why did Periyar arise in India? Because Periyar is needed in India. There is such a thing called an excess of something, and something called a reaction to that excess. Protestantism was the result of Catholicism gone astray. Not Catholicism, but the Catholic establishment gone astray. No Catholic establishment going astray, no Catholic establishment going astray, no Protestantism. Thank God that India has the energy and the insight to protest when something goes wrong. The Buddha, Sri Narayana Guru, Swami Vivekananda. At the other end of the spectrum, Periyar. are great intellectual responses. One is because of the other. And to be oxymoron, let me say, thank God we have those who distrust God.
This question is from a 20-year-old to an 80-year-old. I didn't frame it that way, it's framed that way. We see a lot of parallels from your times to now. A dichotomy exists where India got her freedom through non-violence, yet today the state hunts down any dissent. How should the next generation make sense of the world?
I will not comment on whether it does hunt down dissent, but the 20-year-old whom I will not ask to identify herself or himself, the fact that this 20-year-old is asking this question shows that the hug is not so broad as to contain the dissent. The dissent will always be broader than any arms that seek to contain it.
How come there is a collective failure of imagination among all the well-read and erudite diplomats of the world in reining in the dictators of the world? How come there is this collective failure of imagination among the diplomats?
The collective failure of imagination I see as the title of a book at the next Hindu Lit for Life. Collective failure of diplomats is not different from the collective failure of the imagination of humans. Diplomats are humans, and let me tell you, every human being in her or his relationship with the family, within the family, especially with the parents and the spouse, has to be a diplomat, not in the sense of speaking polished words to get out of hard situations, but in speaking the truth without hurting the other person, something which most of us are total failures in doing.
This, I think, is a provocative question, which is why I'm asking it. One of the pastors from this state of Tamil Nadu, one of the pastors, said that you need to punch Hindus' face and let them bleed so that Jesus Christ will forgive us. What will your good self reply?
Your question is about inflicting an injury, but why are you padding it by calling me good self? You should be consistent in the question. You have visualized violence, but you have couched it in the most unnecessarily polite conclusion. Jesus on the cross has said that he has taken his suffering into himself so that others may not suffer. This was his intention. This was his intention. And I don't think he wanted anyone to follow the example, either of those who nailed him or those who continue to be crucified. The crucifixion of innocence, which is another word for true greatness, and the crucifixion of greatness, which is another introduction to innocence, trained innocence. That crucifixion is continuous, is continuous. The Buddha, Christ, and Gandhi in our times have shown us to a very unresponsive humanity because we are distracted. We are distracted by so many things. Have shown the inevitability of their lessons for us, the totally inescapability of our receiving the lessons if we are to survive. But enough of these grim subjects. This is a Sunday morning. Am I right? Is it a Sunday morning?
Yes, it is.
And on mornings which we have heard Krishna sing in the mornings on Christmas Day is about Christ, not the Christ who was the subject of this question, but the Christ who suffers, but suffers like a human being, not some god. And his last words, Krishna, his last words, Christ's last recorded words were, I thirst, I am thirsty, I need water. It's a human being speaking, the son of Mary, saying, I am thirsty. And you know what was done? A sponge dipped in vinegar was placed on his lips. This is what humanity does. But we should remember the man who said, I thirst. He was something like God, but on the cross, he was thirsty. And then they carved on the cross. This is my final question. How many of you know what INRI on the cross means? You know INR. One hand, thank God, one hand. INRI is the world's first example of sarcasm. Jesus of Nazareth, King of Jews, INRI. Sarcasm hurts more than nails.
We've run out of time, but I'm just going to take 2 more minutes because I do have one question for you. There is one more person who keeps appearing in your essays. Sometimes you name the individual, sometimes those who have read him can also see him in your essays. Everybody knows one of your brothers, Rajmohan Gandhi. Very few people know your other brother, Ramachandra Gandhi. And in a lot of your essays, he is there. So can you please speak about his impact on you? This is a personal question. On you as a person and as a thinker, as whoever you are. Because I feel that he is there a lot of times in what you write.
Ramu, as we call him, we are four. This is not matters which interest anybody, but let me just say we are 4 siblings. We were now, Ramu is gone, we are 3. Ramu is the only one who was born in Chennai, in Madras. The rest of us were born in Delhi. He had a very special bond with Madras. He knew his Tamil very well. He loved Tamil food. He was more Tamil than I am. Let me just say 2 things about him. One was, I once asked him, I said, Ramu, I'm fed up. Nobody is interested in me as a person. Nobody is interested in you as a person. Who would listen to us? Who would even look at us if we were not grandchildren of Gandhi? You tell me. You and I, you have many professors of philosophy. Why should anybody see you differently? Because you're Gandhi's grandson. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of people. Why should anybody look at me because I'm a grandson of Gandhi? I'm embarrassed. When somebody introduces me as Gandhi's grandson, what should I say? So he said, yeah, you're right. I think you should say, yes, I am, but I'm also overweight and 5'5". Take it or leave it. He just placed it as irrelevant. As irrelevant, our being grandson, as irrelevant. Who's interested in my weight and height? As irrelevant. But then the same man, he organized on the 30th of January an anniversary which is coming very soon he organized on 30th of January an extraordinary concert in Delhi. Krishna will be interested. And he said, we can't start in Delhi. We have to have a South Indian touch. So, and how do we start? I said, Tamil Nadu, if you ask me, you start with Nadaswaram. I said, yeah, Nadaswaram, but how can I get a Nadaswaram? Is there anybody, shall we ask somebody to play a Shehnai? I said, no, Shehnai has a different, then can you suggest Nadaswaram? Yes, there is a Nadaswaram. Yes, we will get a Nadaswaram artist from Tamil Nadu. What is the famous Nadaswaram artist? The Islamic.
Sheikh Chinna Maulana.
Chinna Maulana. Then Chinna Maulana came and started. And His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, whom you mentioned, was in the audience. And Ramu said just this. And I mentioned this yesterday in the conversation in the other hall. Ramu said, Gandhi was not stopped by 3 bullets. Gandhi stopped 3 bullets on their track. The bullets of hate, fear, and untruth. This is what Ram said.
Thank you very much, Gopal, for giving us such a profound and enlightening and emotional and invigorating morning. And thank you for this book. Please do buy the book. It's a collection of 100 essays. We have not even touched the surface of all that there is in the book, but I hope you enjoyed the conversation as much as I did. Thank you very much.
Just a picture before. Well, that was definitely a very, very exciting first session, and thank you so much to the audience for being a part of it, and a great start to the day. Thank you, gentlemen. Remember that through the course of the day, the authors will be available if you'd like to have your books signed, and the books are available for purchase at the stall right outside as well, so you can pick up your copy and have it signed by your favorite authors. For the audience members who are just joining us, requesting you all to kindly take your seats and also make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode as we move on to our next session in just a few moments. Our next session is the Kashmir Connection, a session that examines Kashmir through experience and dialogue. So please join me in welcoming with a round of applause. We have with us A.S. Dulat, former RAW chief and author, Ziya Salam, associate editor, The Hindu, writer and commentator, in conversation with Sobhana K. Nair, senior deputy editor, The Hindu, Delhi. Can we give our speakers a round of applause as they take the stage?
Hi, good morning. Welcome to the final day of the Hindu Lit for Life. We have 40 minutes at our hand, and I promise you we shall try to use it as judiciously as possible. Now, Kashmir has often been described as a place of paradox, of breathtaking beauty and enduring conflict, of poetry and power, of memory and misunderstanding. This morning, we explore Kashmir not as a headline or a slogan, but through two books that approach it from very different yet deeply connected vantage points. The Chief Minister and Spy by A.S. Dulat offers us an insider's view of Kashmir through the lens of intelligence, governance, and personal relationship. Mr. Dulat writes not just about the institutions, but about individuals, about the back channels, about what happens behind the doors, and about fragile human equations. His narrative actually reminds us that power is often exercised quietly through conversations as much as through commands. In contrast, my colleague Zia Salam's book, The Lion of Naushera, also co-written by Anand Mishra, takes us back to the life of Brigadier Muhammad Usman, a soldier whose story has largely remained on the margins of mainstream history. Through his courage and sacrifice during 1947-48 conflict, we are reminded that Kashmir's story is also one of unsung heroism, secular ideals, and moral choices made at the moment of national crisis. Together, these two books span decades of Kashmir's journey. And I'm sure Mr. Dulat requires no introduction. Yesterday, when I was talking to him, I told him, "Sir, you've been working for 4 decades in intelligence agencies." And he said, no, 38 years. He corrected me on that. So now my first question to you, Mr. Dulat, is in your book, you offer several glimpses of the Abdullah family's relationship with BJP. Now, one of the first references is when Omar Abdullah first became a Minister of State. He had he was on very good terms with Prime Minister Vajpayee, who he saw as a father figure. And you write that he was more of a father figure than his own father at that point. But then the same government offers to make Farooq Abdullah vice president, but they go back on their promise. And many years later, we see both the Abdullahs under house arrest after the abrogation. So talk us through the relationship, how has it evolved, and where does it stand now, Abdullahs and BJP?
Yeah, first of all, I think we need to understand that here we are talking of two distinct BJPs, You started by talking about Vajpayee's BJP, and now we've come to Modi ji's BJP. And let me remind you that when Modi became Prime Minister in 2014, the Mirwais of Kashmir, Maulvi Umar, was one of the first to congratulate him because he felt that this would be a continuation of what Vajpayee was doing in Kashmir. And even today, the Kashmiris have not forgotten what Vajpayee said about Insaniyat, Jamhuriyat, Kashmiriyat. And it's gone down very deep. And what you said about Umar was, Minister of State for Commerce, then he was Minister of State for External Affairs. And the more that Atalji saw of Umar, the more he liked him. So in his mind, I worked 5.5 years with Mr. Vajpayee, and there were two things that he would repeat. One is that this confrontation with Pakistan has to end. It cannot go on like this. And the second thing is that we need to move on in Kashmir. Now, I didn't realize at that time what he exactly meant by moving on in Kashmir, Because what he had in mind obviously was to have Umar as chief minister and get Farooq down from the valley. So how do you get Farooq down? You make him a promise that we could make you vice president. And Farooq one day in...
This was 2000. The year was 2000.
I think it was after 2000. But anyways, 2002 was the election. So I think it was possibly 2002. And Farooq called me to his office and said, what's going on in Delhi? I said, Aap bataye sir, what's going on? And he said, you know, they promised me vice presidentship, but I don't think I'll get it. I said, why do you have any doubt? Because in my presence, the Principal Secretary and National Security Advisor, Mr. Brijesh Mishra, had told you so. And you know that the Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister both have assured you. He said, yeah, I've heard these assurances before, and I don't trust Delhi. And in the end, he was right, because he got nothing. And he kept telling me, he kept repeatedly telling me, what's the rush, what's the hurry to make Umar chief minister? After all, he is my son, he will be chief minister. But what is this rush? Let him learn. Let him be with me and learn. And the result of that whole thing was that Umar lost his election. The NC was voted out of power. And then we have the other BJP now.
And how do you see, how have the two BJPs treated Kashmir differently?
No, there's a world of difference. I mean, Atalji was totally involved, and he wanted that there should be some resolution of Kashmir. And his words still, as I said, resonate in Kashmir. Right now, we have a government which doesn't bother too much about Kashmir. Nothing is happening in Kashmir. Kashmir is at a standstill. There's a status quo there. And the Kashmiri lives on hope more than anything else. And there's a sense of hopelessness in Kashmir. Recently, the Mirwais made a long statement ending up saying that there is hopelessness. There's nothing to hope for now. So there's a world of difference, and I don't think anybody in Delhi is bothered about Kashmir now, which is very sad. It's a very sad story, and we have to wait and see what happens. You see, I thought you'd come to abrogation.
No, I will. I'm taking my time.
But I can preempt you and tell you that when abrogation happened, I thought it was quite meaningless, but it was inevitable. It had to happen. The Kashmiri knew it would happen because it was part of the BJP manifesto, and so at some time or the other it did happen. But there was nothing in 370. Whatever there was in 370, the Sheikh had surrendered in the 1975 accord with Mrs. Gandhi. So there was nothing in 370. It was a hollow provision, just a fig leaf. And why we wanted to deprive the Kashmiri of that fig leaf, I could never understand. I spoke against it, I wrote against it, and you would recall that our former Union Home Minister spoke very strongly in Parliament, Mr. Chidambaram, and he referred to it as a monumental disaster. But then these things happen. Now the Kashmiris and Kashmir have by and large, although the matter went to court and the Supreme Court didn't take very kindly to whatever the Kashmiris wanted. And, but by and large, the Kashmiri is now reconciled to abrogation. The question really is of statehood. And I'll remind you of a little anecdote or a story. This was at what was called in those days in Chandigarh, the Military Lit Fest. And this is December 2019. And we were on a panel like this. And Ram Madhav was sitting next to me. And he said, you know, we have given an assurance in Parliament, and there will be restoration soon. You know, statehood will be restored. Well, that's 5 years ago. There's no statehood, and I don't think there's any hope of statehood either. So it's a sad kind of story, but where it will end, we have to wait and see.
Okay, let's put a pin in that thought, and we'll circle back to 370. Let me take you now 7 decades back. India is on the brink of gaining independence. The British Indian Army is divided into two on religious lines. All Muslim officers go to Pakistan and all Hindu officers come to India. Ziya, do tell me, in your book, the central protagonist actually takes a different stance. Tell us the story.
It's a long story, but I'll say it very briefly. At the time of partition, the Muslim officers were given the option of going to Pakistan or staying in India, and 45% of the British Indian Army opted to go to Pakistan, and only 2 officers of the rank of colonel and above decided to stay in India. They were E. Habibullah, father of Wajid Habibullah, and Brigadier Muhammad Usman. However, there was a catch. It was not so simple that your colleagues go to Pakistan, you stay in India. They were told that you can stay in India, but you can be here as a civilian. You will not be there in the army. Finally, after some give and take between the Viceroy and the then interim government, it was decided that if they do join the army, there cannot be any hope for promotion further. They may not be able to rise in their respective careers. That was the choice which Brigadier Usman and Habibullah Sahab had to make. And that is the choice which they made. They were happy to be an Indian military officer in the Indian Army. Brigadier Usman had come directly from Sandhurst, and he was deputed to Kashmir, where he fought Pakistan, which obviously, where many of his colleagues were there, erstwhile colleagues. And Habibullah was sent to Assam. Brigadier Usman ended up sacrificing his life in Nowshera, and that is where the saddest story lies. There was a degree of prejudice, a degree of lack of trust in keeping the Muslim officers in a high rank in the Indian Army. But here was a brigadier who sacrificed his life for the country, thereby proving that patriotism transcends the confines of religion.
Thank you. Mr. Dulat, you have worked in Kashmir in the decade of 90s, and thereafter, absolutely till recently, the sentiment of Azadi had echoed in that valley. And one expected that if you were to take what you called as a fig leaf, Article 370, if you were to take it out, there will be a resounding backlash that people will hit the streets and security, it will become a nightmare, the state will erupt. But on 5th of August 2019, when this was brought, we did not see that. And we haven't seen a similar, the expectations have been bellied. Why? How come? It's a question that I've been looking for an answer for.
Yeah, I'll give you the answer. Actually, what happened was, you're absolutely right. And, if you remember at that time in 2019, a lot of extra troops were brought into Kashmir because fearing exactly what you said, that there would be a big uprising in Kashmir. And I've been hearing this since then, that there is a volcano which will erupt. And now I tell the Kashmiris that I've heard enough about this volcano now. Let's forget the volcano and let's move on. But at that point of time, it was a sort of a reality. And more than anybody else, the governor at that time, Satyapal Malik, had warned Delhi that there will be an uprising. And therefore, we should be prepared to kill 3,000-4,000 people if necessary. And if you remember, 2 days before the abrogation, Farooq, his son Omar, and the MP from Anantnag, Justice Masoodi, had called on the Prime Minister. Now, what happened in that during that conversation is very difficult to say. I have had the story from Farooq and I've had the story from Omar, but I certainly don't know the Prime Minister's story. And both of them say that we were not told anything about what was going to happen, about the abrogation. So God alone knows what happened 2 or 3 days before the abrogation. Now what happened thereafter, I was myself surprised. I thought there would be some reaction, some this thing. And I remember going to Srinagar a month or two later, and if you want to learn anything about Kashmir, you should meet the youth, the youngsters. And I met quite a few youngsters, and I said, what happened? And he said, now nobody talks openly. Everything is transferred by word of mouth. And basically, he put it like this, that the Kashmiri doesn't want to die cheap. So there was no uprising. Now, one positive outcome of the abrogation, I can say here, is that stone pelting, which was very common in Kashmir, has stopped. Exactly for that same reason, because there were those pellet guns which turned a lot of people blind and also killed some people. So therefore the Kashmiri said, what is the point of dying for nothing? Yeah, we will this thing. What is happening today is actually is that generally if you go to Kashmir and you're not familiar with people there, people won't talk to you. The youngsters don't talk. And this silence is very scary, it's very frightening, because when people go silent, you don't know what's going to happen. And Kashmir is quite largely silent. Now, the powers that be claim that there's normalcy in Kashmir.
Yes.
Now, if there is normalcy, why do you need a policeman every 50 years? You know? And if there is normalcy, then why do we talk about terrorism? And terrorism hasn't gone. You know, it's there. And like Farooq Abdullah has said many times, that terrorism will not go away unless we engage with Pakistan. Now, these are things that Delhi needs to think about. But terrorism is very much there. There was a very serious incident, as you know, in Pahalgam, where 25 civilians were killed. It was a very bad incident, very sad incident. Now, what happened at that time? The whole of Kashmir, it is the only time that I can recall or remember that the whole of Kashmir came, criticized whatever had happened, and came out in support of Delhi. But even then, Delhi did not support Kashmir or Kashmiris. I mean, it was a time when the Home Minister should have come to, or gone to Srinagar and supported what the Kashmiris were saying. And they were saying whatever has happened is terrible. So I think somewhere somebody has lost the plot.
Okay, my next question is also to you, sir. I'm playing devil's advocate here. Yes. So I just want to understand what the government, the current government will claim that, look, we have managed to maintain peace. Howsoever tenuous that peace may be and howsoever superficial that normalcy may be, but there is at least this, fig leaf of notion of normalcy. And therefore they will argue that why wasn't Article 370 abrogated much, much earlier? Because after all, Nehru, even in his early speeches, if you were to read from 1948, he had said that this is a temporary provision and we will be doing it away with it at some point. He didn't give a definitive timeline. So do you think had we taken this step earlier, Kashmir would have been in a better position today?
I don't know about, then we go back to Sheikh Abdullah's time, and I never saw the man, I never met the man, and I cannot talk about the man. But there are stories, of course, and I'll tell you the most obvious story, and that is that when the Sheikh was locked up in 1953, and this is from no less a person than Mr. B.N. Malik in his book. He says that he had gone down he came here actually, to Madras, and he met Rajaji. And Rajaji said to him, now these are B.N. Malik's words, that why did you have to slam the door? Why did we have to shut the door on the Sheikh? Now you will never have peace in Kashmir. So those were really prophetic words. Now, as I said, I've never met the Sheikh. I don't know about the Sheikh. But I can tell you about Farooq, and this book is really a tribute to Farooq Abdullah. Yeah. And sometimes I think that the Sheikh notwithstanding, someday when history is written, this man will emerge bigger than his father. Because he is Kashmir today. There is no other leader in Kashmir. He's fighting a lonely battle, mostly by keeping quiet. But if you heard what he said on New Year's Day, he had gone to his party office, Nawai Sub, and what he said was very significant. It was in reference to the Kashmiri, the shawl vendors who were beaten up in North India. And he said, how long will all this go on? This Hitler's regime. Even Hitler had to shoot himself. So this is not going to last. And this Hitlerian thing will not survive. So these are things which people should take note of, right, wrong, whatever it is. And Farooq, as I said, is Kashmir. That is why they are afraid of him. Delhi has never understood him, and they find it difficult to engage with him. The only person I thought who understood him somewhat was Rajiv Gandhi, because they had an alliance at that time. But even Rajiv understood him too late, and it was too little, too late, and then by then everything was over.
Yeah. So, Ziya, we come back to your book. It's a very extremely sad story. Just after independence, Pakistan sends all these raiders to capture Kashmir, and it is in that effort to rebuff those raiders and rebuff the irregular army of Pakistan that Brigadier Usman loses his life. Now, we live in a time where such patriotic movies or movies with on armies' victories or any episode from the armed history of India would actually become a blockbuster. We saw Dhurandhar. And you have a chapter in your book which says, unfortunately, this story could never come on to, was never translated on the screen. Why? I mean,
I'll take you back in time a little bit. It's two things interconnected. You know, this book started one fine day when Bloomsbury editor contacted me for a biography of Brigadier Usman. And honestly, I knew very little about him, so I wondered and I asked myself, why me? So I called up my co-author, Anand Mishra. Okay, what do you know about him? He said, Naushera Wale. And then that set me thinking, if two journalists with combined journalistic experience of 55 years knew only this much about Brigadier Usman, that he was the one who was martyred in Naushera versus Pakistan, then that is a story which deserves to be told. That is how we started with this project. Coming to why he has not made it to the silver screen, the answer is very simple. We don't make patriotic movies. We make jingoistic movies. We make movies to divide, to sell hatred in the garb of chivalry and so on and so forth. Back in the 80s, and that was before the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits, one film director had announced a film with Vinod Khanna and Sri Devi on the life of Brigadier Usman. But our Hindi cinema works on a certain paradigm where the hero and the heroine have to be romantically linked and maybe go to Kashmir, sing a couple of dream songs and so on. When Sri Devi understood that Brigadier Usman was not married, he had no girlfriend, nothing of that kind, and she would have a very minuscule role, if at all, she walked out of the project. And with her exodus, the film also got only maybe shot for 4 reels, and so it never made it to the silver screen. More recently, a film has been announced by Sanjay Khan with his son Zayed Khan, and when I use the word recently, I use it on a degree of generosity because the film was announced in 2018-19 and it hasn't been made, it is not even halfway through. The reality is you cannot sell Brigadier Usman as a patriotic hero to a large section of Indian society, which is always waiting for the next Durandar.
Right. Okay. Now, Mr. Dulat, I think we spent very little time on what you said, that Kashmir has gone silent. And what do you suspect Kashmir is silent about? And why do you fear this silence? If you can weigh in on that a little more.
Yeah, I told you what the Mirwais said, that there's a sort of sense of hopelessness that I don't know what will happen. You know, now, let me take you back to when Omar Abdullah became Chief Minister this time. There was a lot of euphoria in Kashmir that, you know, now it's going to be our government, and because the National Conference had a huge mandate. So now it will be our government and whatever it is. But there was no our government. I mean, there is no government, you know, and ultimately, about 6 months ago, Omar had to say finally, although he's been trying his damnedest, his very best, to stay on the right side of Delhi, but he had to admit and had to say publicly that we are suffering only because there's no BJP government here. So therefore, you know, that's how the Kashmiri sees it. And it's getting sadder by the day, you know. There was a time about 1.5 years ago, and I told Farooq about this, that there were young Kashmiris saying that I think the Sheikh made a mistake in 47, that Kashmir should have gone with Jinnah. And so when I told Farooq this, he said, this is an old story, you know. It is these Jamatis who say these things, and don't take it very seriously. But increasingly, people who were with Delhi are now thoroughly sort of disillusioned. And there is a feeling, you know, there used to be a distinct difference between the Muslim in the rest of the country and the Muslim in Kashmir. But now the Kashmiri is beginning to realize, or beginning to feel, I should say, that if this is the way that the Muslims are being treated in the rest of the country, then what is our fate? Where do we go? This government is not inclined towards us. They don't bother too much about us. You know, my young friend Shahzad Lone one day said to me that Delhi understands neither Kashmir nor Kashmir history. So it's that kind of story, and it's rather sad. But like Dr. Farooq keeps saying over and over again, that we need to engage with Pakistan. How and when that will happen, God alone knows. That also looks as unlikely as the restoration of statehood, you know. There doesn't seem to be any hope of any engagement with Pakistan. What I don't understand is this, that, okay, you don't want to do too much business, you don't want to seriously engage, you don't want to get into a dialogue. But how can you not talk to your neighbor? How can you be on what they call permanent kutti, you know? After all, there are neighbors, and like Vajpayee once said, you can choose friends, but you can't choose neighbors. So Pakistan is there. And I think, sadly, they're gaining ground over us.
So before I open I allow for questions to pour in, I have one last question to you, Mr. Dulat. The recent attack at Red Fort, where we saw the alleged suicide bomber detonate his car, and there was a Kashmir connection there also. Do you think all this is part of the silence that will possibly manifest in this way and many others? Should we be worried?
No, I won't connect it with anything in Kashmir. Whatever the connection is, I think the NIA or whoever is investigating will know. I don't know. But it doesn't mean that anything that goes wrong is Kashmir related. No, I don't think so. But what is more worrisome is that, you know, if there is normalcy as we claim in Kashmir, then why is there still terror? There is terror, you know, every now and then there's an attack. And it seems to be that there are these what we call FTs, or foreign terrorists, who are sitting wherever they are, and when they want to do something, they'll do it. And we don't seem to know, or we don't seem to be in control. And that is why Farooq keeps saying repeatedly that we need to talk to Pakistan about all this that's going on.
All right, thank you. Now the floor is open for questions. So, yes, can we pass? Yeah.
The question is to Mr. Dulat. Why do you think that Mehbooba Mufti is unimportant? Because you never speak about her. And you said Farooq Abdullah is Kashmir.
No. I've never said that Mehbooba is not important, but I said if there is one leader in Kashmir, it is Farooq. Mehbooba can't compare with Farooq. Mehbooba certainly has a role. Sometimes I feel even her daughter might have a role. But, you know, this takes me back to, again, let me talk about abrogation and this thing. You remember when abrogation happened, how Dr. Farooq dealt with it. He got everybody together. There was that formation of that PhD. And when I asked Farooq, I said, how will you accommodate everybody? He said, it's not about accommodation. It's about togetherness. And Mehbooba was very much a part of that togetherness. I remember speaking to Mehbooba many times and asking her that, you know, how do you feel? She says, as long as Farooq is there, I'm very comfortable. I'm with all this. But if there is no Farooq, then God knows what. So Mehbooba certainly has a role. I'm not belittling Mehbooba by any stretch of imagination. I'm sorry if I didn't mention her, but she is important.
Yeah, okay, excuse me.
Hello.
Can we?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my question is like BRI in the context of Kashmir. Comment.
Sorry, can
BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, and the Kashmir effect.
Do you want to answer that
Effects
question?
on Kashmir.
He's asking on Belt Road Initiative, BRI, and how does it impact Kashmir?
No, I don't think Kashmir is worried too much about that.
Can we hand over the mic here on the left? Yeah, please. After you, please, can we hand over the mic here? The gentleman. Yeah.
The gentleman in black shirt.
No. Yeah, please do ask. No, wait. Please.
Sir, good morning,
ask.
sir. So, as a spy master, so the question is to Daulat, sir. As a spy master, between national interest and individual ethics, where would you focus more upon when the both collides?
Sorry, say that again.
National interest and?
If a dilemma comes between national interest and individual ethics, in those dilemma, what stand should we take? As a spy master, what would you suggest?
National interest versus personal ethics.
Yeah, national interest is supreme. It always comes first. But don't forget, we are human beings and we deal with human beings, you know. So different people deal with human beings differently. Maybe I deal with them differently from somebody else. But make no mistake about it, that national interest always comes first. It's a question of perception, you know. All that I've said this morning is I feel, in the national interest. Somebody might say, like the gentleman there, you didn't mention Mehbooba. So it was an omission, it was not deliberate. But I was just trying to say that at this point of time, there is only one leader in Kashmir.
Yeah, please do ask.
Yeah, this is Venkat here. My question is it in the design of our previous masters who wants to fight with Pakistan due to Kashmir? And the same masters are trying to create the Bangladesh problem also now.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Is it in the design of our previous masters to fight with Pakistan forever due to Kashmir? Since it's more or less getting failed, the same masters are creating problem in Bangladesh.
He is actually equating Bangladesh and Kashmir together, and he's saying, is it part of a greater design?
Who's decided?
He doesn't specify. Previous masters. I don't know what.
No, I don't really understand. But Bangladesh is quite different from Kashmir, you know. And the Kashmiris would not be happy with Bangladesh turning against us. There is no such thing. That's the other thing, that misunderstanding that we have, that maybe the Kashmiris are anti-national or any such thing. Not in the least. In fact, you know, it was the 12th of February 2020 when I was sent to meet Farooq when he was under detention. And
Some say that you played a role to get him out.
no. Who the hell am I to get him out? I was sent to meet him and to see how he was. And you know, one significant thing, he didn't want to talk politics. He was a bit morose. But one significant thing which he said to me and which I still remember, he said, you know, my father was with India. I am with India. My children are with India, but my grandchildren are asking me that what kind of India is this, which locks up everybody.
That's interesting. Any more questions?
Hopelessness. Hopelessness for geographical territory, hopelessness for community. So my question is for both of you. Is there a hope for optimism in this country at all?
Certainly, sir. And that was the reason I mentioned what Dr. Farooq said on New Year's Day. And, you know, that this Hitler's kind of regime will not carry on, it'll end. Because he's the ultimate optimist also. And while wishing everybody Happy New Year, he also said that I hope that our relations with our neighbors will improve. And he included, obviously, Bangladesh in that.
Yes,
Shobhana, I'd like to add one bit. Sir, I refuse to be hopeless, irrespective of the odds, irrespective of the persecution, the othering, and everything going on. And I draw my hope from simply the cover of my book. I have authored the book with my colleague Anand Mishra about Brigadier Usman. As long as Ziya has Anand standing next to him and Anand has Ziya standing with him, then there has to be hope for the country and for the community.
After that, huh?
I think it's not switched on.
The role played by the court, that is the Constitution, the guardian of the Constitution, in the abrogation of Article 370. What's your opinion?
Yeah, it's a very valid question, sir, because also right after abrogation, the Parliament cleared the Abrogation Act, opposition parties had gone to the Supreme Court. But that case was kept, I mean, it took a long while for the Apex Court to come up with a judgment. So what he's asking is that, what is your opinion about the role that Supreme Court played in this aspect? And you can stretch the question to overall judiciary versus Kashmir.
No, I think the judiciary did what was expected. I don't think the Kashmiris expected anything different. They went to court because they felt they had to go to court, you know. Sometimes you go to court in hope. Sometimes you go to court because you feel you just have to go to court. That's the last resort. Knowing fully well that nothing will come out of it. And the Kashmiri knows, there are Kashmiris who say that we will still ask for a reversal of that judgment, but knowing fully well that nothing will happen.
Yeah, right. So I'll end with one last question to Mr. Dulat on...
Sir,
hello?
you know, sir,
Yeah.
with the Article 370 in force, we didn't see much peace in Kashmir. And with its abrogation, peace has not returned. What do you think is the real solution? Where does the solution lie? Economy or on economic aspects or social aspects or religious aspects? Please. This is to Mr. Dulat. Thank you.
I don't think Kashmir is at all an economic issue. It's a political issue, it's a psychological issue, and it's an emotive issue. So I think we need to look at it like that, you know. And the solution, if at all, lies possibly somewhere close to what Musharraf was suggesting, his 4-point formula. Actually, it was just a 1-point formula plus 3 cosmetic added points. And that 1 point was to settle on the line of control. And Farooq has been saying this for years, that what is yours, keep it, and what is ours, let it be with us, and let's stop this fighting, you know. But first we need to at least talk.
Right, thank you so much.
Yeah, one more.
No, I'm sorry. That young boy gets the last question. My time has run out. So, last question, keep it brief.
Okay, it's a pleasure to meet you all. So, when India will get a real independence, because a plethora of people nowadays facing a terrorism, and the paupers and the rich man facing a terrorism, like they got scared. So, India got independence nearly 7 decades back. So, when India will get the real freedom for the people, and how safe in the context of terrorism, political propaganda? Thank you.
Terrorism, when will we be free of terrorism? It's been 7 decades.
Yeah, I mean, when will we be free of terrorism? I think there is terrorism all over the world, but yeah, we've been at the receiving end for a long time, you know, and it happened in the Northeast, it happened in the Punjab, and it's happened in J&K. And sadly, in J&K, it continues to happen. So when it will end, God alone knows.
Do you want to add something to that?
I just wanted to say, again, as Sir has been saying all along, what is important is, from the experience of Brigadier Usman and all the contemporary Kashmiris, and what we saw after Pulwama and Pahalgam, we all love Kashmir, but we all have to love Kashmiris too.
Right. Thank you so much, and apologies to...
One last.
No, sir, I'm sorry. I'm really out of time, and the next panel is waiting. Apologies to everyone who couldn't ask a question. Maybe you can catch up with Mr. Dulat later on and ask him in person. Thank you so much. Thank you to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If we have a photograph or something, come on. Down? Yeah. Now you're going to come in the center.
Yes,
Can we have a big round of applause for all of our speakers? And to our audience members, you can get your books signed by the authors. And of course, all the books are available for purchase right outside at the bookstall. And that will be the format throughout the day, so you can pick up your copy and have it signed by all of your favorite authors. Thank you so much. We'll now move right on to our next session for the audience that is walking in right now and joining us. Requesting you to please take your seats and also make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you so much once again. So ladies and gentlemen, our next session is sponsored by IOCL, and another session that we are really, really looking forward to. So if everybody could quickly take your seats, we'll get started. So this session is a rare look into strategy, discipline, and excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting with great pride and of course warm applause, the 5-time world chess champion and India's distinguished chess maestro, Vishwanathan Anand. He'll be in conversation with KC Vijaya Kumar, sports editor, The Hindu. Gentlemen, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a huge honor to share the stage with Vishwanathan Anand. We go a long way back. He's also my senior at Loyola. I don't know how many of you noticed, he was sitting there very quietly with his family, one of those last rows. He kind of blended in with the crowd. And that's always been his case, very self-effacing. And there is a segment in this book. It's a wonderful book called Lightning Kid, 64 Winning Lessons. There is a segment where he's traveling by train, and there's a gentleman, his co-passenger asks him, what do you do for a living? And Vishy, being Vishy, says he plays chess. And the gentleman dismissively says, no, you can't make a living out of chess unless you're Vishwanathan Anand. Obviously, he didn't know who he was. And Vishy played along. He said, yeah, I know, you know. So that's the kind of man he is. And let me plagiarize a bit here. I mean, I don't know how many of you have seen the Hyundai campaign. Made in Chennai for the world. It also fits Vishy to the T, right? A world champion. Vishy, I just want to ask you, in terms of winning ways, I want to ask you, how do you prepare, you know, for a chess game? I'm asking this because I've seen different athletes having different techniques. Like Rahul Dravid, for instance, what he does is before a test match, he consciously slows down. He has long, lazy lunches, long breakfasts, reads books, of course trains hard at the nets, but he very consciously slows down because he wants to get into that zone of a 5-day format. He wants to slow down time. The converse is Zahir Khan, who probably wouldn't bowl one day before the game because he just wants to be fresh. So people have different ways of priming themselves for a big match. How do you prepare?
Generally, you have to imagine yourself. What is it going to be like? So the first thing you would like to know is, who is my opponent going to be? And with what color will I face them? Then you want to have looked at their games closely. Yeah. So there's a lot you can take in superficially, but then when you sit down and spend time on every decision and really get down, you'll uncover hidden things. You want to get into that moment where you're reading your opponent, and once you've prepared the appropriate responses, you want to be able to play. In a dream world where I have finished my preparatory work a week in advance, I would love to not do any work in the last week leading up to the game. But you don't always have the time, and if you have a tournament with 8 players, you might not be able to get that much work done. So some last minute work is inevitable, but my dream scenario would be to do as little work for the 3 or 4 days before the game. Mainly because you don't want to be sick of the game when you start playing it, and to leave some scope for that. But otherwise, I think the preparatory work is essential. In fact, I also try to get into a bubble where I'm thinking about chess and not thinking about other things. And so there's more and more space thinking about what I'm going to play.
But has this preparatory phase changed over the years? Because recently you went to Calcutta and played the Tata Steel tournament. From what you were, say 30 years back to now, have you sensed a change within yourself vis-a-vis the way you approach the sport?
Inevitably you evolve. I mean, the game evolves and you have to keep moving along. And so I have had to adapt the way I play a game. But on top of that, because I played a couple of tournaments right before Calcutta, so I wasn't as disconnected as I am normally these days. But still, before the first of those tournaments, it had been a 5-month break since I last played. And that's a huge gap, which means that nowadays I don't expect to have the luxury of rest. I expect to do a lot of last-minute panic work because the value is so much greater. I mean, it would be nice to be well-rested, but to be in a great problem-solving mode when the problem cannot be solved is not a situation you want to be in. So I want to get in a certain amount of technical work done so that I know at least what is left to be done.
Chess can be very deceptive because when you see two people playing, it seems it's a seemingly sedentary sport. Two people are sitting and playing. But there is a physicality to it. I mean, you've spoken about it umpteen number of times. You know, you mentioned that how fitness is very crucial to play chess. Could you just elaborate on that?
So first of all, a chess game will have to maintain a certain level of fitness, weight training, do some amount of yoga, weight training. So I've incorporated all these habits. And I would say nowadays I've come to the conclusion that if I can only do one thing every day, I would sleep 8 hours. If I could do a second thing, then maybe some fitness. Third thing, a little break before the game and so on. So, but you have to maintain your fitness always because you don't want to collapse at the end of the game. You don't want to collapse towards the end of the tournament. You want to maintain your thinking level, and because even the smallest mistakes in calculation will lead you astray and all the way back in the game, because it's logic, right? If you go down a tree and you think the last one doesn't work, you're going to come back and not enter. So fitness is kind of essential. And now it seems to me, I don't know how, forget chess players, how anybody does anything without fitness, because we live in a very intense time, heightened commitments. People tend to have full days, and I think you just have to block time for fitness.
I just want to ask you this. I mean, we both belong to a certain vintage when growing up, you just had Doordarshan, Channel 1 and Channel 2. And then if you're a little more adventurous and you could afford it, you'll kind of log into Rupa Vahini from Ceylon. You have the 7-spoke antenna. I don't know how many of you know that. You tweak it and then you watch a bit of Rupa Vahini. So the distractions were very few, right, when we were growing up. Did that help you in a way? Because right now, the prodigies of chess have to cope with social media, multiple channels, there's so many distractions. Was that era easier to focus purely on sport?
You would think so, and we seem to remember, I mean, people of our generation seem to remember that we concentrated a lot before. But as soon as you say that statement, you think that sounds suspicious. I don't think it was like that at all. And of course, our parents were constantly warning us against being distracted. Once upon a time, people thought, oh, the VCR is going to destroy the youth. Now, I think now parents will think if they only use the VCR, we are happy. But you know, and the second thing is what you're used for. If you're used to a certain amount of distraction, then you don't notice it. You only notice something outlying that. But I think the constant struggle is how to do intense work, fully concentrated on one problem to excel. Typically, this tends to be our work, our job. The one thing that you do really well, because you know your life, your salary, everything depends on it, and so you focus on that. And then there are other things we do at less effort because you also want to relax a bit. I think the idea that we all used to relax more earlier is, or be less distracted earlier, probably flatters us, but not too much. At the same time, it's clear that now you're intensely engaged socially. Somehow you're always in touch with your friends, even if you're not.
Yeah.
And that's not a state I remember in. I mean, I remember, in fact, being isolated for hours in some lonely hotel because there's nothing to do, and there's nothing to do except go walking out. Then you come back, then you're so bored, you go walking out again. These days, I don't have these feelings of intense boredom. So that fundamental change definitely has occurred. But we were always looking for kicks, is how I would balance that statement.
Okay. Could you speak a bit about the Russian ambush? You know, you trained here at the Russian embassy, and then you kind of upset some of the biggest Russian masters in chess.
Mm-hmm.
Could you just speak about that phase?
Yes, so when I was growing up, I used to go to the Tal Chess Club. It turned out to be already, when I started, the best chess club in India. And the first 4 international masters, the leading players of the country, used to come to the chess club often. So for any young player like I was, it was a chance. You know, even if they come by and they have a casual conversation, you pick up some nugget you think that's very valuable, and they may give an opinion to you about your game. Just the ability to interact with them normally and all that. We didn't actually interact with Soviet players that much because they were not coming around. They gave us excellent equipment, chessboards, clocks, books, and all that. And it made a huge difference to me. I mean, I could not have gotten that amount of practice if I was not there in that club. However, once in a while, we would have a visit by some grandmaster, and I think I might mention it here in a story, where I was in a simultaneous display where he's playing many of us, and I was one of the players he was playing. And at some point, our gang of players told me, "Hey, I want to draw curlida, kadekkum," sort of thing. So very boldly, I asked him, I offer a draw or something, and he kind of picked up the piece that I had and the piece that he hadn't, and he said, "You really want to draw?" So, you know, these kinds of fun experiences helped. But later on, I benefited a lot from interacting with a lot of the best Soviet players and trainers, whom I had to seek out because I knew they had expertise that I wanted to benefit from. But I wouldn't say I benefited from that right away here.
And this grandmaster revolution which you unleashed, right? At one point, it's just you and Praveen Tipse, and then now how much? 92?
92.
92 right now.
Yeah.
How do you look at this progress of chess?
It staggers me, and I think maybe the even more impressive statistic is that out of 92, I don't have the figure off the top of my head, but I would say 70 are after 2010. Yeah. Which is maybe the even more stunning figure. And look, on almost any measure, we are one of the top countries, or one of the top 3 at least, in chess. We have players at every point in the game, and now even women's chess started to pick up. And now, you know, what I'm hoping for is that even the parts of the country where they don't play, they start to, the sport becomes truly national and goes there. But I mean, you could see it coming, and then it kind of ran away, it snowballed.
But isn't Chennai the soul of chess in India? You know, it would remain that way, right?
Yes, it always has been central. I mean, Chennai was the top Indian city in chess already, maybe in the 50s. You know, we have a passionate community of chess players right since then. So there was always people you could reach out to, people to whom you could go to borrow chess books, rare chess books, people with whom you could discuss the game. Small community, but very focused and intense about it. And I would say it's been the leading city always.
In Kerala, there is this reference to the Perintachan complex. It basically deals with a famous sculptor who gets envious of his own son and does something extreme, you know. You also see that replicated in sport. You know, sometimes you could have a former player who just retired and someone succeeds him, and this player will always have something negative to say about the person who succeeded him. You know, I'm not saying all the former players, but there's always a bit of an envy. You know, like good old days, and we were better than the present chaps and stuff like that. But there are also exceptions, and you're a remarkable exception. I mean, in terms of mentoring people, you know, this conveyor belt of chess that's going on in India, and this breakfast with Vishwanathan, you know, where people turn up in your house and you host breakfast, you and Aruna, wonderful hosts, and there are Instagram reels. Could you speak about this conveyor belt you're kind of triggered, you know?
You have to separate feelings. I mean, I will admit that at the board, when somebody does something that I haven't done, then you get called upon to respond. I mean, this is usually a positive impulse. It motivates you to do something. But for the rest, you know, I've met almost all of them as youngsters. Famously, I have the photos with Prag and Gukesh coming to my house right after they became, I mean, they're 12-year-olds. How can you have an intense rivalry with them and sort of thing? And I've always felt they're my little guys and so on. At the same time, I respect them for being the absolute top players they are. But and the other thing is, 6 years ago, I started this academy, West Bridgeon Chess Academy, and I started to work with these youngsters. And then even more so, you feel, you've contributed a little bit, and I genuinely, when I interact with them, I genuinely try to help them if I can, or offer some suggestions. And yes, on top of that, these breakfast sessions are all nice. We just thought at some time it'll be nice to have all the people, because you know, the guys who go to Anna Nagar, somehow you never see them in the same city. And so I thought, okay, let's all hang in and have one day every year. Thing. So, you know, Aruna makes sure that they all turn up and we hang out together. And well, that especially is a special thing. It didn't happen this year because of the Calcutta event, but hopefully we'll get it going again.
It's usually around Pongal, right?
Yes,
around
thereabouts, yeah. Well, they're all running off to play another tournament. They're now in the Netherlands and so on. So it became complicated this year, but we tried.
Vishu, you had a very grounded middle class upbringing, right? And even the commercial offers were very limited. I remember you were brand ambassador for NIIT,
yeah,
right? It was very limited. Maybe probably the government will step in at the odd time, but when you see these kids now, Gukesh or Pragnananda, the schools are backing them very well. The corporates are backing them very well. The state government is pumping in a lot of money. What would your advice be to them to handle money and fame? You know, it can probably change people. I mean, you've seen it in cricket too. A lot of young athletes losing their way a bit, losing their focus. What would be your one significant advice to them?
I don't think I would have particularly appreciated advice from somebody in the previous generation. I don't think I feel called upon to do that.
But some life lesson you could pass on?
I think pretty self-evident stuff is, don't let it change you too much. Don't let it define who you are. But this is pretty obvious stuff. So I think they probably figure it out. Anyway, but the thing is always, even in my chess advice, the game, I can tell them, these are the moves I made and this is how you should do things. I can hardly do that because the game has moved along so fast. It's moving, our theory is changing daily. So it's the same thing with life. I mean, their situation is so different. As you mentioned, it was a different India then, different now. So all you can say, this is how I advice, because the world is moving so fast, and I think, you know, now the kind of temptations they have and the opportunities they have to be sidelined, well, they're greater, but I think they're all coping very well because they remain very, very respectful. I guess you have noticed that all of them call me sir, which sounds a bit strange because you always come in thinking you're one of the gang and then they say sir, 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 and you feel funny. Anyway, I had so every once in a while I think, okay, you're overdoing the sir, can you sort of not do it so much? And they say, yes, sir, we won't do it, sir. And, you know, it's hard. For them, it's so ingrained this way to respect. But anyway, recently I was playing in Bombay, and after the game we came out and we were interacting with some of the fans, and one of them said, sir, Vishy sir, can you sign my, this is a fan, not one of them. Vishy sir, can you sign this paper? And I wanted to tell him, why do you call me sir? But anyway, I decided to sign. And then Arjun came by. And that guy said, hey, Arjun, bro, can you sign my paper? So I thought, okay, at least sir is better than bro. But
yeah. How significant is stilling the mind? You know, in terms of chess, even shooting, you got to be absolutely calm. Okay, you're thinking, but you still got to be calm and make your moves or fire the pellet. So, what are the kind of mental exercises you do? I mean, Is it meditation or?
Actually, again, you're describing an ideal state. No one is calm during a game.
Yeah.
It's not possible. I mean, literally, the experience on the chessboard is you go there thinking, I'm going to stay calm, I'm going to make logical decisions, and then you get caught in the game. And no matter what you do, you get. That's why people who train often by practicing and playing online and so on, at least they're used to that feeling. Okay. So being calm is an idealized statement. I would say more, you should be aware. You should be aware that you're not thinking clearly, that not everything should be trusted, and you should have mechanisms to step back every once in a while and look from a different side. One of the most interesting things my mother told me long back was, get up and go to your opponent's side of the board and look at the board from there, which actually is quite profound. In the same way, just not letting your hand make the move, pausing for 1 second, you'll see something you didn't see before because you're in this heightened state of alertness and tension. So these kinds of things, if you have the awareness to know that you could be doing something horribly wrong, and then you go ahead and play fast, that's fine. That's already we call it a sense of danger. The chess player who's most likely to have problems is the one who doesn't have a sense of danger during a game. You should be aware that all the things that we do wrong, that's actually a heightened state of concentration. So that's more realistic than calm. Calm is the ideal, and of course, at home, it's like charging a battery. You get as much sleep, you train physically and all, so that your calm state lasts longer in the game than anything, but ultimately it will go. At the decisive moments, you will either be elated or you'll be tense, and that's something you just have to accept. And so a lot of our training is also how do you play under pressure.
I mean, do you have bad days in terms of wake up on the wrong side of the bed, mood swings, and then you still have to play a game? So how do you cope with that? How do you filter that out and then say, okay, this is a game I'm playing, I'll just focus on this?
If you ever find out, let me know. I mean, bad days are constant, and you cope. You accept that. Again, you think that's the more realistic state. Some days will be bad, some days will be good, and I've got to get on with the job, and you develop habits to play, being unhappy. I mean, that is the real world in a sense. So just like in a game, you shouldn't expect to be in an ideal situation. You also, bad days are normal, but before a game, I'm going to block these things out. 5 minutes before a game, I'm going to block these things out and go and try and play. That's how you deal with it. And again, all the technical training we do and all is to minimize that. The more things you know for sure, you don't have to solve anything on the board. If you don't have to solve anything on the board, it doesn't matter. I can be in the worst, I can have the worst morning, I can be really upset, but if my opponent falls into a line that I know till the end, there's no work for me at the board. I just play it out. So then it doesn't matter how badly I'm playing because I know the correct moves. It's that kind of thing. The more you know and train and think, over time, the better you'll be at the board in unexpected situations. I think that's what all the training and work is for.
Could you speak something about this book? It's very interesting in terms of life lessons from your career, storied career. It's not exactly pop philosophy. I mean, all of us have read Robert Fulghum, we've read Tuesdays with Morrie and all that, which deals with life lessons and said in a very simplistic way, or chicken soup for the soul. But this much more deeper, Vishy draws stuff from his own life and talks about incidents, has a good laugh at himself, which is very important, and then says this is how you could go about it. This is my way. It may not be applicable to you, but this is one way to go about it. How did this idea come about, this particular book?
We thought, why not distill? It's quite similar to the stories in Mindmaster, my first book. But the idea was to distill it better, rewrite it a bit, generally towards a new audience. I feel like a lot of the things I have faced, as I mentioned before, even if what I'm talking about you can't relate to, the feelings I'm talking about while I was in those situations, you should be able to relate to. And even a youngster should be able to relate to it quite easily. Because it's the same thing, right? No matter, I mean, whether you're going for an exam or going for this, or the decisions you have to make, the forks in the road, how to deal with situations where people are hostile. I mean, we all grow up in a loving household and then suddenly you're thrust out into the world. These kinds of stories ought to be relevant to everyone. And then we tried to, we rewrote it with that view in mind. And hope, but at the same time, as you say, not too much advice, a little bit of fun. This is how I ended up here. This is how I came out. And even I don't think that was the best, but you know, I can laugh about it now. Yeah. And that's the gist of the book, I would say.
That's a lovely takeaway in this book where you say you're never too old to goof up, right? I mean, you speak about a particular game and then you presume you're one and you stand up, and then the opponent also presumes that you are one because of your stature or whatever. And then you suddenly realize for a split second you are actually in a very vulnerable state. You could actually blown that game. And then you're thankful that the opponent didn't notice, and you walk away, right, as a victor. And then you don't reprimand yourself. You just say, look, it's okay. Sometimes you goof up, right? I mean, it's part of life. I mean, this kind of awareness.
Yes, we've always supposedly trained ourselves to be aware of this, but now it's in your face. The computer will almost always in seconds point out what you did wrong. And that's just a learning thing, and you can't, again, you should expect to have made a lot of mistakes. I mean, the day somebody tells you, you know, you are actually playing very well, you should be very proud because it's a rare day. But I'll be honest, I mean, the days I win, I can handle any feedback. It's very hard on the days you lose, but that's when you put some cold water, try to think, and make some lasting memory for next time. That is not only what went wrong, but what situation you are when it went wrong is the more interesting information.
Just to take back to your school days in Don Bosco, right? I think some of your classmates were, Arun Swami was your classmate or schoolmate or whatever, yeah. I remember there was this KBC, I think Prakash Raj was the host, and there was a question, a chess question, and then Arun Swami just calls you and then he says, you know, how he's my schoolmate, and then at one point I thought I could play chess, but then I realized that he's far too superior to me. So having studied in institutions like Don Bosco or Loyola, you know, sometimes the temptation could be to follow the tried and tested pathways, but then you just veer towards chess. How difficult or how easy was the choice?
So two things. I got into chess when I was 6, so that choice I made very early. And honestly, when people ask me, when did you decide to become a chess player, that is, you know, as a job? A chess player once told me, actually none of us decide to become a chess player. We just, some of us decide not to become a chess player. So it actually goes in the other direction. Typically it's an act of realism. You think, look, this was really fun, but you know, it's not a stable career. I don't like the traveling. Some other aspect of it you discovered that you don't think you want to be dealing with for the rest of your life. But even chess players who moved on to other careers will often come and play a weekend tournament every once in a while. It's part of who they are. And I was very lucky in one important way. My parents were generally very, very supportive. They never once brought up the idea that I might have to take a difficult career choice. I think they also left this difficult moment for later, thinking, well, if we have to deal with it then, we'll do it then. But this moment was going to come the 10th standard when I'm choosing what stream I'm going to be in, 12th standard, and probably when you finish your university. I mean, in those days, skipping university didn't even occur to us. So, though I hardly really studied, but I went through my BCom. 10th standard, right before my 10th standard exams, I became national champion for the first time. A few months after my 12th standard exams, I became a grandmaster and world junior champion. So, and when I...
That's 1988?
87 December is when I finished the thing. I obviously passed out in March, April. And when I finished my BCom, I was in the top 5 in the world. And then there is no question. What is the reason I'm going to give not to continue playing chess? So for me, during the most difficult moments, but then you think your luck, it's also there. Imagine if I had won the national title 1 year later. I would have had, should I be in this stream, should I be in that stream, all that stuff. Same problem the next thing. But it seems like almost at the right moment that chess itself was calling me, so it felt like that. And I don't remember ever having this difficult conversation with myself. It was just obvious I was going to play chess.
How comfortable are you in, athletes showing some emotion in the game? Like nowadays we had this thing about, okay, so-and-so is very gentlemanly and he respects the rules and stuff, and then there are people who probably knock down the pawns and in a fit of rage. How do you see this behavioral pattern?
Yeah, getting some laughs there. Look, then you didn't do these things. Nobody in the 70s did this stuff because nobody was there to record it. Okay. And they didn't have anything to record it with. So at most they would write, and they would just write, he's rude. Okay. And he's unsportsmanlike. Whereas on video, you think, maybe, but still it's cool. Video has that different effect on people. Yeah. So, and on second thing, very early, I think even my parents, my mother must have told me before the game, if you make a mistake, don't immediately look sad and make shows. At least try to be quiet. Your opponent may not guess. Okay. So, it seemed very sensible to keep your cards close to your chest. That didn't really prepare me for a world where there'd be 7 phones strapped next to me recording video. And, nowadays we have one on the opposite side of the board, zooming in on your face. One on my side of the board, zooming in on my opponent's face, and 4 or 5 different angles, and they try to capture everything. Now there's a lot of performance for the camera because the stuff is going to end up on some platform. We're told content. You have to produce content, and so people's behavior is changing as well. It still doesn't come easily to me. But I would say that, for instance, Nakamura's throwing his king to the audience. The organizers actually asked both of them to do it. So, yeah, of course, because organizers said, look, it'll be nice to stir up some attention. Why don't you throw the piece into the audience or something, whichever one of you wins. And so when Naka won that game, he said, I think he even nudged to Gukesh like, it's my turn, and then he took this and threw it in the audience. And I don't think Gukesh thought of it as a problem at all. So again, a lot of this stuff. But if, in that particular case, it's thing, Hikaru is a streamer. And so he thinks nothing of bringing thing because he thinks that's how you sell chess. You have to open up and show your emotions, and that's what people can relate to. So now it's very funny to be backside and see it happen and then come out and see what people, but it had the effect of getting a lot of people to talk about it, right? But it doesn't come naturally to me. It's very hard to change in your 40s and suddenly do this kind of spontaneous stuff. Though I think now even I permit myself to get annoyed after the game or tell someone to get lost if they're, but I'm not the biggest performer. It's just how it is.
You've been always evangelical about chess, but you also have a larger view on sport, Olympic gold quest. You're associated with Geet Sethi, Prakash Padukone, Rahul Dravid. You're looking at India as a sporting superpower, how it can emerge, do better. And Ion is here, sports editor. He's sitting somewhere here. And he would vouch for it. He's standing there. So he'd vouch for it, like Sportstar A.S panel awards, jury. He's a member of the jury there. And he will specifically speak about chess, but he'll also give a wider perspective on other sport. You clued in and, So how do you look at this entire sporting ecosystem in India?
First of all, the number of fans, the number of people interested in multiple sports is going up. Turns out you don't have to be either for cricket or for something else. You can be both. And the nice thing is people follow multiple sports. And that matters because somewhere downstream, it benefits the players in terms of the access to facilities or little sponsorship or support. It works. Obviously, I think Olympic Gold Quest does a fantastic job. Especially we stay very close to the players. Someone from the team will always be in touch with the players. Do they need something? Do they need support? So for those of you who perhaps don't know, Olympic Gold Quest was founded by Geet Sethi and Prakash Padukone 25 years back. No, sorry, 20 years back, and then based on Geet's experience even before that. And now we do a lot of fundraising to support a couple of hundred athletes, lots of para-athletes as well, and so on. But Indian sport is coming up. I mean, people are determined to play. As we're becoming a richer country, we're able to catch up to global standards. And I think, and hope that all this effort will suddenly pay off. I mean, I still think just like things happen slowly and then very fast, maybe once we close that gap, it will start to accelerate much faster. Still, everything is very uneven in the country, but you can't deny that nowadays awareness about sport and awareness of every sport, what is it they are doing and what is difficult, what makes it difficult, what is the barrier they have to raise, all these things are getting better. And I think our ambitions have gone up. There's not an athlete today who thinks going and participating in the Olympics is a big deal. They only think if I go and win a medal, otherwise what the hell. They know it doesn't matter. They think I have to win something and only then it matters. And you know, I'm going to dream of being amongst the best. And so tying ourselves to global standards or the best standards rather than something lower down. So hopefully, you know, with that and is growing up, and maybe as a nation also we feel that. So hopefully the results will be coming.
I mean, Chennai is special for you in terms of chess, but there's also a Spanish connection, right? Could you speak about those days in Spain? I mean, what kind of shaped you there? How many years were you there in Spain?
I was there something like 16 years, and even before that I'd been traveling there multiple times. So I was looking for a place in Europe to base myself because in those days the majority of tournaments were in Europe. So, and plus in those days if you wanted to work with someone, it's very hard to say I'm a 10-hour flight away, but we can meet next week and do it. Whereas if you're right there and it's a 1-hour flight, then you tend to meet up more often and work. So I wanted to work with my trainers there and so on. And I was thinking more of some English-speaking countries for obvious reasons, but I started to play this tournament in Linares. And there I met an elderly couple, Mauricio and Nieves. More or less became my second parents. I had a home to stay, they would help me with a lot of stuff. And at some point, connected the two things and I thought, well, why not buy a house in their town so that I'm near them and at the same time, well, very close to Madrid and everywhere. And it was a great time. I mean, Spain was the top organizing country in chess in those days, and I benefited immensely from it. Actually, I never moved there fully. Always had a foot in both places, but and you know, when a year later I got married, and Aruna also came. Initially she didn't know anything about Spain, but she picked up the Spanish language, and both of us enjoyed the culture there, making friends, and so almost all my world titles, in fact, maybe except the last one, every other title was there. I mean, I was living there, obviously visiting here very often. It was where I lived, at least part-time, for the biggest part of my career. Let's put it that way.
How significant is Aruna's role in your life? Could we have a round of applause for Aruna? She's sitting somewhere here quietly, very discreetly. How significant is her role in your life?
Obviously, huge. We got married in '96 in June, and she didn't start out knowing a lot about chess, but she picked it up pretty fast. I mean, already a year later, without actually learning the rules, she had figured out the rules by just seeing my games often enough. And Then at some point we settled on this arrangement. I mean, we evolved towards it where because she was working in advertising before, and so we settled on this arrangement where she would handle, the public side and communication, dealing with a lot of people, and I would focus more and more on chess. And eventually this became everything else, and I would focus on chess. But it made a lot of sense because as it was, she's much better at a lot of stuff than I am. And the other thing is, of course, having your wife really as part of your team. I would say really we won all our titles together. And it also meant that she's not only with me, but also I can bounce off, if I'm frustrated about something, I can unwind in front of her. And maybe I've done so more than was called for even. I think there might be once I had lost 2 games, had a very disastrous start, and she was trying to make me feel better, and she said something like, tomorrow will be better. And I said, that's all very well, but do you have anything against the Berlin opening? Because that would be more helpful. And she said, like, why do So, okay, so it's typical husband-wife interaction. We're close. We were able to be very, very frank with each other and so on. And I depended on her huge deal, even for my chess. Of course, now with Akhil, she travels less, but my career is also in a different phase.
How do you look at Akhil's evolution as a painter? You also had a show recently on Mount Road, and how do you look at his creative endeavor?
No, I'm incredibly proud of what he has done. He started to work on his art. I mean, we discovered he was interested in art, and then we found ways of keeping him engaged, expose him to different teachers and so on. And he works very, very hard at it. I mean, he got into the idea of doing math patterns, finding math patterns in nature. I think he saw one documentary and a book about the subject and this theme. So he always tries to, whenever there's a painting and there's a couple of spirals and squares and things like that, you think, that's Akhil. He talks about his art, he promotes it, and he even works with this company, Hasta. So they have a lot of merchandise and stuff that they produce. All the proceeds go to charity, and he's licensed his art to them for that. And he enjoys it very much. Last year in August, he had his first art exhibition, and it was an amazing experience, solo art exhibition. And we enjoy that very much.
Thank you very much, Bishi.
Thank you.
We'll throw the floor open for questions. The gentleman here. Can someone pass the mic to him here?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Sudhakar from ICFI.
Hi.
Sir, as we grow, we keep an eye on maintenance. For example, half-yearly medical checkups, blood markers, cholesterol, this and that. So what would a chess player do for that maintenance kind of it? Would it be a kind of neuroscience mapping to the brain or anything like that happens actually? Or I'm imagining too much?
There might be players who are, the thing is, again, it's a very competitive world. So whatever you're doing, you won't tell the others, especially something far, quite advanced like that. I'm not aware of a lot of people who go through brain mapping. In fact, I don't think you can correlate it at that level. Like, this is how the brain functions, this is the move that will come out. But we pay attention to performance, what correlates well with it, and all that. Of course, once you reach your 50s, you check your health for other reasons as well. And this is probably a good thing because just like at the chessboard, the first thing is to have a very realistic idea where you stand. Not where you think you stand, I mean, if you ask people to guess their own fat percentage or their cardio potential, I think it'll be either too high or something. But you want to get a realistic aspect and then work to improve the parameters you need to. Mainly because the rewards are in the future, but they're really worth it.
The lady here, the question, the mic to her, please. Yeah, you. Yeah. Mic to her.
Hello.
To her.
I have a question.
Okay, fine.
Go ahead.
What's the routine after you lose an important match?
I think for 1 hour, I don't do anything. If you're whining and you're angry and you're generally annoyed about everything, nothing will really work. But you give yourself that 1 hour to. So I think it's better not to ignore an emotion. You're angry at yourself, you're mad at yourself. You give yourself a little bit of time to deal with it, like an outlet. But at the end, at some point, you say, okay, fine. Now I have to draw a line and think about the next game. And then you have to block that game and pretend, okay, the tournament starts today. Tomorrow, I have these feelings about this opponent, so I'm going to deal with that, whatever. But I think it's better to give yourself, if you're upset, it's better to give yourself time to let it out.
Sir,
Yeah.
I
Hi,
have
sir.
a question.
I think the mic is just stuck.
I think the mic is there, they're just all passing it. But
Hello?
Go ahead, one more.
How do you
one second.
feel if you're playing a match with Magnus? What are the thoughts that occur in?
Quite similar to what I would feel against any really strong player, but more so because and then you're more attuned to all the things he can do. And since he's an all-rounder, in general, he's able to do a lot of things at the chessboard. Your concentration's more heightened. You try to block memories of the previous games, the ones that didn't go well for you. You try to think, but in the end, you have to make good moves. There's no other secret.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Hello.
If you can get the mic back in.
Yeah, hi, sir. Yeah,
Okay.
good afternoon. Sir, initial years you've been practicing with the computers, so now AI will be there. So what will be the challenges? You will provide the challenges to AI, right?
In a sense, we've always been working with computers, and our work starts where it finishes. And now it finishes further and further, so there's less work for us. But what happens is instead now we spend more and more time trying to understand not only what are the best moves, which we can see, but why, the underlying explanation. And that's where the workload has shifted. But in general, you have to use the latest equipment because you want to have the most up-to-date answers.
So how
let's move to the next
Thank you,
question.
sir.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is that a lot of people face a lot of mental health problems, so be it depression, anxiety. How would you recommend the younger generation deal with that? Especially in the world of chess, especially since it's such a big problem in the sports world as well.
Okay, so the first thing is being depressed about your prospects, being depressed about the state of your game, thinking that everything is going to end. These are all normal emotions. I've had them many times. And as I mentioned, it's probably worth allowing it to stay. I mean, you can't push the thought out of your head. Your brain is not going to cooperate with you. So you let it go for a while, then try to change this. First, you change the subject. If you have a good hobby, switch to that for a while. It gives you some space. You do some activity or take a break. So quite often when I'm feeling quite bad about my chess, I will not look at chess for 1 or 2 weeks, maybe even longer. Like when I lost my world championship title, I didn't look at chess for almost 3 months because I couldn't bear to do it. And then by that time, I was experienced enough to know that, well, if you're unhappy doing something, there's no point doing it. You're not going to get anything done. So what I want to say is all these things are quite normal. And at what point it becomes a mental health issue, I'm not qualified to say. But I see it often enough that I feel that people should know when they should consult someone. And again, it's very important to have the feeling that any aspect of your life is only one part of your life, and your life is bigger than that. But that's more of a guiding philosophy, but hopefully I try to apply that.
One last question. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, ask.
Okay, I'll give you one finally at the end, okay? You've been standing up all day. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, ask.
So, Mr. Anand, what was the moment you fell in love with chess? Because at least I had one where I thought, like, I love this game. Like, I know I'll fail. I know I'll hang my queen. I know I'll make a blunders. I know I'll hate the game at some point, but I'm willing to take it in stride. And I'm still willing and I'm ready to get better at the game as, like, a choice I have to make. What was the moment where you, like, kind of fell in love with chess and decided, like, this is the game I want to play and I'll do what it takes to get better?
I don't think it ever got that far, because long before that, when 3 years in a row you find yourself every Monday, every Thursday, every Sunday in a chess club playing chess, you suspect you've already fallen for the game, and it's kind of late already. And I couldn't imagine suddenly stopping that, and kind of just ended up there. So I fell into the game, and I ended up there. But looking back, I suspect it was the fascination of learning new stuff, but especially the pleasure in tricking an opponent and winning a game, that sort of thing. Okay, last question. The man in the white shirt. Yes, please. You go ahead and ask. He's been raising his hand forever.
Sir, good afternoon. I've been following you from school days at Don Bosco and Laila. We were rivals in cricket, beating and winning, losing and everything cricket, but there were no rivals in chess with you. There were no rivalry in chess with you because you were the only one in Chennai that time. Also, I read the article yesterday about that you were taking a nap after lunch, that your writing was would continue to write like yesterday.
I didn't catch the last one.
Yesterday, I read one article about your article in Elite for Life. Today or yesterday, I think, one article came, the Hindu, about, I think I read.
Yeah, sure.
I think you should continue to write also biography.
Yeah. Thank you. Rivals are always there, actually. There's always someone you have to get past. I mean, maybe the gap is very big, but still, I have found that there are hurdles to be crossed, and there are always things that can go wrong, even when there's a big gap. I mean, I mentioned earlier that if you don't have a sense of danger, something unexpected will happen. I think same thing here. If you feel your rivals don't threaten you at all. In fact, one of the most profound pieces of chess advice I've heard is play only in tournaments where you have a chance of losing, but also a chance of winning. If you're playing tournaments where you have no chance of losing, you're not learning anything. If you play a tournament where you have no chance of winning, you're wasting your time also. So, and I remember having rivals in school chess tournaments. I remember having rivals in Tal Chess Club. I remember having rivals when I was chasing the Grandmaster title. I think once you get past them, it's easy to forget that, but I always had rivals is how I remember it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Satish, can you just, Vishy, the children from Orchard International School, Bangalore, they have a memento for you. Yeah, please come.
They are one of the sponsors, so they wanted to personally give it to you. Come this way.
So ladies and gentlemen, on stage are the children from the Orchids International School presenting Mr. Vishwanathan Anand with a token of appreciation. Can we give them a round of applause? A lovely gesture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So our audience, you can interact with our authors at the signing area outside. We'll have the Hindu team escort you. There's a meet and greet area outside, so you can meet our authors, have your copies of the books signed. We also have all of the books available for purchase today, so that's going to be the format throughout the day, so you can pick up a copy of your favorite book and have it signed by the author themselves. We have the stall just outside, and they are here to meet and greet our audience members. We'll just take a few moments for everybody to get settled before we move on to our next session, and requesting our audience members who have just arrived to please make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you so much. Just give us a couple of moments to set up for our next panel discussion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this session is sponsored by NITE, the reservation you'll never get. So this is going to be a deliciously insightful conversation on food, culture, and aspiration. So please welcome with a big round of applause on stage our speakers for this panel. Chef Kavan, Kuttappa, can we have a big round of applause? Chef Hussain, Shahzad, and Chef Vinesh, Johny. They will be in conversation with Shonali Muthalaly, Associate Editor, The Hindu. Rock stars, welcome. Shonali, over to you.
Hi, thank you all for coming. We were wondering whether to hand out some restaurant reservations along with this. I told these chefs they should just throw them into the audience. Whoever catches it, catches it. I don't know how many of you have tried to get into their restaurants. I have, and I have. Can you all hear now? Okay. I don't know how many of you have tried to get into these restaurants. I have, and I have not been able to. Kavan over there has got Eat Naru. They do 20 seats, but there are 5 seatings a night. That's about 600 seats in a week. Reservations open at 8 p.m. on Monday, and at 8:02 they're gone. And I just don't know how people get seats so fast. Hussain only has 12 seats. They open reservations once a month, and apparently from the many people ranting angrily online, those are sold out in 20 seconds. Now I get fastest fingers first, but who in the world can get a seat in 20 seconds? And Vinesh, every time he opens a restaurant in Bangalore, I wait for 3 months before I go, because otherwise you're going to be standing in a long queue. He's with Kopatiyam La and Levon and Lick. So let's start with Kavan. When you started Eat Naru, did you think it was going to become a cult restaurant?
Not really. I just wanted to open a small ramen shop like the ones I'd seen in Tokyo. That was the physical design I had in mind, and I just envisioned that. I started with 8 seats. The dining area was about 90 square feet, and the kitchen was about 180. It was a really tiny space. It was smaller than most like bedrooms, or in some cases, like a really small space. That's what I'd seen in Japan, and that's what I envisioned, and that's what I went for, but never imagined we'd be here sitting and talking about it, or about reservations.
Yeah, because right now, earlier we were all very excited about eating at a restaurant, and now I don't know whether 90% of the excitement is about getting into the restaurant, because with some of these places it's so hard to get in. Hussain, Papas, my God, people are so angry. What did you do? And you only have 12 seats a night.
Yeah, it's largely, Shonali, it's not what I did. It's, well, for what Papa's is, it's an intimate 12-seater chef's counter, right? We choose to do it 4 nights a week, and that gives us a cumulative of 16 services a month, so which gives me an inventory of 190 seats to sell a month. And the way we sell our reservations is that we do it on the 1st of every month for the following month, so that on the 1st of Jan, you book for the month of February. And that's how our reservation system rolls, because that gives us enough time to be able to kind of, design the experience to the way that we'd like to do it, because the power to do more with 12 people exists. And I just think that, for me, personally, I feel it was a really, when we opened Papa's in 2024, I thought it was a really exciting time to be cooking in India. And I think it still is a very exciting time to be cooking in India. The ecosystem is evolving. The diners are evolving. There is so much chatter around food. Indian food's having a moment on the global scale. There is so much recognition for everything that is coming out of India. And to say the least, we're also just as cooks and chefs in the F&B space leveling up to everything that's out there. So, you know what I mean? Like, there is clearly, with Papa's, never anticipated this kind of a mob of demand, but there is, and 2 years in, we're coming up on 2 years in February this year, and nothing's changed.
What about, we don't really have, I always tell them we're so lucky we don't stand in line over here for our restaurants yet. But Vinesh, when you see people standing, I know when Kopitiam La opened, you had long lines. When Lick opened, you had lines. I'm sure it feels good, but is it also stressful to have this kind of pressure with so many people? Because of course, if I'm standing for 1.5 hours, that meal better be fantastic.
Yeah, I think, first of all, really happy to be here, and thank you all for coming. I mean, it's always been, we are a country which has so many people. So there's obviously a lot more people in the country than the number of seats in a restaurant. And when the product is that good or slightly better, there's obviously people who want to come and want to try it out. And once they come in and try it out, then the word of mouth spreads, and then people start telling everybody else, and then more people come in, and that keeps continuing. Of course, social media adds a lot more to the drama, and people obviously want to tell everybody what they're up to. And that brings in another influx of people. But this has been consistent with Lavon from the time we started a school. Even back then, we used to have a waiting for almost a year for people to join the programs. That still continues now because we've been consistent in how we put out students out for people who want to pursue baking as a career. And that sort of DNA continued with every brand that we open.
So do you think that a lot of it just has to do with bragging rights, getting into your restaurants?
I wouldn't say it's bragging rights, I think it's evolved into that space where it's become a bragging right. I've spoken about this before. I'd rather you just come for the meal than the bragging rights, I'd be very happy if you were dining in the restaurant just to eat that food, be it Hussein's or Vinesh's or mine. It's become that because of, I think it's a demand versus supply thing. We're trying to do as much as we can, but if the demand outweighs it, then becomes a thing. And over the years, it's developed into something that's become a bragging right.
I think, see, Shonali, I think I'll set the record straight, right? None of us ever opened restaurants or cooked the way we do with an intention that, hey, we want people to come to our restaurants and brag about the fact or go outside there and let this be a flex for them that they ate at one of our restaurants. We put our heads down and we create, we are all creators. We create with the intention of wanting to just put our best work out there for everybody to consume, critique, and enjoy. But over a point in time, like he mentioned, right, it has become something that kind of people want to use as a flex or kind of brag about, and to each their own. Like, we're doing it with the right intentions of wanting to cook a delicious meal, offer a great evening and create like those amazing moments that make you feel seen, heard, and feel absolutely special about yourself. And that's exactly why we do this every night, right? I don't think any of us sitting here have ever thought that, hey, I'm opening a restaurant because I want people out there to go and brag about wanting to stand in line at my restaurant. Yeah, we secretly sometimes dream of having serpentine lines. That'd be really cool. But that's not the only intention with which we ever do this, to be honest.
And all of you really are in cities which are very competitive. You've got great food scenes. Hussain is also Bombay Canteen, the Bombay Sweet Shop, Veronica's, and O Pedro. And also very importantly, he's a Chennai boy, so he's back home, and his mom is in the audience. So why do some restaurants just become more special? Is marketing a large part of this?
Okay, I've been told to say yes. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's well, it's like I say, right? Being in hospitality is a very, very tough business, right? Being in F&B is absolutely tough. A lot of people in the audience over here would agree with me that there is a lot of sacrifice for the glamour that goes behind running a restaurant or running a food business in this country. The amount of sacrifice almost goes unseen and unheard. Real conversations around it seldom happen. Everybody looks at the glamour of it. Social media shows the glamour of running a food business in this country today. But the thing is that to run a food business or to run an amazing hospitality company in this country or anywhere else in the world requires an entire village to come together to kind of make that happen. And you know, at Hunger Inc., I mean, all of us very strongly believe that none of our restaurants or none of anything that we do could be just one person's doing. It has to be some collaboration of everyone's dreams coming together and trying to make a restaurant come to the foray, because going out today is not about going out for a good meal or a great drink. It's about going out to kind of, you know, forget your life for those 3 hours and then pick it up where you left it off at. Like, it's about that entire experience of that evening. So the minute you get off your car, give it to that valet, till the time you pay the bill and leave the restaurant, it's everything. It's everything. It's also how you heard about our restaurant and got there. So I think everyone plays a very significant role. So it cannot just be the chef, the front of the house team, and I hate calling it a front of the house team, but it's just one team, or the marketing machine that churns behind it, or the PR machine. No, it's not just one person. It's everything that works together so seamlessly to make it happen.
And another thing that happens with these three is they're chefs, but they're also entrepreneurs, they're also owners. Last night we were with Chindi, we had gone to Zoyu, and then they continued to party, and I think they were at the quarter at Savera. But you know, a lot of what I love about all these chefs is everybody supports each other, because I think you understand how hard it is to run a restaurant and to be a chef owner of a restaurant. Do you want to talk about that, all three of you?
Yeah, I think what's amazing is that all of us are ridiculously passionate about what we do, which is, when you said like marketing is one part of it, right? But because you're so passionate about every single detail, that the product automatically becomes better and better. I was spending time with Kavan last night, but he was on his phone looking at what's happening in his restaurant most of the time, because he's that obsessed about how his operations are. Or this morning I woke up and found out that the coffee machine at one of the Lavon stopped working, and we know that that's not the ideal way to start a Sunday morning at any of our, you know, cafes. And then trying to firefight and fix all of that. And some restaurateurs may not be as stressed as us, which is what sort of helps us also like push forward and try to create better experiences for our guests. And yeah, that's all that we're passionate about. And I think that slowly pays off over time for people to constantly keep coming back and expecting something amazing at one of the things that we do.
Yeah, because I've been writing about restaurants for a while, and through the years, what I've always seen, and I sort of notice the moment I walk in, is when you have a chef owner over there, it's probably going to do well, because you have somebody who's passionate, who's on the floor, meeting customers, bussing tables, like they're doing everything. What would both of you say?
When we're working as chefs, right, we thought we are the most hardworking people. The servers are not doing too much work, and the marketing team's not doing. We're in here cleaning, cooking, in blood, sweat, and tears. Wait till you take ownership of a place. It gets much worse, because you're in there trying to do anything from the AC to you need to be an all-round person, I feel. But like you said, I agree with you. I feel like when there's a person who's come through the ranks and you're trying to run a place, it's run a little bit differently from someone who's just running a restaurant. While there are very successful restaurateurs too, but like I feel when you're from the industry or from the back of the kitchen or you've been through the grime of it, yeah, and you just know how to place yourself better.
I was going to ask everybody how many hours they work, because I know that chefs work really long hours, but I'm scared to ask Hussain because he says he goes in whenever he feels like. And I want you to tell them how hard it is.
No, so honestly speaking, on an average, my day kind of averages between, I mean, if I had to say it, between 14 and 15 hours a day. And even today, right, it used to be much longer earlier, and then like I've had the ability to build teams across. Like the thing is that the beauty of kind of climbing to the top of the food chain is that you need to be able to sustainably nurture talent under you, so that takes a little bit of pressure off you. And as a chef, if you're not being able to kind of build your second in commands, or you're not able to build sustainable teams and nurture talent, then you're going to continue to do the same kind of work over and over again, just going to get better at it, but you're not going to ever be able to kind of take a step back and look at the larger picture, which is your job to look at the larger picture, because you want to be able to see what you can do better for everyone holistically. But if you get stuck with the nitty-gritties, and I can say that for business owners and everyone, if you get stuck, I mean, I'm sure you can do it better. I'm sure I can chop an onion better than an employee that I hire today. But, well, my job is to teach him to do it as well as I can, or as good or as fast as I do it. And that's where my success lies. And I think that you need to be able to understand that, and you need to embrace that. Because I see a lot of people trying to be like, oh yeah, I still work 18-hour days. Well, that's not a flex. You shouldn't be. You should be investing that time in doing something better for your, well, organization, your restaurant, your teams at large. And I think that's where, it is. And yeah, the joke I made earlier was, it's beautiful, no, that you don't have a shift. Your roster always has a smiley face in it. Your team also knows that your shift begins when you get there. So it's fun.
Do you find that diners are more appreciative now of food? Because I've been seeing, especially post-COVID, every time you have one of these special pop-up dinners, they used to price it as Kagan Anand for 30,000, and I'll say, oh, which fool's ever going to pay that much? And it'll be sold out. And then Massimo will come for 50,000 a plate, and that'll sell out. So are people really more excited about experiences now, which is why they're willing to invest the time and the energy to stand in line, to wait, to book their tickets, to pay for them in the black market? Tell us about that as well.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if I had to say that, yeah, I think everyone's waking up to the idea that experiential dining in today's day and age in India is taking, people are taking it on really, really well. People are seeking these experiences out. Actually, what's really happened is that post-COVID, the world's opened up so much that people have traveled abroad. They've experienced all of this abroad, and now they seek the same kind of experiences back home. And here we are kind of trying to provide them that opportunity to be able to come in and experience all of our brands, our hard work, our restaurants at the same level as they would have anywhere else in the world. So, like I mentioned earlier, we are all leveling up, and it's a very exciting time in the food and beverage space in India right now. It's the most, I feel like I started working in India in 2015 when I came back and was at the Bombay Canteen, right? Like in these years, I've seen the landscape of food and beverage evolve so much in front of my own eyes, and there was so much happening then, and there's a lot more happening today. And to say the least, well, I could, 31 minutes is not enough for me to say anything that's been happening in the food space today.
Yeah, but also, dining out has increased by consumers a lot more, right? Like, probably we used to go out maybe once a month when I was a kid, but now you're going out maybe 2-3 times a week, and some people do it almost every other day, or you're ordering from the restaurants that you like. Then what are the restaurants that's actually going to make you feel even more special when you have a special occasion to celebrate? And that's what a Papa's would do, or a Famlo would do. And so creating those spaces for you to be able to take that experience of dining to another level is also important. And I think there's going to be a lot more restaurants that's going to come out to be able to celebrate the special occasions.
We want to know about your black market, Kavan, and whether you're quietly making extra money on noodles.
You must only be selling it in black.
I feel like it's that. When we on your way out, there'll be somebody saying noodles, 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 noodles. Just get your tickets there.
So the story is we found a Reddit user selling tables for a markup on Reddit. This was something that was happening on Reddit, and somebody brought it to our notice. And I can't control what happens outside, but dear Reddit user, we know your name, we know who you are. Please stop. No, but this is what happens to the economics of it. I feel like if there's something in scarcity, there's always some other way to do it. But that's not our intention. It's a small space. We don't want it to get too crowded. We don't want to have lines that are never ending and then outside the door. That's why we have like a system in place. And most of the time it works.
So be honest, how many people are eating and how many people are Instagramming at your restaurants?
I think everybody's eating. There's also some that are Instagramming, but like I said, I'd rather you come for the food.
So COVID changed things for everybody, and it changed a lot of things for the industry. And I think for three of you, it was really a space where you all, sat back, thought about what you're doing, and then started doing something completely different. And that's how Naru started. So why don't all of you tell us what you were doing? Vinesh, I used to see, when I was just sitting at home and couldn't go anywhere, she'd be like, "Hi, I'm on Instagram. I'm making croissants." No?
I started off with making puff pastry. I mean, I had to do something. It was just, I was like, how long can this go on for, right? Like, the first month was nice, chilling. Everybody was at home. We binge watched everything that we could watch on television. And then at some point, it did get boring. And I'd never baked at home ever. Like, the first time I'd ever baked was in a professional kitchen. There was no, romantic story of me baking with my grandma, any of that. We didn't even have an oven at home. So I was thrown in the kitchen at Oberoi, and the first time I started baking was at a professional kitchen. So for me to come back home and start using like home equipment was quite a revelation, because a lot of the students who actually come and learn with us are all home bakers as well, right? So it was really fun for me to try and see how a product can come out if you had to make it at home, and it almost came out as much as you would do it at a professional setup. So I did that for a while, and my followers from I think 25,000 or something like that shot up to 135,000 followers just in a couple of months. And then it was nice. It's not what I do anymore. I don't post recipes anymore. So my followers have stopped at 135,000 followers.
Yeah, they don't post anymore because they were supposed to, both of them, all three of them were supposed to give us reels, and I was like, when are you sending it? When are you sending it? When are you sending it? Finally, we forced them to do it at midnight yesterday.
So what we did during COVID was we just switched to teaching online, and it was one of the most beautiful experiences because we were teaching over 2,000-3,000 students every day, and it was incredible. It was one of the most profitable years for us.
Kavan? Oh, yeah, Kavan.
I think the Naru journey started in the lockdown. I feel like as low and down it was for FMB, I felt like we also got the most time to creatively sit and introspect into what we really wanted and with our free time. So I was sitting at home and making ramen and packing these home kits that I would then drive out and then dispatch from a center point in the city. I think every week I do a different ramen, and it was really fun because it was just me cooking in the kitchen alone. I was sharing fridge space with my mom, so we used to get into fights a lot. So then I just ended up buying a big commercial fridge and somehow fit it into the house. I think it was a great time to sort of create something, and that's what happened for me at least. I got a chance to cook ramen, and then that's where Naru was born.
COVID, what were you doing during the COVID break, Hussain?
No. Yeah, yeah, everyone's looking at the cat, yeah. No, but honestly, during COVID, listen, COVID led to these two amazing restaurants that we did after COVID, right? And I can never talk about Papa's in isolation because I cannot talk about Papa's without saying Veronica's in the same breath, because one led to the other. Or at least the way the space is, it always leads to the other. So the thing was that, like everyone in COVID, Vinesh was making videos, Chef Kavan was making ramen. I had a lot of time on my hands. I used to work in New York in 2013, 14, and the best part of my days in New York used to be the pastrami sandwich at Katz's Deli. And my one dream in life was when I came back in 2015 at the Bombay Canteen was to try and make an Indian version of a pastrami sandwich. So I tried really hard and couldn't do it. Obviously, you know, the challenges of everyday life took over and that project just got shelved and it was lying somewhere. Now COVID happened, a lot of time on my hands, and I was like, okay, great, let's revisit this idea of that brisket that I parked 5 years ago. Let me see what I can do. So I went back to it, worked on it a little bit. Funny story, in a couple of weeks, managed to brew a very decent batch of pastrami that I really loved. I put it out on Instagram. I just put one picture, and if you still see it, that picture exists on my Instagram handle where I'm holding the pastrami sandwich across the door of the Bombay Canteen. I kid you not, the Instagram DMs blew up. Everyone's like, where can I buy this? Where can I buy this? Where can I buy this? I was like, oh shit, I just made this for me to eat. Okay, clearly there's demand. Next weekend, I made a bigger batch. We sold it, 40, 50 sandwiches, and kept progressing to like 10x after very quickly. And that gave us an idea that, hey, listen, sandwiches is the easiest thing that you can put in a box, travels really well. People don't have to come to your restaurant to get it. We can ship it across wherever in Bombay. Why don't we do a sandwich shop pop-up? Very good. So we did something called the Sandwich Shack. We were working out of Opedro at that time because both of our restaurants were not open. Bombay Canteen was shut for 9 months. We all like focused on just working at Opedro's kitchen. So we're like, okay, we did Sandwich Shack from there, and then I had this huge repertoire of sandwiches that we made at the Sandwich Shack. So COVID ended, the recipes are lying over there. There's this 80-year-old bakery in the neighborhood I used to live in. It's called Ranvir in Bandra. It's just a very beautiful neighborhood in which a lot of the East Indian community lives. The East Indian communities are Catholics that came to work for the East India Company back in the day, and they just settled over there, right? So they're called East Indians. And bread was an integral part to their diet. This is an 80-year-old bakery that was the original pav bakery of Bandra. It was called Jude. So Jude came up on the market, and Samir, my co-founder, and Yash, they were walking across and they were like, okay, this place is up in the market. What do you think about it? I was like, we walked in, it was all broken and all of that. I was like, oh, this looks good, has a great charm. And what a lot of people don't know is that we lost Floyd in the thick of COVID in 2020. Floyd was my mentor and also the third founding partner at Hungerink. So when we lost Floyd, Floyd grew up 200 meters from Jude. And the beauty of it was that he had two loves in life. One was for bread, so he would call himself the resident Pawwala. His restaurant in New York was also called Pawwala. And the other love that he had in life was fine dining. So when we looked at this space has this beautiful attic, okay, in which this guy, back in the day, used to roast coffee. So when I looked at the space, Samir, I mean, I don't have the power to visualize a space. If I see something broken, I cannot visualize the potential in that space. I don't have it in me. But Samir and Yash surprisingly have it in them to be able to see something that doesn't exist, and then they make it happen. I don't know how they make it happen, but they do. And I think that's their superpower. So they looked at it, they saw a lot of potential. I was like, very small, this is very small, like typical chef mentality. Only electric, induction, all of that. I gave a million excuses to not make it happen. And then after a while, I'm like, no, this is so beautiful. This has something to say. It has, that building became this beautiful love letter to Floyd that we wanted to write because we started Veronica's downstairs because I had that whole sandwich repertoire from COVID lying with me. We took all of that, made Veronica's, which is our sandwich shop downstairs. And I always say that it's a New York style sandwich shop with the personality of a wine bar. That's exactly what Veronica's is. Does some great coffee, yada, yada, yada. And then we opened Papa's upstairs. And Papa's was only possible because Veronica's was downstairs.
So that's the other interesting thing, the economics of it. Because how do you run a restaurant where you only have 12 people? And you only have 12 seats. Yeah. And the other thing all of us were talking about was how, I don't know whether all of you have noticed that restaurants are getting smaller. So even if we look at Chennai, people are doing a format for 30 or format for 50 and not really going bigger than that. Though of course, Bangalore's got those crazy microbreweries. But what do you think the way forward is? Do you think we're going to see, I saw in New York, in Japan, everywhere we're seeing smaller places. It's more intimate, it's more fun.
I think it depends on what the product is. For example, what Papa's does, I think it's best served at a 12-seater because discussions with Hussain, it's him cooking, he's having these conversations with you. similar to Naru, which is 20 seats. And if you're drinking beer somewhere in a beautiful garden, it doesn't matter if there are 1,000 people or 10,000 people. You can make it as big as you can. But at Kopitiam and like most like restaurants that achieve a certain level of revenue, I feel like the sweet spot is about 75 to 80 covers, which is what I would think even Bombay Canteen would be. No? Covers? 120 covers. So for Bangalore, I think that's the nice size where you can not just like do great business, but also serve all of them with consistent food and consistent service experience.
Were you ever tempted to just make Naru huge? And also tell us about bar. I thought it'd be something very stylish. It'd be bar double or something. Please tell us how to pronounce your new place.
So yeah, the new bar is called Bar Double. It has 2 B's.
Double.
It's like with a twang. In Kannada, you say double. So I think that's what we were trying to go for. But yes, a huge Naru was never the plan. I think I was very happy with the first 8-seater, but then it was really tight, and then we had to make it slightly bigger. But we do have more space in the bar. It's nice. I feel like a little bit more space is usually nice if you were to hold more people, if you had to entertain more people. I think it comes really handy. But yeah, I feel like he said, like Vinesh said, I think it's very dependent on the food you're doing. If you're serving like, suppose it's an Andhra restaurant, right? And then it caters to a large group of audience, right? And then you would need to have that kind of a playing field to serve so many people. But if it's a niche sort of food product, and then you're still trying to figure it out, and it's not very widely known or appreciated, it's better off doing a smaller format, figuring things out, and then growing slowly, or do multiple small formats spread across the city. I think that makes more sense.
And is that really what audiences are looking for now? More special experiences?
I feel audiences are looking for more special experiences. Also, maybe smaller spaces have more sort of involved. There's a little bit more interaction. You see your food being made usually because it's small, and it's usually an open kitchen. It's not like a room that's cut off from the kitchen. It's usually part of the kitchen. So over-the-counter dining, countertop dining has become really popular for that. I really like it. I've always liked it. And Japan mostly runs on that. So I've been a fan, and I think it's slowly catching on.
I think one of the things that has happened with chefs like this, having the courage to do small spaces like this, is that we now in India have restaurants that are on par with anything in the world, anywhere, with London, with New York. We're as good. Would you agree? And when did you think this change happened? Has it always been post-COVID?
I think I would agree that yes, we are on par with any other F&B scene in the world right now. And I've been saying that enough today as well, that it's exciting to be here right now, and in the thick of it, because like you're trying to be the change you wish to see, and post-COVID, yes, the world has opened up a lot more to us. The audience has become a lot more adventurous, and I always say this as an analogy, right? Like if you go to a Bryan Adams concert and he doesn't sing Summer of '69, you're going to burn the place to the ground, irrespective, right? So sometimes you need to know what your audience wants, and you need to play the record or sing the song that they need to sing, because in 2015, if I had attempted a Papa's, I probably would have miserably failed, even if I was a great cook. And I feel like now, 10 years later, in 2024, when we did it, I think we had the right kind of moves. We'd done 3 restaurants by then. There was a certain amount of goodwill. The challenge with doing a tasting menu only restaurant that serves 12/13 courses a night to only 12 diners, and it's so exclusive, is that how do you kind of build the trust in the diner to actually kind of, one, open up their pockets, put in that kind of money ahead of time?
And could you also tell us how much?
Well, a meal at Papa's will set you back by 7,000 rupees just for the food plus taxes, and then alcohol is whatever you consume in the space is built. So on an average, anywhere between 10 and 12,000 is what people end up spending on a given night at Papa's per person. But again, like, it says something, right? That there is a certain amount of disposable income that's coming in, because 2 years in, we're just blessed and overjoyed and overwhelmed with the amount of love we have, that the restaurant's always booked out till 2 months in advance, with people lining up to book for the next open slots in the 3rd month.
And this was not something that happened in India earlier?
Never. Never. And I didn't expect it to happen with Papa's anyways also. So when we opened Papa's in 2024, I was like, oh my God, biggest gamble, super amount of butterflies in my stomach. Even after cooking in the city for 9 years in Bombay, having had 3 successful restaurants under my belt, had the best team to work alongside me, I was still so nervous when we opened Papa's, because I was like, well, this has not been done before. It's something that we are embarking on a journey that is different. Because there was no rule book when we opened Papa's. There is still no rule book. As in, the thing with Papa's is that we've rewritten the rules to the way, like a lot of people say, oh, this is fine dining redefined. I was like, what are you really redefining, and what are you benchmarking it against? Because to me, there was no rule book. The book was blank. The canvas was blank. We painted it the way we wished to paint it. You know what I mean? Like, that was the whole idea with Papa's. And I think 2 years in, we feel decently proud of where we are.
All of you been, and you were talking about how you sort of have to figure out what the audience wants and what the audience wants from each of you. All of you have been cooking for 15 years, longer?
Yeah, 15 now, I think.
What do you know your customers now? What do they want? How have they changed? And I would say in the last 5 years, I think that's where we've seen a lot of change.
I think customers in general are more well-traveled. I think there was a lot of travel that happened around COVID, after COVID definitely, and I think they know exactly what they want, and they're coming in with a good sort of insight about what they're having, the product they're eating. I feel like the spending power has increased a little bit in Bangalore since the last 5 years.
Spending power massively across the country, I think, yeah. And Chennai too, because I've been going on telling them, why don't you do anything over here? We have a great audience.
Of course, yeah, 100%. Look at them.
Hussain has to open his restaurant first. He's
Le
Chennai
Bon,
boy.
we want a Le Bon, we want... You do
Chef,
both you do pop-ups.
you're older than all of us, so I think we'll take suit from you. We'll let you open first.
Done. We'll open a Le Bon in Chennai.
We've got one.
Yeah, come on, guys. Hold him to it.
So
Finished.
we're close to ending, but I just want to know, does this difficulty to get in make a restaurant more desirable? Is that like the secret sauce when I'm standing there? Like, once I get there, if I waited an hour, I'm going to love this meal.
I think that's with anything. With not just getting into restaurants, anything exclusive and something that you're not able to have access to is what you really want. But the great thing about restaurants that Hussain and Kavan runs is that when you actually go there, you're more thrilled about having that experience and not disappointed. I've had the privilege to dine at both their restaurants and I've been blown away, which is why I've made a reservation to go next week and eat at Papa's. So I hope you guys get a chance to go and try out their restaurants. If you're coming to Bangalore, it's a little bit easier. I have a larger restaurant, so you'd get a table to come and eat. So no worry about this. It doesn't get sold out in 2 seconds or any of that. So please come.
Oh yeah, and Kopitiam La is great.
Yeah.
Kavan, when did scarcity become part of your brand?
I think along the way, I mean, we kind of shot ourselves in the foot when we started with an 8-seater. So I think scarce, physically, it was always scarce. Like, you know, it was always tough. So I think it was from the first week, I think it was always going to be less. And we're still playing catch up with how many people want to come in. But I think we're at capacity, at brim. But maybe we'll open another one. Maybe in Bangalore, maybe in Chennai. I don't know.
Oh, we can do with one. Hussain, how do we get it? I'm going to anticipate everyone's questions over here. How do we get a seat at Papa's? And how did Dua Lipa get a seat at Papa's?
Okay, I'll address the second part of the question first, okay? So, obviously, listen, that was the best night. Yeah, guys, you know what I'm talking about, but listen. So, Now, her team emailed us, whatever, so standard reply goes out that we were obviously sold for those seats. Now, the thing with the reservation at Papa's is that people pay upfront while they make a reservation, right? So the deal is that it goes against every principle and bone in my body to return the money and say that I'm canceling your reservation. That's never going to happen to anybody. And the other way is you make those people disappear. You can't. So then the thing was that that night when Dua Lipa wanted it, we wrote back to her saying that, hey, listen, we cannot just do the both of you. It was Callum Turner, her then boyfriend, now husband? They're married? I think they're married, yeah. They're married. And
Pap Hussain.
Hussain knows everything about Dua Lipa.
I don't want to know that fact, but it's okay. And it was her. And so they wanted to come in, and we were very clear that we can't just do the both of you that night because we already have a service that happens, and there are 12 other people signed up for that service. And luckily for me that night, like there's a God out there, 2 people eating in the restaurant were one of my closest friends and his partner. So I just picked up the phone, called them up. Hey, I was like, hey, listen, I'm going to owe you one if you do this for me. And I explained it out to him, and he was kind enough to cancel that night. And I offered him another date where I would kind of agree to fly him back in. He was coming all the way from, I think, Jaisalmer. I was like, I'm going to fly you back in, brother, to do this another time with us. Tonight, I need these seats. And I told him who was coming, and he was equally excited. So that's how Dua Lipa happened. There was no other way. There were 10 other people who did not know that Dua Lipa was dining with them that night. She came in, she sat, and can you imagine how special it was for those 10 people to be eating on the counter that night? I mean, of course, for us as a team also, but then Dua Lipa was there, and my general manager was so happy. He skewed in Dua Lipa songs into the playlist.
I was just going to ask you what you were playing, what music.
She sang every other song but her song. And I was like, oh, what up? Why? And I mean, she knew that we did it intentionally, but yeah, whatever. Like, it was great. It was fun because we thought that there would be a million dietaries and, there's going to be a lot of pushback because, well, with the most artists that we've dealt with in the past, they have dietary restrictions and they don't eat a certain set of things and stuff like that. And this is just sustenance to them. But she really enjoyed it. She asked for seconds of things. She had, we do a biryani in the style of a paella, and like she asked for seconds of that. And they were really enjoying themselves. So I feel like, they were equally involved in that entire meal. And everybody else that was seated at the table also was like fabulously just having a great time. They were trying to interact with her and stuff like that. It was wonderful. It was genuinely wonderful that evening.
And very quickly on the pushback all if you get when people don't get, I think in India especially, it's very hard to say no to anyone because it's like, oh, do you know who I am? And I want 10 tickets, 10 seats and I want them now. So you've had a lot of online abuse. I know Yash has gone on a rant about it. We did a story about this, about how angry Indian diners get when they don't get a seat. How do you deal with it? And also tell us about it. We want some of the tea.
Listen, there's nothing to be able to do to deal with it. I think you just need to kind of channelize your emotions better for us. Because yes, like on the 1st of every month, my Instagram DMs, my phone and my WhatsApp blows up with like at 11 a.m., 11:05, like, I didn't get it this month, I didn't get it, you guys are just, I mean, various forms of abuse, right? Like it just takes a hit on your mental health after a while because if you continue to do it for 6, 8, 10 months, every 1st of every month, you're just going to get badgered for doing what you do and just putting your heart and soul out there and putting your work out there. I mean, the intention was never to stop anybody from coming in. I would love it if people would come in and see all the hard work that we put into the food and the experience and consume it and have fun. Isn't that the goal? That is the goal, but like, it's the cards we are dealt with, right? That it was nothing else. I mean, the reason we do it 4 nights a week is that for people who have been at Papa's, you understand that this is an entire song and it's like an entire song and dance, and we cannot hold up our social battery for more than 4 days to be able to do it. I want to do it because I wish to do it, not because it's my job and I have to do it. So that's why we choose not to do it like 5 or 7 days a week. I wish for my team to get enough rest. That's the exact reason why we shut the restaurant for 3 days, so that we can be great. I have a very small team, a very small kitchen. That's how we work. But I wish to think about all of those things as well. And hence, that's the reason that we said that, okay, 4 nights works perfectly for all of us involved. And it makes us have the energy to give our guests the best night that they cannot forget. And that is why we're here. That's exactly why we're here, because people have waited, people are putting in a certain amount of money, people have saved up for this, probably, they're also celebrating an occasion that means so much, and that's a huge responsibility on us. And we want to do our best. We want to put our best foot forward. And hence, we decided that that 4 nights makes it right. The 5th night doesn't cut it. So we don't do it. And I think I can say that confidently after 9 years of cooking, that, well, we did it on our own terms and we still continue to do it on our own terms and we're very proud of it. You know, that's it.
One thing I appreciate is that neither of you bend the rules for anybody. It's equally hard for everyone to get in. Kavan, how do people, okay, first of all, how does somebody get a restaurant seat in 20 seconds? How is that even possible? Because at 8 o'clock, you've got 600 seats. At 8:02, you've got 0.
I think a lot of people who've been coming are very used to.
So you do have people who've come multiple times?
Yes, there's a person who's come every week since we've opened.
We need to get him on the panel to tell us how he does it.
I feel he's like more regular in my restaurant than I am. Yeah, I think autofill really helps, you know. You can't sit and type out stuff, it takes a long time, but there are people, and being Bangalore, some people have built bots into it, so there's a lot of software stuff happening, but
I had a feeling it has to be software because there's just no way you can do
Someone's
it.
written code on how to book fast.
No, but honestly, I know some of the people who are coming and they're like normal, regular people, and they just gotten used to it. It's like swimming. Once you do it a bunch, you get used to it. But people have gotten really, really quick at it.
I think we can open for questions now, and there's already, hi, come. Do we want to get her a mic?
Yeah, there's one spare one.
Yeah. No, there's one on her way.
Hi. First of all, thank you all for what you've done for the food scene in India. I've been to your restaurants and they're great.
Amazing, thank you. Hey, I remember your reel.
Yes.
Nice.
They're all great, but having said that, I did want to ask you all, so in a world where people talk more about snagging a seat or getting a reservation at your restaurant more than the food or experience itself, why is it that, say, regular diners like us have to struggle so much to get a seat, but say celebrities or people of influence would simply have to make a call or an email and get it with much more ease? So let's say not all of us would have had the privilege that, say, Dua Lipa would have had to get a seat. Or, you know, similarly, when I ate at Naru, I did overhear people talking about how they all just had to make a call to get a seat over there. But all of us who'd equally be super passionate about dining at your restaurants don't have that opportunity. So what is it that, and I know unfortunately the world does function like that at large, but what is it that you all would want to do to change that or to do something about it?
Hey, so I'll just say one thing.
This question is only for you.
No, shut up. Yeah. So listen, thing is that the endeavor is always to be better at what we do. And I hear you to what you say. Yes, some people have it easy and they have that privilege of having that email, and like I also mentioned, the Dua Lipa email and stuff. And that was a one-off, right? And you have situations in business where there are some things that you do that you need to want to do. When we opened Papa's, we used to take reservations on a phone. We realized that was the stupidest thing we've ever done. And now we've moved the reservation system online to district, where now everything is automated, right? So a lot of the control is out of our hands. It's an automated, autonomous, democratic process where you just go on to an app, log in, fill whatever you need to fill. We put our inventory up and it gets filled out, right? So even we've realized along the way that we're always learning with experiences and circumstances that, hey, this is how we can be more this is how we can be better, this is how we can be fair, this is how we can be non-prejudiced about all of this, and this is how we can just be. So I hear you that people have had these experiences in the past, but like, honestly, along the way, even we've learned quite a bit.
But it's also a one-off where you're a fan of Dua Lipa, and you would, obviously, if you had an opportunity to cook for her, you would like want to do it.
Yeah, I would. I wouldn't lie about it, right? Like tomorrow, if, I don't know, say Shah Rukh writes into me and says he wants to eat, I'll probably not blink an eyelid. Think about it. You wouldn't either. If he wanted to consume the creativity that you put out there or whatever you do, or maybe if he asked you to collaborate on a reel, you would be like, 2 seconds, yes bro, done, I'll accept it now in my sleep. But yeah, think about it.
But also, hi, I've seen your reel too. I'm sorry, it was not worth it for you, but you know you're running a business in India and it comes with a lot of challenges. The one time I did say no to a particular gentleman to host him, we had to almost shut the restaurant. I'm not going to get into the details, but unfortunately, when you're running a public space and you're doing so much, and then there are times that you have to succumb to pressure. And I think that's the only time. But if somebody's made a reservation and they're coming in tomorrow, I have a small, tiny table on the lawn outside Naru, which is where we feed these people, that they have to come tomorrow. And they're not eating in the restaurant, but sometimes you can't say no. I feel like a lot of business owners will agree, and they've all said yes, when there is certain pressure that comes from certain parts of the country.
Hey, listen, like I mentioned earlier, it's a tough business, but also the reality of the business is very different from the hunky-dory of what it looks like on Instagram, right? It is, I agree with him. There are some pressures you cannot say no to.
Hi.
Yes. Can we get...
Yes. Okay, I have a question.
Okay, yeah.
So cooking has been sustained by women for generations, yet the professional image of a celebrity chef is mostly male, as we can see from the panelists, mostly males. So what do you think is the gap?
Very quickly, the panel is mostly males because these were the top restaurants in the country. I didn't want to choose a woman panelist just for the sake of choosing a woman panelist.
No, understood. Just the difference.
But also, there are lots of fantastic women.
I think there are fantastic women chefs.
I was just going to.
And I think saying celebrity chefs are only men is, I think, a very dated concept. I think some of the top chefs in the world, from Bangalore, there's Pallavi, there's Chef Pam from Thailand.
Chindi, put up your hand and wave so everybody knows you're here.
I was going to start with that amazing meal that we had last night. And I was going to say, like, you can look behind you and you have one in the audience here. Chindi, over here, an amazing chef, runs Pumpkin Tail, Zoyu, and a whole bunch of other things that I've learned about last night. Thank you for that outstanding meal. But also, in the Indian food space, Amrinder Sandhu, Devika Manjrekar, like a whole bunch of other people, he was talking about Pallavi from Now. All of these people, like real amazing stalwarts, right? Like in the food space itself. And we hate the idea of even being addressed as celebrity chefs, right? We are chefs, we are cooks, we love to do what we do, and we do it. I think the world tags us as whatever they wish to tag us, but I don't think we are for it, to be very honest. And as far as the image is concerned, I think it's perfectly balanced. I think that anyone and everyone who wants to cut it has the opportunity today to cut it, 100%. And they have.
That's true. It's become so much easier to be discovered now because all of you are so great at finding new restaurants. So if you're good, you will be discovered.
Chef Vinesh's wife, Chef Johny, is also a celebrated cake decorator.
She's the person behind Kopitiam Love, which is so fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question here. Firstly, why do chefs wear sunglasses at such events? But that's just the fun part of it. So the real question...
We've got lights up here.
We've got really bright lights up here.
Okay, right. And on a more serious note, all of you explained a lot about how COVID changed things for you guys, but why did consumers get more adventurous about F&B or want to do these kinds of things?
I'll take that answer. Thank you for asking us that. So the thing with COVID was that consumers had a lot of time on their hands, and there was a lot of information that was being put out there, be it Instagram, be it YouTube, be it all of that, and everyone is consuming that amount of information and media and videos and everything that you call it. And I always say that MasterChef Australia, MasterChef India, XYZ, all of these things that come on our channels and TVs as well, there is information that all of you guys are consuming, right? And that makes you understand culinary jargon a little better. Today, that series called The Bear on, is it on Netflix? Hotstar. On Hotstar has that kind of viewership and has that kind of connect with the audience in India is because they consumed so much data in COVID. They know culinary jargon, they know culinary terms. They go to a restaurant, they understand what the chef is talking about. Pre-COVID, if someone said this was sous vide, everybody would just be like, what is this guy talking about? Post-COVID, you say sous vide, they probably just cooked with one. They've ordered one at home, they've made one with it. and they've cooked it, eaten it, and then now they're expecting the chef to do it for them. Like there are kids who come, by kids I mean Eileen, at Veronica's, and they're looking at my equipment over there and they're like, oh, I know this, I have this at home, I know that, I have that at home. And we're talking about high-end equipment that restaurant and professional chefs use. So the access is a lot more post-COVID, is what I personally feel. I don't know what you guys think.
And also I think because everybody was at home for so long, and then when you're finally coming out of lockdown, the F&B industry just peaked at another level. Like every table, every restaurant was packed to the brims. And then finally, I think now it's sort of, it's gone to a stage where everybody has made that a little bit of a habitual experience, right? That you're going out a lot more than how much you would have done pre-COVID.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes, go.
Sorry. Hi, I'm from New York, and Sema happens to be #1 restaurant in the city, headed by Vijaya Kumar, so that's awesome. I'm probably the most unadventurous of eaters because I go to 11 Madison when it was vegetarian. I go to Bungalow and take vegetarian dishes. I wanted to ask you this question about the taste, localization of the tastes between different countries and different cities. How are international dishes seen in the Indian taste palette, and how do the Indian consumers react to those tastes from, say, different cities?
I didn't get the question properly, so if you could. I think like for me, I think Kopitiamla was a restaurant we felt like should have been in India way before it actually came. I think it's India's first Malaysian coffee shop, I would say. There would probably be some Malaysian dishes and some Singaporean dishes that part of like Pan-Asian menus, but not really like focused as a Malaysian only offering. And maybe there were a few Malaysian restaurants before us that have come and not really made a mark. But as a coffee shop culture, we wanted to bring Malaysian food to India. And we didn't really change much about it because the food is similar to the kind of flavors that we are used to, which is a mix of Indian, Chinese, and the Malay culture. And yeah, and it's been full from the day we've opened. We opened 2 years ago, and it's been one of the most fulfilling experiences for us. I'm not really sure if I really got the question.
I think, shall I just say one thing?
Also, we're out of time, so if you all have any burning questions, tell us quickly. Okay, fast. Sorry, you can meet him after this.
Restaurant when I was managing a bar in Bangalore, Panka House. So I just want to understand how social will you get?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Oh, they're very social. I gave up at 11:30 last night. I went home, and these guys were. I asked them this morning. I think they were up and about till 2 in the morning, and they've been eating everywhere in Chennai.
To be honest, we don't do this often. Like yesterday was a special night. I mean, we don't get to meet each other quite often. Plus, for me, Chennai is homecoming, hence. But that being said, most nights after service, I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to talk to anybody. I want to be left alone. My social battery is dead because I've done enough and more talking, hosting, understanding, answering, all of it. And I can say the same about all of us. And we do it because we love to do it. We don't do it because we have to. Let's be honest about that. But also, after a while, you just want to go back home and just have me time. Like, I probably don't want to go back home and even have a word with my girlfriend and tell her how my day was. I probably just want to switch on something on TV which is super brainless and just die.
Thank you so much. We're going to end over here. You can catch them, though they say they're not social, they're all very sweet. So you can ask them whatever questions you want after this. Thank you. Thanks, Paloma.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shonali, for doing this for us.
Thank you so much, Shonali, for that session. And a big round of applause. Thank you to all of our chefs for joining us here. Can we get a group picture before we have you guys head out? Shonali, with you as well. For those of you who do want to meet with the chefs, they'll be here for a couple of minutes more, we also have the stall outside, so you all can buy the books by all of the authors who are here today. You can get your copies signed as well. So thank you so much once again, and thank you for being such a wonderful audience. We've been loving all of the questions. We'll now take a quick lunch break, and of course, our panelists will be available if you want to meet them for a little while just outside at the stall that we have. Thank you so much.
Every book begins with a voice. Every voice begins with a story. Every story grows powerful when it is shared. Literature grows deeper when it is experienced, discussed, and lived together. Literature doesn't stay confined to pages. It moves into cinema, into music, into journalism, into advertising, and now into social posts and podcasts, taking new forms every single day. For over a century, The Hindu has remained deeply committed to nurturing art, culture, and literature, giving voices not just a platform, but a lasting legacy. In 2011, Lit for Life was born, conceived and nurtured by The Hindu, a festival that broke the boxes built for literature, where ideas matter more than the glitz, where conversations linger longer beyond the applause, where literature is a catalyst for thought, debate, and discovery. A full-fledged festival of ideas, growing every year. By bringing readers closer to writers, not across barricades, but across tables and workshops. Not in hurried sessions, but in immersive, intimate engagements that leave you changed when you walk out. It's where cultures meet, where questions sharpen, where conversations stretch our world wider. Year after year, the sharpest minds from India and the world have gathered here to challenge, provoke, unlearn, and rethink. We move beyond cities. We take literature where audiences live, learn, question. And now, in its 13th edition, it returns sharper, broader, more alive than ever. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Join us. Let's celebrate every ounce of literature, everywhere.
Now I'm catching on my wheels in the fields, got you dancing. Now we go back and forth, steady with the prancing. Trying to keep up, and I'm fast like a cheetah. I could be cold, but I'm hot like a Visa.
Everything's new, except the attitude. The all-new
Seltos, badass forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Imagine a place where your curiosity is celebrated, your dreams are nurtured, and your potential is limitless. A place where learning is more than just a classroom experience. It's an adventure, a journey, and a transformation. With world-class facilities and a team of visionary experts, we craft thinkers, leaders, and change makers for the world. Here, every question sparks curiosity. Every challenge ignites passion. And every project takes you one step closer to greatness. At Christ, shape a world that reflects your vision.
Walk into the portals of Christ University to rediscover yourselves, to shape the future, and sow the seeds of growth for tomorrow. This is our journey together to create a meaningful impact in the society.
This is where your journey begins, but never ends. Build connections that go beyond classrooms. Share stories that inspire and memories that last. Learn lessons that shape you for a lifetime. Dare to be yourself.
Christ is more than academics. Here, we celebrate life.
Every game is a chance to push yourself further, to compete with passion, and to rise together as a team. It's the vibrant campus life that helps you grow, connect, and prepare for the future.
Perfect.
So march on. Let your ideas take wings. This is your future, your opportunity, your chance to build a future for all of us. Welcome to Christ University, where your journey starts but never ceases.
Every time I say I'm pursuing BTech at NMIT, it's always followed by everyone asking, what's it like? Well, today we're spilling it all. So here's a peek into the labs, the hackathons, the madness before submissions, and everything in between.
Check out our labs. These aren't your usual boring classrooms.
You get to actually build stuff. Look at this robot. We made it ourselves.
Hackathons here are wild. 48 hours, constant juggling of ideas, and endless panic.
But also insane learning. Real problems, real pressure, and real teamwork.
Our projects here can lead to patents and not just grades.
And if it has startup potential, we have our innovation and entrepreneurship development centers helping us take our idea ahead.
Students here have pitched their ideas at the AICTE Idea Lab, got real feedback and funding.
Placements. 400 plus recruiters visit our campus every year, and the highest packages are over 58 LPA.
So, what are you waiting for? Take the shot, join NMIT.
At Hindustan Group of Institutions, we embody this spirit of collaboration and innovation. For over 5 decades, we have been a beacon of interdisciplinary education driven by the vision of our founder, Dr. K.C.G. Varghese, to make every man a success and no man a failure. With institutions spanning engineering, arts, science, technology and aviation, we are redefining education in India and beyond. Today, we cater to over 25,000 students across multiple campuses, offering more than 150 programs that foster creativity, teamwork and collaboration, nurturing future leaders.
தன்னோட ஆர்வத்துக்கு குறுக்க எதையுமே வரவிடாம இருக்காங்கல்ல, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன்.
அர்ஜுன், டாய்லெட் பேப்பர்
உங்க இடது பக்கம் அடுத்த ரேக்ல இருக்கு.
உறுதியான நோக்கம் இருக்கிறவங்களோட ரசிகன் நான்.
பத்தா
யார் தன்னோட பொறுப்புகளை சேர்ந்த அர்ப்பணிப்போட நிறைவேற்றுறாங்களோ, நான் தூக்கிக்கவா, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன். என்ன மாதிரி எஸ்பிஐயும் உங்க ரசிகன். அதனாலதான் எஸ்பிஐ உங்களுக்காக கொஞ்சம் கூடுதலா வேலை செய்யறாங்க. மிகச்சிறந்த வாடிக்கையாளர் சேவை, எம்எஸ்எம்இகள் மற்றும் ஸ்டார்ட் அப்புகளுக்கு கடன் வழங்கும் கிளைகள் மற்றும் தொழில்நுட்பம் சார்ந்த வங்கி தீர்வுகள். நான் உன்னை வீட்டில் விட்டுட்டுமா? எஸ்பிஐ மாறி வருகிறது. ஏனென்றால் நாம் ஒரு மாறி வரும் தேசத்தின் ரசிகர்கள். எஸ்பிஐ தேசத்தின் ரசிகன்.
What is speed? Do you ever see it? Or is it something you feel? Speed, it's relative. The more you speed up, the more the world slows down. And when you are fast enough, everything becomes still. That's when you see the world as it truly is. Servo Hypersport F5, when speed is your default.
Assurance Mahila Udyam Bima, exclusively for women entrepreneurs. Sum insured up to rupees 5 crore, cover on loss of profits, theft cover, personal accident cover, and optional cover for employees. When it comes to business, protection is the key to success. New India Assurance, Nari Samman Bima, a special policy designed for all women aged 18 to 70 years. Up to 2 lakh rupees cover for accidental death, permanent disability and acid attack. Get covers for livelihood protection, legal divorce and more. Every woman deserves protection and dignity.
Chennai's first pin code 600001 stands Chennai Port, the cradle of the city, South India's premium maritime gateway. For centuries, it has powered commerce, shaped communities, and connected the region to global trade. Now connects directly to more than 50 countries worldwide. At the heart of operations are three major docks: Dr. Ambedkar Dock with 11 berths, Jawahar Dock with 6 berths, and Bharati Dock with 10 berths. The Port of Chennai houses two exclusive state-of-the-art container terminals operated by leading global players, Dubai Ports World and the Port of Singapore Authority. As India's #1 automobile export hub, the car terminal at Chennai Port offers dedicated port entry, stacking yards, and state-of-the-art berthing facilities, and remains the trusted choice for prominent exporters like Hyundai and Kia. Cruise terminal offers modern amenities and seamless services. Huge marine loading arms enable faster, safer handling of crude and POL products. With a depth of 17.4 meters, it can accommodate Suez Max and very large crude carriers vessels, and are fully integrated with pipeline networks connecting to large tank farms and refineries. Chennai Port has ample facilities including 4 transit sheds, 11 warehouses for bulk, vast open areas.
Our focus is on making Chennai Port smarter and more efficient every day. With digital technologies, automation, and modern logistics infrastructure, we are easing the port process and improving the service for our stakeholders. We are working closely with our trade to ensure Chennai Port remains future ready and globally competitive.
Upcoming projects to further streamline operations include a double-tier elevated corridor of 21 km from Chennai Port to Madurai for 24/7 unrestricted entry to the port and smooth cargo movement. A multimodal logistics park at Mapedu as a key logistics node integrating road, rail, and warehousing to streamline cargo movement. The Port of Chennai charts the course towards a sustainable future where history, innovation, and progress come together.
ஒரு நல்ல இன்சூரன்ஸ் பாலிசி ஏஐயே கேட்போம். எப்படிப்பட்ட பாலிசினா குறைஞ்ச வருஷத்துக்கு பிரீமியம் கட்டணும், ஆனா வருமானம் வாழ்க்கை பூரா வரணும்.
LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
நமக்கு அந்த பாலிசி தரணும், வாழ்நாள் முழுக்க இன்சூரன்ஸ் கவரும் கூட.
LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
வாவ், சரி, நாம LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ் பாலிசியை எடுப்போம்.
நானும் உங்ககிட்ட இதையே தான் சொன்னேன். LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
வாழ்க்கையின் கொண்டாட்டம் தூளு. LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவுடன் எதிர்காலம் ஜோரு.
Spread over 130 acres in Hyderabad, a campus that's lush and green, always buzzing with ideas and innovation, with state-of-the-art research centers, 3D printing and prototyping laboratories, India's first university to drive digital transformation of higher education, powered by emerging technologies, enabled by innovation hubs. It's time to reimagine higher education, to educate future citizens for and of a better world.
The Mahindra Group has a significant presence in Hyderabad, especially after the acquisition of Satyam. Hyderabad also provides great infrastructure and a metropolitan lifestyle for faculty and students. Finally, with many of India's leading research laboratories and multinational corporations, Hyderabad is an ideal location for interaction between industry and academia.
Mahindra University, global thinkers, engaged leaders.
இந்த பொங்கல் நாங்க இங்க சொந்த வீட்ல கொண்டாடுறோம். பல வருஷ உழைப்பும் காசா கிராண்ட் மேல் இருக்கும் நம்பிக்கை தான் இந்த கனவை நினைவாக்குது. தமிழ் மக்களின் நம்பிக்கையால சென்னையோட நம்பர் 1 பில்டரா இருக்காங்க.
அதே நம்பிக்கையால இந்த மண்ணில் ஆரம்பிச்சு இப்போ இந்தியாவோட டாப் 7 பில்டரா இருக்காங்க.
நம்ம நம்பிக்கைக்கு நன்றி சொல்லும் விதமா இந்த பொங்கலை நன்றி திருநாளா கொண்டாடுறாங்க. With a great Pongal savings, now save up to ₹11 lakhs across all Casa Grande project. உங்க கனவும் நினைவாக இப்பவே புக் பண்ணுங்க.
A vibrant space where passion comes alive to grow and flourish in the path of light with guidance, support and goals in sight, helping young minds excel and thrive.
SSVM Residential School, ever shining bright, climbing greater heights. Yeah, SSVM Residential School.
SSVM Residential School.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly take your seats, make yourselves comfortable, and please put your mobile phones on silent mode as we will be starting in the next few moments. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're all set to dive into our next session titled The Place of Fiction. This is a discussion on why stories matter in turbulent times. So please join me in welcoming on stage our speakers. A round of applause for Andaleeb Wajid, best-selling novelist. Keshava Guha, author and journalist, who will be in conversation with Radhika Santhanam, Senior Assistant Editor at The Hindu. Can we give them a round of applause as they make their way to the stage?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch. So this session is called The Place of Fiction. In an age of artificial intelligence, where many people rely on ChatGPT to write a message, to write a speech for their best friend's wedding, and even to write an obituary for someone who has passed, What do creativity and imagination, what is the place that they hold? In an age where there are so many changes, technological, political, social, economic, happening so rapidly around us, all at once, simultaneously, what role does fiction play in helping us make sense of all of it? Does fiction make us more empathetic? Does it make us better people? And what is the process that goes into writing stories? What is the motivation behind it? And what is the inspiration for it? These are some of the questions that we will be looking at today. So with me, we have Andaleeb, Wajid, and Keshava Guha. A round of applause for them. Thank you for being with us today. So let me start with something quite basic. Since both of you are fiction writers, when did you start writing fiction? Andaleeb, let's start with you. You're prolific, and maybe you could start with when your first novel came out.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Thank you to the Hindu Lit Fest for inviting me, Hindu Lit for Life. Radhika, I've been writing fiction from, I was probably one of the first to, not I would say I was the first, but I did a lot of fan fiction writing when I was 10, 11, but this was really bad versions of Enid Blyton or, Asterix and all that. So I made my own versions, which I realize now is what fan fiction is all about. But fiction was something that came to me very easily. My family, a lot of storytellers in my family, my father, my maternal grandmother, they would always tell stories. My father especially would, make up stories on the go. So it became very, it just came to me very naturally to tell stories. And that was how it started, when I was very young. But my first novel took quite some time to get published. I'd been writing short stories in newspapers for children and short story anthologies and all that. But my first novel took quite some time it got published in 2009. And that's now, I think, 16 years ago. So it's been quite a journey.
Wow, and what about you, Keshava?
So if you leave out sort of stories that I wrote as a child, I think like many, I certainly used to be the case, many novelists were people who were frustrated poets. I'm certainly in that category. So when I was, say, 15, 16, 17, my biggest love as both a reader and as a writer was poetry. And I think even at that age, I could tell that I lacked talent in that direction. And now that you might think you lack talent, but you might also think that if you keep working at it, talent will eventually manifest. So that didn't happen, didn't manifest. And then I also had a piece of good fortune, which is that I think one thing that most writers don't know is where their ideas come from. Because fiction is part technique, part imagination, and the imagination is the connecting with the unconscious. And until I was at university, I never actually had ideas for novels. I was a big reader of novels. And the reason why ideas were important is that I always thought of my own life as being quite boring. I grew up in a very privileged little bubble in central Bangalore. I came from a relatively happy, very happy family, and I wasn't very interested in writing about if you're not interested in yourself, really no one else is going to be. So I had to have ideas that were external. And then when I was at sort of midway through university, I had this idea for a book, which eventually became my first book. And I didn't know where it came from. And then while I was working on that book, there was second idea, third idea, fourth idea. They don't come, I don't get them every day. But once I had that stock of ideas, I started to actually give it a try. And whereas with poetry, I knew I didn't have talent. With fiction, I thought there was a chance. So I thought, okay, if I develop this, at least it might be worth seeing what happens. And then once you start doing it, I don't know if it's your experience, but the actual writing, so actually reading and actually writing, I can't imagine a more enjoyable way to spend a morning or spend a day. And it's very addictive. So once you're doing it, you want to do it, get better at it. You want everything else in your life needs to exist to allow you to do more of it. Then it becomes easier.
So that actually takes me to the next question about your process. So you said it becomes addictive, right? Andaleeb, we were just talking before the session, and she was telling me that she was writing today morning as well. And she's written 50 novels, which includes young adult fiction, memoirs. You've experimented with so many genres. So, I mean, can you talk to us a little bit about process? And I think my more specific question is, do you sleep?
I sleep, definitely, in fact, in my early days when I started writing, I was so excited, like what he said, it's addictive. I felt that so much that in the middle of the night, I would get up and write a scene because I was so sure that I wouldn't remember it in the morning. And this would be some twist which would make no sense in the morning, But now my sleep is very important. So now there is no way I write beyond 10 o'clock. I don't write anything. I write like a chapter or two a day. For me, it's part of, so that, when people ask me how I write so much, it's only because I treat it like a job. And I don't look at it as, I treat it very seriously like a job. And I'm like the nightmare of a boss for myself. So, but I enjoy it. I mean, I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't enjoy it. It's overall something that I ideally want to live in a world where I can get paid for writing my books. So, it's my whole journey from the past 15 years has been towards that, to be able to write my books and get paid for it.
So you're just incredibly disciplined. I mean,
disciplined. Writing is the only place in which I'm disciplined. Everything else is a mess.
And I'm sure that's the same case with you as well. I mean, not that everything else is a mess.
Look, I had to develop it. So things happen in your life. I mean, Andaleeb has had to write. You had written all your novels around also being a mother and having other duties. So when I wrote my first book, I was still, only a few months or years removed from being an undergraduate. And my life was more chaotic, and I would write at midnight or do things like that. But I was, I've always been struck by this advice that Gabriel Garcia Marquez gave to young writers, which is when he was asked about, what happens when you have writer's block, and he said, I think of myself as a shopkeeper. You open the shop at a certain time, you close the shop at a certain time every day. Some days a lot of customers come in, some days no customers come in, some days no one might buy anything, but you still keep the shop open. And so the way I interpret that is, well, you sit at the desk and you have the blank page in front of you and you don't look at your phone. And that writer's block that you told yourself you might have might just be an excuse to not go in and sit at the desk. That said, I'm amazed by writing a chapter or two a day. I think a chapter or two is a good month for me. But look, I said I started off as trying to be a poet. And I do write very slowly because I am trying to get each sentence and each paragraph as right the first time. We all have this perfect sentence, perfect paragraph, perfect novel in our heads. We're trying to get as close as we can to that. And storytelling isn't necessarily a gift that I have. It's something that I have to work on. But I absolutely love language. I love the English language. My head is full of poems and bits of other writers, and I love the music of language, and it is a slow process. Therefore, getting each paragraph and each page to coincide as closely as possible with what I have in my head. But yes, I think discipline is absolutely invaluable, and if you I know there are writers who say that they don't have discipline, but over 20, 30, 40, 50 years, they don't tend to write very many books.
So do you get writer's block? Because if you're writing 2 chapters a day, I imagine that's something you've not heard of.
I don't really think of it as writer's block, I just decide this is not the day I'm going to write. And then I come back to it, and like he said, you open up your laptop and eventually the words flow. So I don't really think too much. If I'm stuck particularly in a scene, it's best to let it go and come back and attack it from a different angle. It usually helps.
And does reading help you write? I mean, so the question is twofold. One is, who are the writers that you looked up to as children? Because you both said that you heard a lot of stories and you read a lot. So who are the writers that you look up to? And do you still read a lot, and does that inspire you to write?
So, my relationship with reading has been such that, so a few years ago, you probably know my husband and mother-in-law passed away during the COVID thing. So while I was in the hospital, where I was going to get admitted in the hospital, for some reason, I didn't take anything with me except my Kindle. I don't know why in my mind I was thinking that this is a holiday and I'm going to be reading. So, and I reached the hospital, and that time my husband was still not admitted. So I sent him a message, oh my God, I've forgotten my toothbrush. Oh my God, I've forgotten the phone charger. So he said, what did you take and go? So I said, I've taken my Kindle. So, reading is that so tied with my life that I'm always constantly reading, if not reading, listening to an audiobook. So for me, it's really very important for me. And there are a lot of readers I go back to, so many. I mean, I'm a huge fan of crime fiction and mysteries and that sort of a thing. So I can't really offhand remember names. We were talking about it yesterday, but I grew up reading Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys and all that, stuff which every child of a certain age grew up reading. We weren't lucky enough to get access to books by Indian authors like the kids today have. So
she mentioned Nancy Drew, and I just want to say that I was telling her this last night as well, that I felt that her book reminded me of Nancy Drew, actually, because for those of you who have read Nancy Drew, every chapter will end in a cliffhanger, and some of Andaleeb's writing is also like that. And Keshava, what about you? What about your reading habits?
In terms of Indian authors, the ones that I loved best were Satyajit Ray's Feluda stories, which had been translated maybe in the 80s or 90s. I was lucky enough to just be there in time to read them. And I don't know how I haven't gone back and looked sort of how the translations are, but I certainly loved them at the time. And Amar Chitrakatha was a huge influence. But my favorite, by a country mile, were the William Brown books by Richard Crompton. And so, when I was, there's a, let me give you a bit of context. There's a kind of, every child of a certain class, that is, every child who grows up exposed to English in India, seems to grow up reading Enid Blyton. And I've got to admit, I've absolutely despised Enid Blyton my whole life. I read it. You didn't have a choice. You had to read it. And the reason I despised it was because to me, in the most boring, vanilla, sickly way, reproduced the boring, conformist values of middle-class adult society, which is, all about, basically what are parents telling you, what is school telling you? Listen to us, don't question, don't crack jokes, don't talk in class. And so William Brown had this, this anarchic, outsider, and he was the adult world dubbed him a bad student, but actually he's a very intelligent, very perceptive critic of what's going around him. Hypocrisy, class prejudice, what have you. And she's a brilliantly funny writer. Interestingly, when she tried to write for adults, which she was desperate to become a writer for adults, she wrote the children's books to make money. And the adult books are wooden, and she's trying to be Jane Austen. They just don't work. But those books, my own sensibility, which is very much ironic, and humorous plays a huge part in it. I really think it goes back to that, and always trying to look at the world through the eyes of through a kind of sardonic, questioning perspective. So that's I think, absolutely essential to me.
Yeah, I think many of us are fans of William, Robert, and Ethel. So, let me tell you a little bit about their most recent books, which will give you context to the next question. So for those of you who haven't read it, and for those of you who haven't read it, please do pick up the books, which will be available outside after this session for signing as well. Keshava Guha's latest book is called The Tiger's Share, and it's about two women in Delhi, Tara and Leela. Tara is a successful lawyer, and she has a brother who she's not very proud of because he's a lot less ambitious than her. And their father Brahm Saxena, that's an interesting name, by the way, retires and decides not to bequeath his property to his children. And he announces this and also says that he's thinking about his place in the world. And he wonders what he's going to do next. The children don't know. He's become increasingly reclusive. So that's one family. And the other one is Leela's, who's Tara's friend. And Leela's father has just passed away, and her brother decides that he wants to be the head of the family. And there's a rift that's already there between them, and it only grows after the father's death. This at the outset seems like a book about inheritance issues, but it is much more than that. So Keshava Guha weaves in issues of climate change, of class conflicts in Delhi, of gender relations, and much more. So my question to you is, do you see fiction playing a role in helping us understand real-world issues, like climate change, for instance, which is actually the center point of your book?
So I don't know about wait. The answer is yes, but yes in a certain way, which is, I think the novel has historically always played the role of helping. It's a way for societies to understand themselves at a certain point in time. It's why I sometimes regret the extent to which so many very good novelists now set their books 20, 30, 40, 50 years in the past, because we're missing out on that. We're not exploring that potential of what the novel can do. What the novel can do is help us articulate or explore the changing mores of society at a given time. So our attitudes to class, to the environment, to each other. So not like, obviously, like, if you want a technical analysis of air pollution in Delhi, my book is not the place to turn to it. But in terms of how families are changing, how values are changing, how mores are changing, yes, I think that the novel is a very useful way to do that, because it also allows you to, within one book, to really give voice to various different perspectives on it. I mean, in my novel, for example, there's a character who, he's kind of an antagonist. You would say he's a bit of a villain, but he is genuinely a advocate of patriarchy. He's someone who positively advocates it, not as in a trendy way. He truly believes it, Kunal, whom you referred to. And that's one of the things fiction does allow you to do, is to give that person to try to get inside their head and pay attention to what they're saying. And it's very important, I think, that we not. So novels have to do it differently. You don't want a novel to sound like an academic treatise. The dramatic, the imaginative, the narrative elements are absolutely essential. But in the process of doing that, yes, there are. I wasn't trying to advance any particular view, but I was trying to look at what is going on in Delhi. Why has Delhi become like this? Why do we have one attitude to inheritance of property and a totally different attitude to the inheritance we bequeath when it comes to the environment? Yes, so that these are all definitely things that I value in fiction and that I was trying to do.
I actually found that fascinating, because I feel that a lot of conversations on climate change do tend to be academic these days and don't really speak to the lived realities of people. So it's quite interesting to have fiction woven around it, which kind of makes you understand the issue better. Andaleeb, in your case, so her latest book is Until We Meet Again, and it revolves around this character called Duha Rahman, who lives in Bangalore. Duha lives with her Ammi and her Abu, and they mean the world to her. And then suddenly her world comes crashing down when her Abu passes away. And Duha, before he passes away, has gone to a friend's engagement and has seen a really good-looking guy and can't stop dreaming about him. She's completely smitten. But then the second shock in her life comes when the guy comes knocking at her door and gives her information that threatens to tear her world apart even more. But what's interesting in your novel is that the father, who is dead, was not the patriarchal man that we see in Kunal's book. In your book, the woman, Duha, has a lot of agency. And I've not read all your novels, but I've read other reviews of your novels, which also say that generally you give your Muslim characters a lot of agency. So do you think then that fiction plays a role in changing the way we understand Muslim women, especially in a country where many people tend to have pretty set notions of how they look and behave?
So I feel that books shouldn't depict reality as it is, but also as how it should be. So to contextualize this, last year I went to a literature festival, in a children's literature festival in a school. And these kids were not really, they hadn't read my books, but they had been given information that Andaleeb is coming. So they Googled me, I think, and some of them had made these questions which were on a bulletin board. So I walked up to one of these bulletin boards to see what the question was. The one in the middle staring out at me was, how do you motivate yourself to keep writing after being oppressed? Despite being oppressed. So I burst out laughing, but inside I was thinking, am I oppressed? I don't think so. I've never seen myself as being oppressed. Would an oppressed person travel all the way from Bangalore to this city in the other end of the country? And I was like, so some child in a good school Googled me, saw me, saw a photo of me in a hijab, which I thought was very stylish, by the way, with this, with my glasses perched on top of my head and all that, and I thought I was being very stylish. This child looked at me and said, oh my God, she's oppressed. So, we have a long way to go. So this is a very small start. So my books definitely showcase women as having agency, so that those who don't have agency in their lives, even now, when they read it, they might feel inspired to rise up against and do something. But that really kind of knocked me for the six, because I really did not think of myself that way. So it's kind of very humbling. 16 years since I've been writing, so many books. And for some Gen Z or Gen Alpha kid, I'm oppressed, so.
I think that's what I was referring to when I said some people have some very set notions, right? Or hijab, for them, immediately means oppression. But, I was also talking about the male character in your novel, and he's, as I said, not the patriarchal one. He wants Duha, who's his daughter, to have a very good life, and doesn't believe that she should get married immediately the way her mother wants her to get married. What's it like to write in detail about members of the opposite sex? So in your case, you're really sort of looking into the inner mind of this man. So how does that happen?
It's all
A
imaginary.
man who cheats on his wife.
Yeah, it's all imaginary. This is all being very optimistic and very hopeful that some man somewhere might be like this. None of the men I've come across are this sorted or this, Yeah, and of course, he's the man who's cheated on his wife, so he has his duality. But I've seen a lot of people who behave a certain way with family, behave a certain way with outsiders. So, but also for me, it was important to show how important his daughter was to him. Because there is this constant demonization of Muslim fathers where, in everywhere you go, and I mean, I'm not saying it's not there, but it's across the spectrum. It's not just Muslim fathers, So I wanted to write about a father who really loved his daughter. So, my father loved me madly, So he didn't live to see me become a writer, unfortunately. But I imagined my father, if he was there, this is how he would feel about me, and so it was just wishful thinking.
And Keshava, in your book, it's the other way around. So your protagonists are both women. Can I say typical Delhi elite women, very, very empowered, but also sort of live in their own bubble to an extent. And again, there are a lot of internal monologues as well. They speak to each other about their own anxieties, their insecurities, and their views of the world. So how did you write about that? And did both of you show these novels, say, to friends and family to, get their opinion?
So I don't know. It's always tricky with friends and family, because with very few exceptions, and it takes a lot of time and effort to find the exceptions. it's not that they won't be honest with you. They can't be honest with themselves about their response to your work. And this is really, again, exceptions exist, of course. But as a general rule, if you want honesty, don't go to your family. If you want encouragement, by all means. But not if you really want that kind of, help, constructive reaction. So the thing about writing as a man about female characters or in the voice of a woman is that if you screw up, you will get caught. Because the fiction business, throughout its history, has been a business that has been sustained by women. So initially it was women readers, then women novelists, percentage steadily, always women readers, by the way. Women have always been the core readership for fiction. As I said, they've kept the business alive. But today, whether it's in India, whether it's in Britain, whether it's in Korea, majority of the editors are women, majority of the agents are women, majority of the publicists are women, majority of the reviewers are women, at every level. As I said, majority of the readers have always been women. So, if you therefore, if you're writing as a man, you have an extra, not a duty of care, but if you got to try, or it's not going to end well for you. Now, I was lucky enough to have, most of my close friends are women, and then my mother, my wife, my sister, my aunt, my grandmothers, they're all people who have, in different ways, shaped the women in the book. They're not necessarily like them, but if you spend enough time listening and observing, you can learn. The last thing I'll say is, men and women are not monoliths. And so one of the things that I started exploring in the book, and it speaks to actually what Andaleeb was saying about the father and the daughter. In these two families, the younger women, so the daughters in both the families, they're really blinded by a kind of unseen, they're blinded by a kind of prejudice which doesn't allow them to properly see their mothers. They don't actually respect their mothers because their currency is professional success. And because their mothers stayed at home, they look up to their fathers, they see themselves in their fathers, they want to be the true inheritors of their father's legacy as successful professional men. And, so a daughter might see herself in her father, or choose to see herself in her father. Conversely, the narrator of my novel believes that it is mothers who are responsible for perpetuating patriarchy by bringing up sons wrong. So, yes, as I said, men and women are not monoliths. She may be a female narrator, but I may still have more in common with her. There are certain very important things I don't have in common with her, and those I have to try to learn about and understand. But there are other things that I do have in common with her, and it's always much more complex than, woman writing about men, man writing about women.
But I'm quite curious about what you said earlier. So why do you think it is that most reviewers and most people in the publishing world are women?
Yeah, so as I said, the readers have always been majority women. That's important to understand. Look, it's such a big, vexed question that after 2 centuries, I don't think I'm the person who has the keys to it. But I will just share a couple of sort of data points with all of you because, this is from the viewpoint of what the information that we have in the publishing business. The first is that it starts very early. So it's, again, very well established country after country that boys are willing to read books, are only really willing to read books by male authors with male protagonists. This is why J.K. Rowling's books were not published under the name Joanne Rowling, but under the name J.K. Rowling. It was precisely so that young boys would not know that a woman was the author of these books, and it had a male protagonist. Girls, on the other hand, again, exceptions exist, but on average, are willing to read books by male authors and female authors, male protagonists and female protagonists. So it starts very, very early, and then it continues. Then, over time, male readers predominate in genres like science fiction, fantasy, military history. We seem to, I think that collectively we seem to be telling boys that it's all right to just think about yourself and to think about other people like you and stay in your little male bubble. But I said it starts very early. The only novels that male readers seem to be willing to read, apart from science fiction, fantasy, thrillers, are classics. So if you look at the audience for War and Peace, it's 50% male, 50% female. But if you look at the audience for Sally Rooney, 80-20, whatever. So there's some male readers seem to think, oh, well, it's been established as a classic. It's been there for a century. Maybe it's worth my time. But as I said, like women keep the business afloat. We don't really know why. We don't really know how to get men to read more. We just talk about it. But these are simply totally well-established facts, country after country.
I mean, I'm aware of this statistic for films because, you know, when there are testosterone-filled films, then you see lots of men flocking to the theaters. But if there's a female-centric character, the film doesn't generally do well. But I wasn't so aware of the statistics for books.
It's the old joke, right? That a couple of years ago, so heterosexual couples, right? That the man is saying, "I will agree to go see Barbie with you if you come watch Oppenheimer with me," whereas the woman is totally willing to go watch both.
So, you know, he had spoken about women perpetuating patriarchy, and that is something that you actually explore in your book, right? So the father, as we said earlier, is the one who wants his daughter to be empowered, but the mother, who actually hasn't seen anything different, wants her daughter to lead the same life that she has led. She wants her to get married quickly and have children. Was that something that you consciously explored? Because I haven't read too many novels which really talk about the internalized patriarchy of women.
I think this is something that is evident across families in my community, where mothers, their biggest worry is, you know, getting their daughters married on time. So it was obvious that, you know, and also this book is set in the 90s, where Guha didn't have the same opportunities that we have today with work from home and, you know, options to do something with herself. So this is something that so this part was at least me depicting reality as I saw it, where definitely most of, you know, patriarchy, it's internalized so much that I don't think they recognize it as patriarchy. They don't really, it's so much of conditioning, you know, so much of conditioning. This is how it was, this is how it will be, this is how it should be, is something that, you know, Guha's mother feels. So, I mean, this is something I see across families even now. So it just came, that part came naturally to me. I've always had a slightly contentious mother-daughter relationship in most of my books, you know.
Why is that?
So my mother is not here today. You know, sometimes she does come with me, but we don't have that sort of a, like, you know, dynamic. But there is, I think it's just, as a fiction writer, there's something interesting about two women from two different generations trying to understand each other and trying to, most of the time, failing to understand each other. You know, the opportunities the mother didn't have and the opportunities the daughter has for her, you know, to be able to let go of her resentment, not to even acknowledge the resentment in the first place, you know. That is something that I see. I'm not saying this is a direct reflection from my life, but it's some observations I've had. So it just comes naturally to me. So this, in fact, my first novel also had kite strings, also had a similar contentious relationship between the mother and the daughter. And that, since it was my first novel, everyone thought, you know, my family, I have like a handful of readers in my family. The rest of them are non-readers. So they just assumed I've written everything that happened in our life. So, you know, they were trying to find parallels to people. And that was when I realized, oh my God, I better be careful and, you know, going forward, because I plan to write much more. So, I mean, obviously I couldn't have lived all those lives, and now they've kind of stopped asking me this question. So.
But have they ever said, you know, have you written about us? Is that about us?
No, I think after the first book, they kind of, you know, the first book borrowed a lot from some of my family members, because when you're writing your first book, you know, your craft is not that defined. At least for me, I kind of just wrote what I knew, and it just came out on the page. And afterwards, when I read it, I said, oh my God, this is this aunt, or this is that uncle. And then it was too late. The book was published. And I could only hope they didn't read it, you know. So since they weren't readers, I don't think they read it.
So in your book, of course, patriarchy is a running theme. And you mentioned Kunal. Both Kunal and Rohit, both the brothers in the book, believe that they can act and behave in certain ways with a certain level of authority, sometimes even condescension. And Kunal clearly thinks that because his father has passed away, he immediately has the rights to the family, to everything that belongs to the family, that he should be inheriting the property, and also appoints himself as the head of the family, right? So talk to us a little bit about weaving in that patriarchy, and is that something that you saw around you?
Well, look, my novel is a novel by a South Indian writer about Delhi, and even though it's only really one South Indian character, minor character, it's entirely from the perspective of people who've lived in Delhi most of their lives, if not all their lives. Of course, my take on Delhi is informed by the fact that I grew up somewhere else. And so when I moved to Delhi, I wasn't looking through the eyes of a native. I was looking through the eyes of someone who was not sometimes surprised, but above all just curious. And you would see a family which was outwardly a certain way, and then the better you got to know them, you'd realize that what they're truly like. But in the case of Kunal, though, I should just explain for people who haven't read the book. He has a theory. His theory is not as simple as, I'm a man, so I should be head of the family. What happens in his family, so there are very typical is perhaps the wrong word, but we've all heard of families like this, which are people who left Lahore or other parts of Western Punjab in 1947 or 1946 and made this new life for themselves in what we now call South Delhi. Some of these families became fabulously wealthy. This is one such family. And first they have a daughter, and then they adopt a son. Now this is by design, my design, because we don't have the father's version or the mother's version. We only have Kunal's version. And Kunal's version is, I was not adopted because my mother couldn't conceive another child. I was adopted because they didn't want to take the chance of having another girl. They wanted to be sure of having a son. They came to the orphanage, they adopted me. And what he says is, well, whereas other people's birth is sort of random and accidental, I am someone who was chosen. I was chosen by this family precisely because I am a boy. Therefore, by logical extension, I am now head of the family, because otherwise, why would they have chosen me? And he has this whole thing about how his father saw him. He claims that his father saw him and said, I knew at once we had this connection as if we were father and son in a past life. And there were 177 boys in the orphanage, but when I saw you, I knew that you were the one. So Kunal believes that he's chosen, but he's also racked with anxiety because his sister is a biological child of the father, and he's not. And so he has this duality of a feeling of entitlement, a feeling of being chosen, but also being anxious about being adopted. And very often, this saying that people learn in business school, where you stand depends on where you sit. And very often our theories about the world, our kind of social and political theories, are just ways of rationalizing and justifying our own material needs or our own material desires. So because he wants to be head of the family, he wants to inherit everything, he's also, come up with this broader theory about how in India, as he puts it, the son is always the boy is always head of the family, and the second the father dies, there's a new head of the family who is the son, just like the second the king dies, there's a new king who's the son. And as I said, he is an advocate of patriarchy, and he is someone who, in the same family, we have a daughter who's totally westernized, and a son who sees himself as a kind of keeper of proper Indian values, which are patriarchal.
So, of course, Delhi is a character in the novel, right? And you lived in Delhi for many years. You just mentioned that you've moved back to Bangalore. One character in the novel actually says, I hate you like I love you, which is a song in an Amir Khan song, actually. Is that your relationship with Delhi as well? Does that reflect your opinions?
Yes. My editor described the novel as a love-hate letter to Delhi. I think now, looking back at the novel, I think the love is not always very evident. I did love living in Delhi, especially initially. There were two aspects of it that ultimately made me find it unlivable. The obvious one is the air pollution, which is very important, and the book deals with it in graphic detail. The other is that Delhi, unfortunately, this has now become the pattern for Indian cities, but it was pioneered in Delhi. Delhi is is the most segregated city that one could possibly conceive of. In Bombay, in Calcutta, even in the part of Bangalore where I live, you will actually go one street down or 3 houses down in some cases, and there will be differences of class. You cross borders of class, religion, so on and so forth. The Delhi is structured such that the rich need to never meet anybody. Other than the people who work for them, they never need to meet anyone who's not in their class. Never even need to see them in many cases. And it's also in the last 10 or 20 years really gone that way on religious lines as well, because recent Muslims or arrivals to the city are systematically unable to rent homes except in majority Muslim neighborhoods. So I did eventually over time become quite disgusted. There's no other word for it, with these kind of central facts of life in Delhi, and that's reflected in the book. And the narrator of my book, she feels tied to Delhi, but she has aspirations of leaving herself. Interestingly, I'll just end on this. I was a bit worried about how the book would be received in Delhi, but actually, people like to read about themselves. So people who live in Delhi are they're happy to read a novel that's set in Delhi, even if it's one that's quite unflattering in its depiction of the city.
Also, I can't imagine anyone having a problem with someone writing about the air pollution in Delhi. And Andaleeb does play an important role in your books as well. I mean, a lot of them are set in Bangalore, which is where you have spent a good amount of your life, right?
So I've lived all my life in Bangalore until very recently. So, when Keshava was saying he lived a very sheltered life, you said, I don't know, mine was way more sheltered than that. In the sense, I got married at 19 and, I had my kids, and it was such a small bubble that I was living in, where I was expected to be this, no one forced me, I was expected to be the housewife and, mother and all that, and I've always felt like I need to do more. I want to do more, but how?
You're a bit like Duha.
So, no, for me, how do I do this? How do I write about things that I have never seen, never experienced? I've never worked anywhere. How can I write a story about contemporary people when I've never lived that life, So I'm in that 10% of people who, I don't know the percentage, I'm just randomly throwing numbers. But, people who finish school, college, get married, and, and as that person, how do I write about something? So it became important for me to be authentic. And it is very important for me to be authentic. I really would probably die of embarrassment if I wrote something and someone pointed out, this is not how it's supposed to be. You've never seen it. You're a fake. You're a fraud. So for me, I had to write something that was true to me. And so that's why I was writing these stories of women, and I started, I started writing stories of children or, young adults, because I could relate to that angst, because there was a lot of angst in my own life, getting married at 19 and everyone's getting jobs, I'm, changing diapers. So a lot of angst. So all that had to be translated into books. So I just wanted to write what I knew. And obviously, since I've lived all my life in Bangalore, my stories are set in Bangalore. And that was it. That was most of it, I'm
curious, so when you both have ideas and you start a novel, what is the most challenging part of the novel? Is it to bring out the emotional truth of the characters? Is it the case that you have a theme in your head and then you're trying to weave your story around that theme? Or is it setting? What is it? What's the most challenging part?
Setting is a little difficult because all the books can't read the same, especially if I'm setting them all in Bangalore. They can't be the same. They have to be, something has to set them apart. Also, this one I set in the 90s because, for the simple reason that it was easier for her father to cheat in the 90s than today. I mean, her mother would have definitely found out if he was cheating on her now. Also, the way ideas come are so different each time an idea comes. So I kind of hold on to that and start developing from there. Like this, you will not believe where this idea came from. this is story.
Tell us.
So there's a show on Apple TV called Monarch, and it's a science fiction show, and it's about, so this girl visits her father's, it's that whole monsters thing. So this girl visits her father's apartment in Japan and discovers that he has another family there. So she meets her brother, her half-brother, and I was like, oh, but what if they were not siblings, What if she falls in love with him? And there, my mind started working overtime and started working on this book. So each idea originates differently. So the way I tackle it is, I don't have a structured way. So I kind of, for me, it's very important to have faith in the process. I used to get frustrated in the beginning when this is not flowing the way I wanted to, but now I've realized that you let it be and it will eventually come along the way it's supposed to.
And what about you?
Well, it's harder for me to speak with authority than Andaleeb because I've only published 2 books. But thus far, I would say there's a kind of sort of, the kind of, if you think of a chess analogy, openings, middle game, end game. Middle game is a bit tricky because the kind of novels I write, they can go in different directions. And then when I read the first draft, I find that there's a problem in the middle where I know the reader's attention is going to wander, and that's a very, you can cut some things out, but usually you often have to rewrite many chapters to give that book that form and that continuity. Yeah, that's what I found most difficult.
I think we're running out of time, so I have one last question for both of you, and it's something that I actually started my introduction with, which is that we live in the age of AI, right? I've actually heard some writers say that when they have gotten stuck with their novel, they've just sort of put the idea past ChatGPT. It has thrown up some suggestions as to how the novel has gone. They haven't taken it, but just out of curiosity to know, what ChatGPT might think about it. What do you firstly, have you ever done anything like that? Have you ever asked ChatGPT where your character should go from, where you've been stuck? And what do you think AI has done to creativity and to writing fiction?
Okay, sometimes I feel like you are not asking the question the wrong way, but very often I feel we are asking the question the wrong way, because the question really isn't, can AI write fiction? Obviously it can. Can AI write fiction well? Well, it can write fiction better than 99% of humans. It can do it faster than 100% of humans. The question to me is much more, what does it mean for a human to not be able to write a novel? Because that's really what we're doing, is we're going to lose our ability to read, our ability to write.
As I said in the beginning, to even write a speech.
And again, to come back to chess, I mean, I was thinking about this because I was attending Vishwanathan Anand's session. We've known since 1997 that computer can beat humans at chess. And since 1997, the gap has always grown, has only grown. But that hasn't stopped humans from playing chess or trying to be good at it. And of course, they do use AI a lot in their training. I'm not convinced yet that it's helpful for us. I guess I don't really know why I would even want to. I mean, to save myself time, but that seems like a. I don't think my. And I think I'm very afraid of diminishing my own ability to solve that problem. And the chess player has to use AI because she or he is playing against somebody who is going to use AI, and we know that if one is using it and the other isn't, the one who's using it will win. So they have a competitive reason to do it. What we do is not competitive in that way. And I just, I would like to make of my own capacities what I can and not risk, just not risk.
And that's your gift and that's your talent. So
I just want to say that I'm very proprietary about my characters, and I don't think AI can know them better than me. AI can try. I use AI, ChatGPT, for research on a few places, and that also you have to double check because it makes up stuff on the go. I write about such niche characters. I'm like, how are you going to know what it's like to live, the Lababi Indian Muslim girl? How can you possibly know anything about, there is no way AI can know, is what I feel. So I haven't tried it, but I use it for research mostly about locations and places, that sort of thing, very sparingly.
Right. I'd love to ask you both more questions, but I think we're running out of time, so I'm going to throw open the floor for questions.
Hi. Hi, Keshava. Hi, Andaleeb. My name is Fatima. It was great to hear you guys talk about both of your novels, and more importantly, so the underlying bigger message that it had to give, or the things that you had to tell the people through your stories. And I myself am somebody who believes that if I ever write a book, I want it to not be something that people just read, but it has to be something that has something to tell the people. And while I appreciate that there is so much political or deeper meanings to the stories that you're writing, and while I myself am an advocate for it, my question is, again, this is very opinion-based, but is it so terrible to write fiction just for the sake of writing something, or just for the sake of fun? Is it even possible to write fiction that does not have that sort of an underlying meaning to it?
My books are not, political in the sense that you would say directly. They are, they are absolutely for fun. I write them to entertain people. And if someone gets a message along the way, then it's well and good. It's never something that I intend specifically. So my books are all for fun. You'll find them outside. I'm openly pushing you to them, but they're definitely, they're meant for enjoyment. And I think even the fact that you mentioned that why can't something be just for fun, that is in itself is also political, So everything is political. So even fun books can be. So I don't know what you have.
No, I completely agree. I think we've had this particular problem in India, which we've now exported to other countries, unfortunately, which is this idea that writers have a moral, political, social obligation. One of my favorite novels, Indian novels of all time, which is weighed in by Nirmal Verma, published, the translation is called Days of Longing. It's a beautifully written love story set in Prague in the 1960s. And he was castigated by his contemporaries. How can you write about love? That's a bourgeois subject. You have to write, you have to come back to where you started. You have to write, literature has to help overcome oppression. No, I think literature's job is not to make the world a better place. It can be to give you a better day by a more enjoyable, stimulating, pleasurable day. And yes, some novels might, propagate certain ideas, others might not. Personally, I always come back to the thing that means most to me is language, the beauty of language, whether in poetry, whether in prose. And, that may not, it might not help end poverty or caste oppression or whatever, but it certainly makes my day better.
Thank you so much.
We have a question here in front.
Hi, I'm Priyam. Thank you both of you for the wonderful session. My question is for Keshava. So you have a father who's had a brilliant literary output and a very different kind of literary output than your fiction writing. But I'm interested in how was it to grow up with a father who's working in the archives, who's writing constantly, and how did that shape your writing, your creative process, your discipline of writing, and where are the places where you take from him, and where are the places that you've departed from him? So.
Yeah, I should say that I have two parents, and this is not a way of dodging a question which I will briefly answer, but. In terms of novel writing, the other parent is a much bigger influence. So that both my mother and her family, and her mother, I'd say, are bigger influences, because my mother is a designer, and writing fiction is a creative, imaginative exercise. The more I know about what my father does, the more I'm aware of the differences. The big thing I took from my father is work ethic. Because it's just the daily discipline of he's at his desk every morning before breakfast, and come what may, really. And that kind of routine is, if you see a parent, it doesn't have to be in writing. You could have a father who's an accountant, as in the book. You could have a father who's an electrician, a doctor, whatever has it. But you see or a mother, whatever. You see your parent with that kind of routine. And although my mother is every bit, if not more, hardworking, she doesn't have that routine. So I think seeing my father as a creature of routine was incredibly helpful. I don't do this very much anymore, but I used to also write about politics. And there, of course, the comparison was more reasonable because we were kind of doing the same thing. But I don't really do that anymore. And doing that made me very aware of how different novel writing is. I think the way I try to do it, I suspect it has more in common with painting or musical composition than it does with writing history books based on archival research.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Tabriz. I would like to thank you guys for the wonderful session. My question is actually to both of you. Like, when you're framing your male and female protagonists, we all know it's a fictional book and you're writing the book for impressionable young minds. So where do you actually draw the boundary, like how fictional you want your character to be? Because when they read it, they might have that impression of that particular person, right? They want their future partner to be such, right? So do you have a boundary where, you know, how fictional I want my character to be? And how do you address that?
At the risk of sounding very arrogant, I don't think about the reader at all, you know, when I'm writing. This is for me, this is my story. For me, it's very important. I write it the way I see it. And I think if there is a problem, I trust my editor to point it out. But apart from that, for me, it's very important I write the story that I have, as I have envisioned it. Because the moment I start thinking, oh, am I doing this? Oh, some impressionable children are watching movies like Animal today. They are watching all kinds of crap. You know, who's stopping them? So at least, in my mind, I tell myself, okay, it's okay if kids are reading about, you know, if they're reading all these intimate scenes in my book, at least I'm talking about consent. At least it's, you know, done in a way that is tasteful. So I rationalize that in a very small corner of my mind because I don't think about the reader at all, at least when I'm writing. You know, because writing for me is solely for myself. And then when it goes out, and then I start getting, oh my God, what's going to happen now?
So I don't know about the reader that I think about, but now having published 2 novels, my impression of the reader that I actually have is average age is over 60. So I don't know about impressionable young men. There may be some of them, but they don't predominate. See, what is like, I always get a little irritated when people say that, like, just talk about novels as a form of storytelling, because as if like films and TV and novels are all the same. One of the things that is distinctive about fiction is that every reader reads it at her or his own pace, and at every time the book is read as a collaboration between the writer and the reader. So when you watch a film, you're not constantly pausing to watch. I mean, maybe if you're a film student, but otherwise you're not pausing to watch that scene again. But you're constantly rereading sentences, rereading paragraphs, going back. You've just read something about a character, you'll go back 20 pages to say, oh, did I read that earlier thing wrong the first time? And so I try to have as much space in my books as possible for different readers to come to different conclusions. You know, there will be some readers who really like my narrator. There's some readers who will find her very irritating, very smug, what have you. My first novel was deliberately written with an ending where some readers might conclude that, might have an optimistic idea of what happens to a particular character. Other readers might think, oh no, her life is doomed. I really want to have that space. And we have to, however old the reader is, I want to treat the reader like a grown-up. I don't want to tell them what to think. I want them to write the book each time with me, and I'm very idealistic in that way. Like, I really want the reader to be reading at the highest possible level of intensity and awareness and thoughtfulness.
Okay, that's going to be the last question. We're really running
Thank
out of
you.
time.
Yeah, my question is very simple to both of you. Andaleeb, you've been writing for so long. You've written your second book, Keshava. How has your everyday experiences, or as a writer, has helped you sort of pick up your next idea or write your next book? Because I still believe writing the first book is easier. It just gets difficult to top the previous one you've written. But how do you do it consistently? And how did you get over your first book, which was, if I'm not wrong, it has a little bit of, I've read that, Harry Potter and this whole fandom thing going on, to this Tiger Share, which is completely different. Like, how do you navigate that?
I keep joking that they need to develop that cloning technology fast and clone 3 versions of me to write all the books that I want to write in this lifetime. Because I have this so many things constantly popping up, ideas. I have half-written chapters, and I'm like, when is this going to happen? So I don't have that problem.
So as a reader, I've often observed two different kinds of novelists. One kind who are sort of writing about themselves book after book. Javier Marias, Philip Roth. I'm talking about writers that I admire here. And other writers who are really never writing about themselves. Hilary Mantel, Kazuo Ishiguro. And the latter category are the ones who tend to reinvent themselves, try to find something new to do with every book. That's sort of what the way, because I'm not writing about myself, that's the direction I like to go in. I found the second book much easier. Well, the first book was easy to write because I didn't know how to write a book for a start. So I didn't know what I didn't know, and I was just kind of fooling around. It gets harder in a way because you are asked, you're more questioning of yourself, you're more self-conscious. But it gets easier other ways because hopefully you also get better. You know, I'm not going to do it, but I can't tell you, like, if I could go back and rewrite that first book now, it would be completely different. Yeah. So, you know, I'm really not happy with a lot of things in that book, with the perspective that I have now of having written a second book and working on a third book and all of that. But, you know, as to where ideas come from, as I said to the start, I don't know. You know, that's a mystery.
Okay, on that note, we're going to end this session because we've really run out of time. Sorry to the next panel. Thank you so much, Andaleeb and Keshava, and thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Radhika. Thank you for this excellent question.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have everybody kindly take your seats and make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode as we begin with our next session titled Poets on Poets, a session celebrating poetry and poetic dialogue. So please join me in welcoming with a round of applause Ashwani Kumar, poet and academic, K. Srilata, poet and translator, in conversation with Ranvir Shah, a socio-cultural activist, philanthropist, and entrepreneur. Can we give them a hand as we welcome them on stage for this panel discussion?
So good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. To start with, before we go and talk about the theme of the session of you both being poets, writing about other poets, tell us a bit about your work as poets and how you came to poetry and how much of it defines your lives.
Hi, can you all hear me? Thank you for that question. I was just talking about this at the other panel yesterday. I think each of us comes to writing, to art, to poetry from very, very different contexts. No, that may seem like an obvious thing, but it isn't obvious because people assume that it is that everybody begins at the starting point for the race is the same. It's not a race, firstly, and it isn't the same starting point. So thank you for asking me that question. I think what prepared me for the life of a writer, or for actually even being part of this larger writerly world or writerly life, is the fact that growing up as the daughter of a single mother, I've always felt like an outlier, right? So our family was not a regular family with a father, a mother, a brother, and a sister, that kind of a thing. This was way back in the 70s. So I think I sort of learned very early that you need to have different kind of coping skills, and also that you have to sort of figure out, navigate this life, this terrain. So I think for me, a lot of my work has come from that space of feeling like maybe I don't belong, but making that space for myself. So I think I sort of learned to get back into the world, enter the sort of the skin of the world through my writing, right? And also by, in a sense, not just practicing my own work, but also engaging with the work of other writers, other poets, especially women poets like Vatsala, who's also my mother, with Salma, and now more recently Subramani Bharat.
Hi. First, I would like to thank formally Hindu Literature Festival and also Prakriti Foundation and Ranvir sir bringing me here once again. And I do remember, Ranvir, on the note of gratitude, that when my Banaras was published back in 2017, in 2018, when I came to Chennai, I was so delighted. I was thinking that, maybe, my poetic journey is largely, circumstantial. And through that circumstance, I brought Banaras to Chennai. So that's where I find, where do I stand in terms of my poetic journey, because I'm not a native, the language that I speak and talk about, my mother tongue, but I write what they call in Mumbai poetry circuit, Anglophone, which is an anthropologically suspect category for me as a political scientist and sociologist. So if you look at the works that I have done over 20 years, there I'm trying to track that how, I still bring, I saw my bio and I'm very happy that, you refer to some of my, the idioms and the native touch that I brought to, English poetry, what they call English poetry. So in that sense, I'm not English, because I'm homeschooled. I never went to school. I was raised, in a landscape where I played with, Odia, Bangla, and Adivasi languages, etc., Ranvir. So the journey has been very chaotic. Inside and outside. And out of that chaos, when I landed in Oklahoma, those days without any GPS, etc., on the first day, Twister hit my campus, tornado hit my campus. I asked my American friend, what is tornado? And he used the American slang like President Trump, that kind of a language he used. And then I went and searched. So from the tornado, shelter home, I started writing in a language which was not my own language, So here I am today, and thank you all of you to, appreciate the kind of poetry I'm doing. So that's where.
So tell us how you're a political scientist, you're working with an organization, an institution. You have been an academic until very recently in a full-time capacity. How does the process, before we go into the work of the poets that you've written about, how is the process of engaging with poetry, your own personal poetry? Like a lot of the authors have been asked through the session and in literature festivals, the ones who get up and write regularly. But if you have a job and you're still writing poetry, I don't want to say on the side, but you're still writing poetry, how do you excavate that time?
Yeah, thank you. So I was writing on the side. So I think, in a sense, there's always a little bit of moonlighting, I think, involved. So I can say this now that I'm safely away from that whole full-time job scenario. But having said that, it sounds great, to say I was able to moonlight and so on. But it isn't easy. It's sort of, I think, earlier this morning, I was at a session where Kiran Desai was talking about how she took 20 years to write her new book, and she didn't notice the passing of time, right? And I was like, how did you not notice? Because for me, 20 years, 25 years, as a parent and as a working woman, every minute of the thing, the tiredness and the fatigue of it has, I think, lodged itself in my body and in my mind. And it's not just me, and I know it's true for so many of us here. So that it was, for the lack of a better word, a blur. But I think in the middle of all of that, Ashwani used the word chaotic or whatever, right? A tornado. So there is a tornado of life, I think, and you have to learn to write, or you write because it's an inner demon pushing you. It's a horrible thing. It's really not very nice at some level. It's pushing you, and you have to write, otherwise you're going to implode within. Then there is an external world, and there's the timetable, and there's things to do at home, and there's other sorts of life challenges which you have to navigate. So you do it not by getting up every day and writing, because that's never going to happen. It did happen briefly when I woke up at some unearthly hour to write a novel, and I don't think I want to go back to that. It was very hard. But you do it seasonally. So I did learn, because I was a teacher, I learned to work with the rhythm of the semester. So I think that was how I measured my life, semester, the exam, the grading. Then other things, parenting would sometimes, of course, always get in the way. But you figure out, and there is no one size fits all. Obviously, all of us have very different lives. So that's just a very long answer for that.
Yeah, I would say that I have a full-time job, what they call professorial, and in a place, in an institution that's known for, democratic struggle, contestation. So in my sense, in my context, Ranvir, I live dangerously and write dangerously. I mean, like, that's the way, if you just check it out, Scroll has just published a series almost last 3 years. First day of Jan, they published me. And that's where I'm trying to describe, what is my process of writing, especially poetic process. And this is where there is no discipline in me. I was listening to writers, and I work across writers. This book has almost 200 poets across 22 languages, so they are my friends. And my great teacher, the legend of Indian poetry, Jayanto Mahapatra, was very disciplined, and he had a dark room, where he would sit down, a physics teacher, and write. But in my case, I'm very chaotic, Like, the love is so chaotic, so I travel, then I write. I write at the airport. I write, even in the washroom also, sit down and write. I can write anywhere, in any context, It's a maddening, it's a maddening experience for me. And of late, when I started revealing the secrets of writing, and my next book, Loss of Ordinary Things, carries almost 200 poems. And I'm getting, inside quite a lot of praise, because how do you manage to write 200 poems? And the reason that I, over time, I remember Jayanta used to tell me, write 1,000 poems and dedicate to the Shiva or Kali. They would eat up all your poems. So that's my process, I talk to Shiva and talk to Kali. That's not my language. That's not my language. If you allow me someday and somewhere I read Auntie Maria poem, picanto, perelesanto kind of stuff, the language I use, I'm not familiar, unknown. But there is an inner order. There is an inner aesthetic delight, and that's where I connect to, heritage, traditions, great teachers, I read her and new book, that, Mahabharata, Notes on Mahabharata, inspires me. So that way, there is a whole process, invisible, unknown, and dangerous. So that's why I would describe my poetic processes. Thank you.
Since you've now come to the point where we've talked about reading others' poetry, can you share with us how you came to write and choose the work of the poets that you've written about? So tell us a bit of the genesis of the project, and then perhaps after that a bit of the process, and then after that if you can read a poem from that.
So I think it's best that I perhaps speak about my work as a translator of poetry, which is something I got into by accident, serendipity again. And I think one of the things that struck me was, I was not going to just translate because somebody was a big writer or somebody was very well known, not necessarily for those reasons. But I needed to convince myself there had to be a why, for whom to translate, really. And so for me, I think I realized the importance of, in a sense, archiving my mother's work, you know, and I felt that it very, very strongly called to ensure in a way that her work, her life, and they are the same thing at some level, that her poetry would enjoy an afterlife, right? And in many ways, and in more ways than one, you know, that it should be read in another language. It should be read in English, perhaps even in other languages, not just in Tamil. So I actually, so that's one of the things. And because she was my mother, and you know, so I could actually just go across to her and ask her if I had queries about her work and that kind of a thing. It was also sometimes difficult because it was intense, it was complicated, there was a certain enmeshment in it, there was too much knowing about her life, and there were of course too many also blind spots, right? So I'm still not sure whether that I made the best choice of translator for her, but I just went with it, right? So that was one. And I also then subsequently translated the work of the Tamil poet Salma. I co-translated with Sobhana Kumar, so which exists as a book, so I Salma. So it's a small press. Please support small presses. But so that happened, and currently I'm working on Subramanya Bharati. Again, with Sobhana Kumar, we are co-translating Bharatiyar's work. But I will, if I may, talk a little bit about how, you know, one of the things that you do when you're translating poetry as a poet, right? I think you get other poets. So that's one thing. When he said tornado and chaos, I said, yeah, okay, fellow chaos, right? So I think there's something about it. There's something essentially a little off, I think, about poets. So you get that. And I don't think somebody who translates prose is going to get that. So that's one thing. And also, I think you, as poets, we work with the ear more than anything else. We work with the heart, with intuition, with the ear a lot. So I think especially poetry, given its, you know, maddening syntax, I mean, to translate the syntax from prose from one language to the other is hard enough. We all know that. Tamil to English syntactically, they are so different as languages. But poetry, there's another layer of syntactical challenges. There's also visual topography, right? How do you get that to carry? Say if I'm translating Bharati, there is so much, it's music. Everybody owns Bharati. Everybody knows or think they know Bharati, right? And so there is that whole nervousness around it, right? So I think as poets, translating other poets, I would like to believe that we might actually be somewhat better at it than prose writers who translate. Yeah, if I may read. Yeah. Okay, so I would like to read. So I'll read this poem that actually this was a co-translation, me and Subhashri Krishnaswamy, and it was part of this book, anthology called Interior Decoration Poems by 54 Women in 10 Languages, Women Unlimited, right? So this is Vatsala's poem. The original is called Naan Kavingya Ragavillai. Why didn't I become a poet? So it also speaks to what I just said earlier, that, you know, sometimes our lives are so chaotic, things actually don't get written, and that's what Vatsala also writes about. Why didn't I become a poet? It's only after you asked me that I wondered why I never became a poet. Digging deep, I find no evidence that I'm not one. I would like to ask you something. Do dead poems count? Since they dissolved while still unborn, I couldn't give them shape. I wasn't aware of their inception. So, I never recorded their time of birth. But with some, their time of death is clear to me. One died when my grandmother praised the neat way I folded clothes. A couple, when I picked up the ladle, sorry for my mother, who struggled with my brother's insatiable hunger and my father's fastidious tongue. A few passed away when I befriended a typewriter to save up for a gold chain just so a yellow thread could be tied around my neck. Bored, are you? I'll keep it short then. A few hundred vanished as I washed my baby's bottoms, tutored my darling children, saved up for my son's education, stood by my husband as he washed the feet of the son-in-law. If they all come to life and take shape, a poet I will be. If not, next month, after my husband's death anniversary, when my green card darlings go back home, after my numb feelings are massaged and I journey a little into myself and release my breath completely, who knows, I might become a brand new poet. So I'll read from the Salma collection. The Vatsala translations are not yet a book, so it's also an open call for anybody in the audience who can connect me with the publisher, right? Okay. So Salma, this is Salma, which I co-translated with Sobhana Kumar. This is called Story of the Deep Night, Irandam Jamatin Kadai. These nights, following the birth of my children, you seek, in the midst of my nakedness, so familiar to you, an old, unblemished beauty, and are disappointed. You're revolted, you declare, by my fat body and its stretch marks. Your own body, you say, is unchanging. Buried in the deep valley of silence, my voice moans and sighs. It's true that your body is unlike mine, loud and open. Yours proclaims itself. Before this, perhaps, you have had children elsewhere by others. Since you have remained unmarked by their birth, you can be proud. But what of me? These birthmarks cannot be mended, neither my decay. After all, this body is not a piece of paper to be cut and pasted. There is no restoring it. Nature plays false much more than you. Wasn't it with you that it began, that first stage of my downfall? Stranger than evening is night, that breeder of dreams. The tiger so peaceful in the picture that hangs on the wall visits my bedside at night, watches keenly. Yeah, okay. I will read Work in Progress, Bharati, Subramanya Bharati, from Parashakti Vanakkam, which is part 2, Canto 3 of Panchali Sabadam. Prayer to Parashakti. Out of one, the sculptor fashions a temple doorstep. The other stone he elevates with his artistry, turns it into God's image. O Mother of the universe, you who calls the shots, shaper of forms, to you I surrender. Come, chisel away at me, sculpt me, Mother, into a skillful poet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Over to you.
Yeah, so I think, listening to Salma and Salma, my sister, everyone, believes that Salma and me are cousins. So I'm just thinking about, translation, transcreation, and then, coming to poetry as I came to this world. I mean, like the world of poetry. So Ranvir, in a sense that, I have my own collective. I have my own collective, Indian Novels Collective. There we work with translators, writers, and we have done some translation. D.G. Rockwell, translated classic novel, 55 Pillars and Red Walls, Pachpan Khambe Lal Diware of Usha Priyavanda. And also Jerry Pinto did, Marathi novel, Vishram Vedika's novel, classic once again. So coming back to, translation, transcreation, and translatability, that's the challenge for writers across, not just poets alone, And this is where I, I don't want to shock you, but the translation, is like, to be a good translator is to be really a good, unfaithful lover, If you are a faithful lover, I think, as Umberto Eco says, that you end up with a lot of chaos and, misreadings and failures. So like in the love, if you are really, very, type of pure lover, you're gonna, end up with failures. So same in the translation. So I work across languages, Marathi, Gujarati, I live in a city where Sindhi, Marathi, on the street we speak multiple languages, Ranvir knows because he loves Mumbai, sandwich. So he knows how sandwich is made, almost poetic, The way they layer the sandwich, like we layer the poem, is that kind of, with the languages, And imagine, translation, imagine translating a novel, Vishram Vedika, to, of late I'm also started translating. As Ranjit told me that, you have to be unfaithful lover, Ashwani, in real life. You have to translate. So of late, in my new book is available, River of Songs, once again dedicated to the memory of the legendary poet Jayanta Mahapatra. So this is where, I play with translation, various forms of translation. In fact, going, as Arunava recently at JLF told me that, Ashwani, it also becomes transcreation, You move into a different world, it's not that, it's a semiotic, it's a mythic, So when you translate and look at your own translation, exactly you find another Salma, So when I write, I become a woman, I always tell my male poets that you can't be a good poet unless until when writing you become a woman. So let me sing something, and it's also where I'm trying to do a lot of linguistic experiments, and where I'm trying to develop, my own language, which does not fit into whether it's English or Tamil or Telugu or, that kind of fundamentalism, I'm really worried about fundamentalism of various, because I live in the city of Bombay where I can't afford to, work with any kind of fundamentalism, and there is also, this intolerance of fundamentalism. So here, and also something I revealed to all of you and would advise young poets not to repeat that, because sometimes I really forget my poems. And when people come for publication, so I just sit down and rewrite, the same poem. I have written my multiple versions of my own poem. So like, I'm looking at my, Auntie Maria poem, and I find that, no, I have written several versions and several reprints. And here I find rather than Auntie Maria, it has become Granny Maria. Imagine, and published. So young poets don't do that, because when you
But
really...
like Srilata said, maybe in 20 years, as Kiran took time to write her book,
So,
Auntie became Granny.
Yeah, Granny. So Auntie became Granny. So, and this is a poem where also it speaks of, where I come from, how do I write. I was in Kathmandu and, looking at the tantric architecture, what they call Nevari. So here it goes like this. And it's a language poem. Granny Maria's village home, Granny Maria's village home was an old poem. It resembled a floating ship, a cloudy rock, or a mirror of red ribbons in the prep school. It was 5 stories tall without any walls. Its roof bears infinite surrogate seasons embroidered with songs on banana leaves. Floors upstairs and downstairs were carnival tricks. There were 55 windows. There were 55 windows, gossiping, giggling, brokering peace among unfaithful lovers at the doorway, aging gypsies on wooden toy lions guarded all our possessions marked with ascetic asterisks. Granny Maria's parents, Mr. Nandi and Mrs. Nandi, were distant cousins of Japatista. They slurred, erred, while selling lamps in the refugee camps. Occasionally they came to the village, burned effigies of indigo planters, and taught neighbors to cook octopus in creamy sauce. People say, I don't say, people say everyone in the village loved pinto beans and red paprika, but Granny Maria grew up on pancakes, apple pies, and crunchy crackers. After a shot of white rum punch, Granny sang, Picanto, picanto, perle santo, picanto, perle santo. We don't remember what those words meant, but we know that she, in her heat-proof pleated cotton skirt and blouse, often slept in the clay fireplace. After the Civil War, there was no grain in the house, nor black salt. With an ivory hoop in her left toe, she climbed to the sky on the pretext of worshipping a snake-armed god. She unstitched the lining of the heavens with her squeaking scissors, plucked sea almonds, roasted them in the heat of the lightning, and fed the daughters of unwed sparrows. All we know, everyone in my village lived happily ever after. You would never see Granny, but visit Granny Maria's house in my village. It is still an old poem. Picanto, perle santo, picanto, perle santo. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you share with us also, Ashwani, some of the work that brought you to Jayanta Mahapatra's translations and the book that you did, and tell us a bit about your association and engagement with him and his work.
I remember, because while growing up without in school, no convent, unconfed, although I loved nuns and nurses always, I mean like bizarrely, because I live in the fantasy world, There are three things define me before you try to decode, uncode me and find me controversial and pragmatic enough. I am whimsy, that's what critic called me, irreverential and in a fantasy world. So that's kind of a three things, Nothing is real here. I'm always surreal. So Ranvir, I wrote a letter while I was in Oklahoma to Jayantoda. We call him Jayantoda. That's the tradition back in Odisha, Bengal, and Bihar. And Jayanto flatly, he is a calligrapher, I think if you are in love, please do. I have his letters, private letters. And when he passed away, journalists started chasing me about those love letters, I just claim he was not my father. We were more like lovers, lovers in the realm of poetry. So he flatly wrote a letter that Ashwani, sadly, unfortunately, I closed down the Chandrabhaga. So Chandrabhaga, if you remember, was iconic journal where Srilata, everyone has published, and from Indian languages. So this is where this brought me to Jayanto, and then I started, writing to him. And the last 10 years, he died at the age of 94. So 84 to 94, almost like, everyday engagement, almost like so intimate, So those letters, would arrive, and I have written, if you buy the book, you can see, and you can uncode, decode, our relationship. And also the poetic craft, that you can find, you can also find how Jayanto was trying to shape, a different kind of language for in poetry. Then I got into touch with, and I was writing my Banaras, my epic long poem, and thank you for once again, bringing all over, Prakriti, my epic poem Banaras. And I was intrigued by his classic work. All of you know Jayanto was the first Sahitya Academy recipient of English Poetry Award, 1982. And this relationship, because I'm located in Bombay Poetry, Adil Jasawala, Yunus, and everyone is there. We just lost Keki Daruwala. So you can imagine the land and the landscape and the language that brought me to Jayanto Mahapatra. I went to Cuttack, and I used to go to Cuttack, and I still co-curate a festival dedicated to his memory, Chandrabhaga. That's called Konark Festival, and the book is out of that. And this is where I started looking at his craft and developed a kind of emotional, intimate relationship to his poetic world, the poetic world. So rain, river, and rainbow. That's Jayanta's world, So of late, although in my poetry, let me tell you, with a sense of detachment and unfaithfulness, that's what I meant by unfaithfulness to my own, teacher, lover, whatever you can call him, a friend, a true friend, intimate friend, and a poetic inspiration. Unfaithfully, I never copied anything, Ranvir, from Jayanta's body of works. That's where, Jayanta, and I also helped edit his, Chandrabhaga, the last edition. He was in the ICU and was editing the last volume of Chandrabhaga. And he told me that, I wanted to write blurb for your book, but I don't think I would live longer enough. So what you do, that you write the first page. It's my booker for you. Indeed, writing the first page poem for Chandrabhaga was almost like the biggest award for me in my life. So I wrote that, and where I talked about, Rain, Rainbow, and Jayanto Mahapatra, including his Puri poems. So, Ranvir, this is where Jayanto's, the land and landscape, and the language, all of us are rooted into three things: land, landscape, and our language. I'm here, the land of, the land of Tamil Nadu, where the ancient language, the oldest language, and I believe that I'm rooted here also.
Do you have one that you can share with us of Jayanta's work?
Jayanta's poem, or
Yeah, Jayanta's.
But I would like to come back to that, but this is a poem that Jayanta insisted that, Ranjit Hoskate called Jayanto Mahapatra. If I remember correctly, some 92, 93 piece, I have cited again and again that Ranjit Hoskate, dear friend and a great poet. Jayanto was native Pablo Neruda. Native Pablo Neruda called him. So that really inspired me, and Jayanta loved this poem I wrote for him, and I'm going to read this poem. Pablo Neruda, basically Jayanto Mahapatra in Gaya. And again, many versions again, I keep making mistakes, so please bear with my mistakes. Pablo Neruda. Pablo Neruda in Gaya, you know the Gaya, the holy city, you know, and Buddha's land too. There were rumors in the holy town. Pablo Neruda was spotted on the ghats of Falgu River. There were rumors in the holy town. Pablo Neruda was spotted on the ghats of Falgu River performing funeral rites for his ancestors. He arrived with ships filled with geranium flowers, tyrant flag catchers, and hermit crabs for local villagers. Crowds of women and laborers from the sand mines gathered for a sight of his tanned, handsome looks, propagating fire and rebellion, tapping their feet, wriggling their bangles and hammers. They started singing his love poem in chorus and offered him jasmine rice pudding in a copper vessel. In the yellow flames of sacrificial fire, Pablo shaved his head and hairy chest, weeping in sorrow of losing his friends in the civil war. Pablo, wrapped in the mendicant betel leaves, he remembered his house in Madrid with crescent balconies on which the light of June slumbered like lovers in the shade. Old-timers say after he finished all the rituals, he became one of us, searching for the secret springs of the cursed river in the prairie heat. I can't tell you everything. But I often hear Pablo's voice between memory and time. That's Jayanta Mahapatra.
Thank you. Can you both quickly, because we're also getting closer to the end of the session, tell us about how you find engaging from the world? You've spoken about some of the challenges of being in a polylingual world. You've done translations, but the world of Indian writing or Anglophone poetry is very different, the publishing world of it, than Indian languages. In fact, in many colleges, it's still true, the vernacular gang is still called with derision the vernies, you know, and so how do we, or how do you as poets see this? How do you engage with poets who write in their natal tongue? And what should or what could be a way forward to, I know it's not something that's going to happen overnight, to get closer, to work together with, to engage more closely? I would love to have both your views very quickly.
Okay, so the one thing I think the good thing about being in India is that I think for all of us, we work with a multilingual consciousness. Most of us know more than one language. We may not know fully well. I mean, we may not be able to read, write, speak, and all of that, but we may understand it. So there's always that consciousness from which we are, most of us, I think, are working, right? And I think early on, I mean, as a poet, I also learned to work with that awareness of all the languages at the back of my head, all the languages that I know at the back of my head, right? So there is that one thing. The other thing is obviously to not think of yourself as this Anglophone poet and as, operating, because then you're confined to a very tiny, it's an annoyingly tiny bubble, I can tell you that, right? I'll be the first to say that, right? So there are like maybe half a dozen poets writing in India in English, and then of that half a dozen, 3 who are getting published by any sort of big publisher who's able to distribute, market, and all of that. The rest are, you're really in that bubble and you're speaking to each other, right? And which is really boring after a while when you think about it, right? So I think it's actually just to sort of get out of that suffocation, if nothing else. It doesn't have to be with noble intent. But I think in order to grow your own craft, in order to expand your context, experiential context, you need to step out of that damn bubble and you need to engage with poets who write in other languages. And sometimes you may not know all the other languages. That's why translators exist. Translations exist. So read poets in translation, read poets in their own languages. I can't, sort of say this often enough. And as a teacher, I think I've sort of tried to do that in all my courses. I mean, even if it's called Indian Writing in English, I always have a large module. I sort of bung in a whole lot of poets who write in non-English languages who have been translated, right? So I think that's really important. I'm almost evangelical about it, if you like. Yeah.
As I mentioned, I mean, like no poet in India, as great Malayali poet Sachinandandan reminds us, Yeah, and many, I mean, like, if just look at the body of works of Arundhati Subramaniam, and then you can find the sacredness, you know. This sacredness is not arising out of the purity. I mean, like, that way, you know, there is a resistance to that so-called, may I say, I would say now, that Brahmanical purity. I mean, like, that purity is not part of our DNA, perhaps, you know, the way we look at, you know, our works today. So we all speak, you know, through multiple tongues. We have folk tongues, you know, and I said that I live and work across languages, and that's where, you know, the French poet or, you know, Hungarian poets have the difficulty, you know, and this difficulty is almost untranslatable, you know. This is something that most Indian poets, in any language you write, you know, whether you're writing in Tamil, I work, you know, my friends Tamil, Telugu, I have included in my selections, worked very strongly and hard with them. And I find even in Tamil, and Perumal Murugan is here, and TM is here, just met them, and the kind of, you know, language Perumal uses, I mean, it's not that pure Tamil, you know, I mean, something like pure English, you know, or pure Gujarati, you know. So that's where Adivasi, you know, I work with Adivasi languages, you know, Munda, Urao, etc., my native place, were born and brought up. And this is where those impurities, Ranvir, I mean, like, that has become a new language. And this is where India is heading into. I mean, like, India is becoming different, beyond recognition. I would not reflect more on that because that's not the, you know, part of this poetry. But we write within this political environment, the social and cultural environment. India has never ever done that and will never ever do that in a kind of authoritarianism in language also. That one language, one land, etc., etc. That's not going to happen, Ranvir. So back here, you know, the mother tongue, you have multiple mother tongues also. Let me remind you and perhaps caution myself that I don't have one mother tongue, you know. I have many mothers, you know. And this is where I remember always when I write A.K. Ramanujan that, you know, when you speak to a granny, when you speak to, why women are there, you know, in my poetry? Why in his poetry, women? The father was there, you know, silent behind the wall or maybe behind the door, but the mothers were there and mothers were in the courtyard, backyard, front yard, talking in multiple languages, multiple mother tongues. We have multiple mother tongues, so I stop here.
On that note, we'd also like to take this occasion on this panel to have you give away the prizes, 3 prizes for the poetry competition that we had for the Festival of Poetry with Prakriti of edition 11. So can I sort of request you to give away the 3rd prize, Srilata? It's for the young lady Aditi Das Gupta, if she's here and if she could come and take it. The 2nd prize is also for a young lady, Gopika Navneet.
Gopika, come.
And the 1st prize goes to Rudransh Kantaria.
Rudransh. Big clap, you know. Ranvir. No, Ranvir, please. Yeah. Rudransh. Ranvir, come. Aye. Wait a second. Let Ranvir sir come.
Oh, he's a student. Wonderful.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. Hello. I also have the wonderful honor and privilege of announcing this afternoon something which is quite special. which is in memory of her very dear friend, Geeta Doctor, the writer, journalist. We are setting up at the Prakriti Foundation a Geeta Doctor Poetry Fellowship. It is instituted to support the sustained practice, circulation, and visibility of contemporary poetry, and to affirm poetry as a living art shaped by attention, time, and rigor. The fellowship is awarded to one poet with no restriction on language and carries a grant of ₹5 lakhs along with 2 poetry residencies. The fellowship supports the writing, translation, editing, and publication of that poetry, and may also be used to enable the fellows' participation in literary and poetry festivals in India, readings and related engagements connected to the life of their work. The fellowship is intended to offer time, resources, and mobility, enabling the selected poet to deepen their practice, to carry their work across languages where needed, and to extend its reach beyond immediate geographies and audiences. Instituted in the honor of Geeta Doctor, whose work and commitment have shaped cultural conversations in contemporary India, the fellowship reflects a shared belief in poetry as an enduring necessity and presence in public life. I'd like the family of Geeta Doctor who are here, her daughter Meenakshi, and her sisters Surya and Manjula to come on stage, as I'd like Srilata to announce the winner. And if I might request my dear friend Nirmala Lakshman to come up on stage and to please present it to the recipient.
Okay, it's my great pleasure to announce the winner of this first edition of this very generous, lovely fellowship, the Geeta Doctor Fellowship. It's being awarded this year to the poet Ilampirai. Please be on stage. Ilampirai is the pen name of Panchavarnam. She is a widely published, well-known Tamil poet. She works as a teacher in a government school. And I think what makes me happiest about the fact that she's the one who's got the award is that I know that she has several poems left in her. And I'm very, very convinced that, given a year and a half, we'll have another book of poetry. She's recently come out with a collection, but I know that speaking to her and so on, there's also an interview we did with Ilampirai for our book Lifescapes. So I know just how committed she is to poetry and what a brilliant poet she is. So congratulations.
Can I request if Manjula or Surya would like to say a word, and then afterwards for Nirmala to say something.
Thank you so much, Ranvir. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Nirmala, for making this space possible for us to speak about Geeta. I just wanted to say that I grew up as one of 3, and now we are just 2. And Geeta was always our leader, and I would like to say that in this too, she has led us. She has gone ahead on a difficult journey, but she did it so beautifully that we as her family have felt comforted and grateful for her presence in our life. Thank you so much.
This is an unexpected, sweet, and great honor because Geeta was a very much their family, but she was also our family. And she was one of those most wonderful, inspirational figures for me. And not only in her own quiet way did she help me move forward in my writing, but her remarks and her authenticity was something that we all revered and loved and held dear. So it's a great privilege for me that to be here today and to be part of this. And my wonderful friend Ranvir Shah, with his generosity, has decided to support poetry, which I'm sure Geeta, she might be laughing from wherever she is, looking at all of this, but I'm sure she'll deeply appreciate this, and grateful to Meenakshi and Geeta's sisters to have given me this privilege. And Ranvir, thank you very much. It's a wonderful thing, and I'm sure it'll go from strength to strength year upon year, and we all will continue to miss her and value her, what she has been in our lives. So thank you very much.
A big thank you to all of our panelists for a session rich in language and lyricism. As we move on to our next session, requesting the audience members who are joining us to please quickly take your seats and do make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you so much. Our next session is an important conversation on care, courage, and healing, resilience and hope, women and mental health. So please join me in welcoming our speakers with a round of applause. We have Neha Kirpal, mental health advocate. Can we have a big hand, ladies and gentlemen? Also joining us, Dr. Lakshmi Narasimhan, researcher and practitioner. And they will be in conversation with Soma Basu, senior journalist.
Good evening. Both Neha Kirpal and Dr. Lakshmi Narasimhan are champions who are kind of very accomplished individuals and trying to mainstream mental health in India. And they are also, both of them, they're continuing to do excellent work, very meaningful work. And I also know that they have plenty to unpack in this session on women and mental health. So I will, I think, straight away dive into the discussion and start by asking you, Neha, about the book Homecoming. We have the book? Yeah, maybe you could. So Homecoming is an anthology of 11 women. They're very powerful accounts of how they navigated severe mental illness. And each account is very poignant, and it also kind of shows or demonstrates the lived experience, which you have tried to highlight. So I would start by asking you, like how difficult or how easy was it for you to put these voices together, and how and why you selected these 11 women in particular for the book?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, and for having us here today. I mean, I think it's, these stories are actually much closer to home than we often admit to ourselves. Many of us are in the room today because we have been caregivers, we have dealt with mental illness in some shape or form, and our lives have certainly been touched by it, if not entirely shaped by it. So for us, the 11 of us who brought our life stories together, it just came together as an organic effort. And the real sort of pain points and trauma and adversities are actually in going through the challenges, not so much in talking about it. The conversation platforms have opened up today where we're sitting here among strangers and talking about schizophrenia and suicide loss, and it's actually wonderfully heartening to have a full house talking about mental health. But these journeys are age-old. And so 11 of us have got together, and we've talked about how over the last 2-3 decades, our lives have been shaped by the mental health challenges. In my case, with a parent with schizophrenia, and as a childhood carer, having lost my sibling to suicide, this is 2 generations of mental illness, and so seeing challenges right from the 80s, and what the care systems were like then, what the stigma was like, what was the level of openness to talk about suicide at an open stage, to today. And similarly, other stories, a lady who's a clinical psychologist dealing with bipolar, been part of mental health institutions and now an academic. Another child psychiatrist who was a childhood carer to a parent with schizophrenia. Someone from the trans community, Zainab Patel, who has talked about growing up in the chawls of Juhu and being in the trans community and dealing with mental health challenges. Every story touches upon suicidality and long-term sort of trauma and various themes. But what it also touches upon is the kind of care and support that we manage to get. The fact that we are all contributing members in society as a philanthropist, as a teacher, as a doctor, as an entrepreneur. It's really talking about the human spirit, the kind of hope that one can generate in spite of difficult, adverse circumstances. I think that really is sort of what brought us together. And it really wasn't hard to talk to people and say, would you like to share? You'd be surprised. Many more people want to share than we think. And everybody is waiting for somebody else to go first. And so I really believe that by bringing these stories together, we've actually started a conversation. Women, men, all genders need to be able to share and shed much more. And so this book is a starting point for that conversation. It is to validate and really recognize what 300 million people in our country are going through. So I think that's really what it is. And focusing on these adverse mental health conditions is also deliberate, because we often talk about, Instagram often talks about anxiety and depression and every quick fix. Sometimes there aren't quick fixes. Sometimes you are living with lifelong conditions. It is about managing. We are losing people. COVID has shown us that this problem is in every household. So how do we normalize? How do we mainstream? We all have to own it. And so this is really the starting of that effort.
That was a nice, wonderful introduction to the book. And I'll continue with you for a little longer, since you have navigated 2 generations. Your mother with schizophrenia and survivor of your brothers.
My brother.
Yeah. So from 1980s to say now 2025, 26, what are those challenges you feel still continue, and how much we have come? And maybe briefly you could add for the benefit of the audience about Amaha, the organization that you have founded.
Yeah. I think we owe a lot to the young people today who have really made it okay to talk about some of these issues openly. Social media, of course, COVID, all of this has created public platforms. We find it easier to share with strangers than we do with our own family and friends because of the stigma and shame and so on. So I think Amaha really, which is our mental health organization, started with this effort to say, what have we learned as carers? we have learned that help and care needs to be 24/7. It needs to be accessible in a language that one can speak. And so we today work in 18 languages. We work across 600 cities in the country. And no matter where you may be in the care journey, whether you need inpatient hospitalization or simply online therapy, marital therapy, or peer pressure, bullying support, work with neurodivergent kids and adults with ADHD. So it's the whole range. So can we find places where we go to where there is an ecosystem of care that is possible? I think that's really key, because from the 1980s, I mean, I've seen the ins and outs of more inpatient centers than maybe most other individuals. And comparing what we saw, I mean, at the Banyan, we have Dr. Lakshmi here. My mother came to the Banyan after being homeless for 10 years because her psychosis and her paranoia took her away with my younger brother. And so imagine a family that is urban, educated, elite in Delhi, then being homeless for a period of 10 years, finding that family back, starting the treatment, and my brother goes off to Cambridge. And then because of his own adverse childhood traumas, the difficulties of dealing with it. My mother, on the other hand, untreated, undiagnosed schizophrenia for 20 years, is today stable, sitting in Mumbai, looking after my 13-year-old on 1 injection every 3 weeks. And here is a recovery and rehabilitation story like none other. Right? So I grew up thinking that this is very difficult and what we've been through is very unique. And then I started working in this space, and the last 5-7 years, there is nothing unique about my story. There are hundreds and thousands of families that the Banyan has seen, and so many others, where these things happen. Families sort of totally shred apart, lose livelihood, lack of education, no social support, completely abandoned, and then reintegrate. And it is a homecoming, which is what inspired the title of the book as well. We called it Homecoming. I think there's 2 parts to it: coming home to one's community, one's home, one's own context, but also coming home to ourselves. Because it's really about accepting all parts of our life and our journey, and it is all of that that makes us who we are. And so that's really been sort of the essence of the book. The work that we do at Amaha and Children First is inspired by that. To say, we have over 200-300 clinicians, some specialize in eating disorder and bipolar and addictions, and we try and do all of it, but it's really inspired by saying, how are we really understanding and solving for the needs of that family, the people in front of us, and what they might need today in their care journey. So that's a little bit of our approach and the spirit behind it.
Wonderful. I mean, it's so inspiring to hear you speak, Neha. I'll bring you Dr. Lakshmi Narasimhan. You have been with the Banyan for years. And, sorry? Okay. And working at the intersection of mental health and homelessness. So do you think that our stigma and lack of awareness, are they still at the core of the problem, or yeah.
So I think Neha briefly touched upon the statistics in terms of what the scale of the issue is. That yes, I mean, I'm sure most of you have heard about how NIMHANS did this survey in 2019, and we found there are 200 million Indians living with diagnosable mental health conditions, out of which at least 7 to 4 million current prevalence, if you look at it, are people with schizophrenia and bipolar mental health conditions. Can you hear me better now? Yes. Sorry, yeah. So I just want to repeat the statistics that we had this NIMHANS survey in 2019, which spoke about 200 million Indians living with diagnosable mental health conditions, of which a substantial number are also people living with serious mental health conditions, such as, you have diagnosis labels such as schizophrenia and bipolar. One part of it is the scale of it, right? But the most important part that we have learned in the 30-year journey of the Banyan is that when people with serious mental health conditions come to us, they come with a history which is shaped by the social and cultural worlds that they've been a part of. So they have faced caste-based violence. So I've had a client who's seen her son being hanged by a tree because there was a caste-based issue in their village. Stories like this, which are innumerable. So if I start speaking, it'll probably take days or even years to finish. You have families that have really desperately tried to navigate care systems, and then they've met care systems which are very procedural, which don't attend to all of their needs, which think that you can give episodic intervention, you can give this one particular medication, not do follow-up. Because when you live with a serious mental health condition, just like asthma, right? It is a longitudinal care trajectory that you need to take. So you don't move from one crisis to another alone, and that's when care is present. Care needs to be accompanied throughout the person's journey, and it needs to be unconditional and not look for perfect outcomes. Some people may return to work, some people may return back to social roles. So we have many such stories like this. But there are people who may not necessarily make those typical journeys, and yet they can live dignified lives with good quality. So I think, to just answer your question, I think the most important thing I would say is, one part of it is stigma and social exclusion. But what is the genesis of it? There is so much structural equity in Indian society to date, right? Whether it is age-based, gender-based, caste-based, class-based, those which place normative expectations in terms of how a person should appear, what is good behavior, who's also a good patient in some ways, right? So in this book, there are people who talk about, I've sought care for my condition, and then I'm labeled difficult to manage. I am labeled treatment resistant, right? So I think that's the genesis. So one can't isolate, because we have seen communities open doors. So one of the projects of the Banyan is called Home Again, where we try to find homes in the community, rented in the community, for people with serious mental health conditions who've been in institutions lifelong. They don't return back to their families, or they don't go back to work or live on their own. So what do you do with such people? Should they live forever in the hospital? We've had communities open doors, right? But it takes that work of getting your feet dirty, of moving, engaging in dialogue, creating those spaces. So I would say that maybe the narrative of stigma and social exclusion needs much more reflection in terms of where we move forward as a society.
I would really like to ask you, do you think that as a society, we do understand what mental health is? And why are we not able to position mental health as a developmental priority in the country?
So I think there is a policy part of it where mental health sits somewhere between health and disability from a policy perspective. If you look at it from a lived experience perspective, see, typically if you look at the prevalence of schizophrenia, every village that you go, you will find people, families living with mental health conditions, and you will have communities witnessing also this family's experience. So maybe one part of it is, yes, they don't fully necessarily understand it, in terms where, yes, recovery is possible, or these people can move on. Let me not even talk about recovery, that these people can have dignity despite whatever challenges that people live with. So I think perhaps there is that one part of it. But I would say the more important part is not so much to do with awareness as much as creating the space. So when you have workspaces, for instance, open up, include people with psychosocial conditions, have neurodiversity as part of their workplace, and have tangible accommodations, then automatically the narrative shifts. It's not something which is seen as something different anymore, right? So that work needs to be done.
Can I add to that? It's like asking how many people in the room have mental health, right? Who doesn't? So mental health belongs to everybody. Mental illness is a 1 in 4 problem. So the same effort that we make on longevity, on physical health, on our diabetes care, our cardiac health, our preventative health checkups, how can we abandon the fact that our mind sits in our body? And mental health is a relational matter. It is about our genetics, but it's also about our early childhood experiences. It's also about relocation and divorce and abuse and bullying and all of these things. And it all these biopsychosocial factors come together. Which one of us is not touched by this? And yet the problem is that we all think it's somebody else's problem until it hits home. And I think that's really what it is. I mean, when we say developmental issue, that's a big way of saying that actually every part of our life is touched by mental health and is shaped by our mental health, and vice versa. So when we look at physical health conditions, diabetes, chronic pain, autoimmune, all of these have a massive mental health impact, and vice versa. When we look at our education, livelihood, all of these have an impact on mental health and vice versa. So it's connected to every aspect of our life. You cannot actually look at mental health as a subset of health that you will eventually get to once it fully shatters your entire life. So I think this approach of saying that we will deal with it when we are in crisis or when it has become unmanageable is the problem. So early intervention, I don't know how many people in the room know 50% of the mental health challenges can be diagnosed before the age of 15, right? Yeah. And so if you think about it, I mean, I'm a parent in the room of a 13-year-old. I'm sure there are other parents here who are raising teenagers. At the age of 15, if you can diagnose those conditions, if classrooms can be better equipped, if teachers, if we are allocating more counselors into those, if boardrooms and corporates are making it a priority, then you catch it early. You catch it when it is initial symptoms and you try and solve for it within the family perhaps, within the classroom, and then triage for help. Because we'll never have enough psychiatrists and therapists to deal with the problem. So we shouldn't wait to get to a psychiatrist's room, it's already too late. What is it that we can do in our communities, in our neighborhoods, within our families? Every single person has a role to play, right? So whether you're a parent or a grandparent or a teenager, we can all help each other and we can be mental health first aiders in our schools and in our colleges. That's the kind of change that is needed. To own it as our problem and that the solution doesn't lie outside of us someday, dependent on the government funding or the government policy or so on, right? Coming to the role of the government, I mean, we say that, okay, mental health gets 0.6% of the healthcare budget. I mean, just think about it. And 80% of that, if not more, goes to one mental health institution, which is a government institution. So now we built something called the India Mental Health Alliance. And it is a cross-sectoral alliance of organizations from across the country, 250 organizations coming together to talk about what the community-based mental health challenges are. And that's really what is needed by each of us. What is our part to play in this? And how can we own the problem, understand it better, and then solve for it?
I know the kind of understanding and clarity you have needs to percolate down.
I just want to add one part to this. We talk about, very significantly, everybody talks about the treatment gap in terms of...
I was about to ask you that.
Yeah, so about, even for schizophrenia, about 7 in 10 are out of treatment is a statistic that often gets put out there. And sure, there is that gap. And we already spoke about how there is necessity for bringing in dignity in terms of how we respond in terms of care. But more importantly, I think there's a large gap in terms of integration. So when I come for a mental health experience that's located and intertwined with my experience of, let's say, gender-based inequity, intertwined with my housing situation, with the fact that I need to earn a livelihood, with the fact that I need to have so many of these multifaceted challenges addressed, you can't have it in isolation. So care can't just be, like she said, episodic care is not necessarily what is needed. You need more integration and you need more cross-sectoral integration where it's not just seen as, yes, public health issue and therefore it's addressed, but also addressed as part of many of the other facets of social lives that we lead.
And I think you also mentioned once that accompanying for lifelong. I mean, that has to be there always. These stories of hope are also stemming from stories of exit. So I had this other question about, what is it that we really require to integrate into our policies and practices, for kind of a neat ending, as you said, or kind of building a possible exit pathway.
When you say exit out of what?
Exit out of the condition. And trying to normalize, trying to lead a normal life.
So I think when you live with a mental health experience, it's part of your identity. For a lot of people with lived experience, it's part of your identity. And that, yes, there are some parts that are distressing, for which, yes, we seek care and we seek help, and it helps us sort of tide over the distressing parts. But a large part of it is also this amazing creativity that sometimes comes with it, right? So it is part of who we are, and it stays with us lifelong. So therefore, and this is something that I've alluded to earlier as well, that when a lot of people talk about prevention in a very public health perspective, that what are you trying to prevent? Are you trying to prevent diversity and diversity of experiences? Not to take away from the fact that there are some very distressing parts to a severe mental health condition, but are you trying to take away that diversity? So to just answer your question, can you just repeat that? Sorry, I got sidetracked. So when you look at an exit, so I can talk about, let's say, community re-entry as an exit pathway, right? So you don't live institutionalized long-term within a psychiatric facility, but you need it for acute care. There are certain, just like any other health condition, you do require escalations, but that doesn't need to become your permanent home. So how do you find homes in the community? And is there really necessity to, let's say, measure it with clinical readiness the way we say, ready for discharge now, as we do with any other health condition? In the Banyan's experience, I would say it's not necessarily true. Right? You have people who go back to employment, live independently. So I was talking about people who, have raised their children, come back with marriage invitations, invite them for their graduation ceremonies. Single women who've raised their children, once homeless with a mental health condition. We have people who've gone back to their families, gotten back into those communities and those social worlds. But we also have people for whom perhaps it doesn't look the way all of us think a recovered person should look. But is recovery really the be it and end all that we need to be looking at? So in fact, when we started Home Again, we said that irrespective of where this person is from a clinical perspective, we will offer them an opportunity to live in the community. This person requires assistance with bathing. So what? Put a staff to do it for her. She wants to be clothed in a certain way, have a staff help her. Right. So that's the way I would probably look at it.
Now you put me in doubt because when I use the word exit, because I would like to look at Neha, like you were mentioning how your mom, initially when you were perhaps writing the book and going to write her story, she thought you're marketing her life. But when you went to some other festival and she fed you dahi chini and she felt proud that yes, the story is out and it's there to inspire people. Yeah. So I was looking at exit from that point of view.
Yeah. I suppose it's one's inner journey, isn't it? We look at our relationship with shame, our relationship with guilt, and what makes our sense of self. So one thinks about people with severe mental illness and says, this person will not understand. I know when we started building our first mental health hospital, now let's look at the contrast. This is an inpatient acute care hospital, similar to ones my mother has been in maybe 10, 15 times. And yet she's hearing me with the architects trying to build this hospital in a way that is safe and compliant and can deliver the best care. And she's beginning to make the journey of not feeling the shame as much, but feeling proud of the fact that we are now contributing to the life stories of others. And so then when it came to this book, I was very nervous because in the past I have been accused by various family members of publicly talking about our family's challenges and talking about what our journey has been like, what was the response of neighbors and friends from the 1980s onwards, how our school, we couldn't share in school what was happening when my brother and I had got separated in school. And so we've lived a rather stigmatized life for maybe 2 or 3 decades. So today, to talk about it openly, I asked my mother, what did you feel about reading the book? And she took a pause and she said, you have made us immortal because you are helping other people with these stories. I thought that was I can't imagine any sane person saying something like that. And so what is sanity and what is insanity then? Here is someone who is, sitting with an antipsychotic in her stream saying that I'm so glad that you have publicly talked about our life to be able to help other people. And off you go to the Jaipur Lit Fest and Chennai Lit Fest, and while she's sitting and enjoying her old monk in the evening and watching over my daughter. So these are the contrasts. Who would imagine? And then equally, let's think about the children, because look at how my brother suffered. So what happens in a family with mental illness is that we all focus on the person who is sick. And we forget that these are relationships and it tears the whole family apart. It ruins your economic stability. So how my younger brother was affected, or others in the book who have talked about their children, their siblings. Aparna Piramal, who's also written the book Chemical Khichdi, talks about how her sister, Radhika Piramal, was a big part of her caregiving journey. So we all go through this together. And in India, more so perhaps than in certain Western cultures. So what is the toll that it takes when you're a 5-year-old or a 10-year-old, and now you have a parent who is saying maybe the toothpaste is poison to stop brushing your teeth, right? This is the kind of childhood that we've had. And so hope really for me comes from saying, here we are, right? With that kind of adverse childhood trauma and multiple such incidences, not just in this book, but so many stories that one hears, there are stories out there of people who have not just healed and grieved and recovered, but also, are thriving, are being able to contribute to society in some way, are here to make a difference. Every time somebody shares a story, everybody else gets up and has a story inside them. We are just waiting to share. So I think the one thing I would say is that it's about paying forward. And so if we have been through anything in life, or if we have not, regardless, it is our responsibility to pay it forward by either sharing a story or by asking someone to share theirs. Because if we can open those safe spaces and literally just, sort of within a Lit Fest or within our boardrooms and our companies, everyone around wants to unburden. And we can, community support is the best kind of support. A lot of my learnings came from Alcoholics Anonymous and Al-Anon, which is for families of alcoholics. Really, just a bunch of people sitting together, talking about how their lives have fallen apart and how an addiction has shredded every aspect of dignity and happiness, creates joy, creates hope. Because we are able to validate each other's struggles. We are able to share and reconnect. We're able to learn strategies of saying, oh, this is what you did when this happened, and this is what I did. And so, you kind of support each other. And that's really the only solve. There is no silver bullet. There is no psychiatrist sitting out there who knows the answers. And, so really it is for us to own this and try and see what reintegration and, really thriving with mental illness might look like.
This is where I would like to ask both of you about the lived experience expertise, people who have had first-hand experience, they are now coming on board as researchers, and they are at the core of building how to provide good quality mental health care.
So I hope everybody can hear. I'm holding the mic close enough. So one of the important things at the Banyan that we have done, and as part of the work that we are currently engaged in, and we've done it for several years now, is in terms of bringing forward the wisdom and expertise of people who've lived through these journeys of mental health and homelessness. And you intuitively know, when you have walked that path, you intuitively know what it takes to walk that path, and you're able to help and support several others like you. But not just that, what you're also able to do is incisively look at both policy, practice, and research, and be able to inform that, right? So maybe some disciplinary training may be required, maybe some capacities are required in terms of even sheer social capital. So I'm able to sit here and speak today. Can somebody who's part of my team, so 3 out of every 10th staff at the Banyan comes with a lived experience of mental health in the sense of they've also had homelessness and other social marginalities. We're also largely led by women. We're also largely led by people who come from class and caste-based oppressions. So what does it take to enable such people to take these stages and speak from their own synthesis of their own experiences, right? And what is beautiful about this book is it presents the diversity of experiences, yes, but it also speaks to policy and practice in terms of what is it that we need to do to close the care gaps as we see it today. What is it that is needed to do in terms of attending to people's mental health experiences as a society. So there are so many important things that come as part of the book. And the same kind of work the Banyan is also engaging in terms of bringing on board. So as part of my research team, so I lead a research team. Many of them are people who are themselves people with mental health conditions. So the way they look at data, the way they look at writing about insights from the data comes from not just a telling of their narratives and stories, but in terms of synthesizing what is it that needs to change in the mental health landscape. So that is the very important work that we need to do actually, because user survivor scholarship in India, especially from the margins, is very low right now. And the only reason is also because I think that sort of systematic supportive structure for them to also come speak in spaces, write their stories, contribute in ways like we are, for instance, we are working on a piece where we want one of our peer lived experience researchers to write a research paper that we are aiming for a typical peer-reviewed journal, a scientific peer-reviewed journal. So why should that only be occupied by people who, let's say, come with certain kind of disciplinary training, but not somebody who's actually walked the path? So that's the sort of a shift that we're trying to bring about.
Yeah, I think to add to that, we are really the true experts of our own life experiences. That's just the bottom line. There is no psychiatrist and no academic in the world who can really understand the length, breadth, depth, and multifaceted impact of mental illness in the way that you can and your carers, right? And so in that sense, clinical expertise, this sort of the biomedical models that we look at, the diagnosis and the treatment plans and how we triage and what kind of outcomes we might get, all of this has to be informed by the experience of people who are actually going through it. And so the lived experience expertise is saying that these stories are not just about, oh, look at what a brave story that is, or look at how well this person has turned out, or how inspiring. But it really is about saying, what is the expertise here? What can doctors learn? What can therapists learn? What can policymakers learn about how to look at the care gaps? What happens before somebody comes into a room? Let's take an example. Somebody is having a psychotic episode or is suicidal or is self-harming, and we need to admit them. And you talk to the doctor says, admit them. But how? Here you have someone who is perhaps violent, very agitated. There is a total relationship and trust breakdown. Every family member has a different game plan of how to approach this. In that context, how are you supposed to ever get to the right treatment center? So these are things that are actually even invisible to the care providers. And so can services be designed to really understand this? Can there be a lived experience expert fellowship? This is something we're working on at the India Mental Health Alliance. We are creating a fellowship of lived experience experts to say, can we create a voice? Can we create legitimacy around that? Can it then inform policy? So that there are, let's say a corporate comes along and says, we need to figure out how to make emotionally healthy workspaces, or a mentally healthy airline, or a mentally healthy school. What are the parameters? What is that baseline looking like? Right? Can we get actual people who have been through these challenges to inform that policy, to inform the system development? So that's really what the expertise is. And so this book is doing that. It's basically stepping back from our journeys and saying, okay, here was our story. Now let us give you our view or our perspective or our learnings on this life that has been lived, and what would we want to leave as a message for mental health practitioners, for policymakers, and for community enablers, right? Everyone who has a sphere of influence can do something to move the cause of mental health. I mean, this is really the silent pandemic. COVID has really helped us see there is no household that is not impacted by mental health challenges. And in the course of our lifetimes, it is a 1 in 4 problem. That means as carers, it impacts everybody. So the time really is now. I'm just leaving that as a nudge.
Since you said it impacts everybody, I'll digress a bit. And I know we are discussing in this session women and their mental health journeys. What about men? How are their challenges different, and how is their caregiving or treatment different?
Yeah. I think just to say that this book is also 11 women. We hope that it is the beginning of a conversation. We hope the men will follow, as is the norm. But I think mental health conversations tend to come easier with women. It's also the bulk of the problem. There are so many invisible challenges that women go through. Everything from postpartum, menopause, menstruation, sexual abuse, so many challenges that women go through, the caregiving burden on women. And so it is different. And Dr. Lakshmi will add to this in terms of sort of the various other social determinants that impact women adversely. When it comes to men's mental health, it's really time to talk about it, because it is very, very hard. This is the social conditioning that we grow up with. Men don't cry. Boys who talk about their feelings are weak. The man's role is the provider, and if you're not successful at your work and providing for a family of, 5 or 6, then you are a letdown. So there are these images that we have of how men need to show up in society. That is a real problem. Same stereotyping exists for women. So I think if we just bring ourselves down to a basic human being level and say, what are the things that make me who I am? Once you strip away all the labels and all the achievements and the professional pathways. Really, as human beings, we are all dealing with a sense of identity, a question around that. Where are we getting our sense of self-worth? What are the fears and insecurities that are driving us? Our relationship with guilt, shame, I mean, it's all the same. So men need to talk about it, and there need to be forums for that. But maybe you have some statistic to offer as well.
So what I would say is when it comes to a serious mental health condition, some studies, of course, show slightly different patterns, but largely there are no gender variations, so to say. But what is gendered is in the nature in which the experience plays out. What kind of setbacks do you face as a result of social exclusion? So for instance, you've been a homeless man with a psychosocial disability, and it's time for you to return to your family, or you seek to return back to your family. You may find it far more difficult if you do not meet the normative expectations of what a working man needs to be. A man needs to be a provider. For a woman, it will be very different because of the gendered nature of the problem. So I think the experiences are different. What we do know from research, though, is that if you're a woman, if you come from a caste-oppressed location, if you live in poverty, your risks, if you develop a serious mental health condition, of descending into further, what we call a social drift, further into poverty and homelessness, are manifold. Women also do the larger part of caregiving. So if you look at the Banyan's database, on any single day, you do a filter of what is the gender of carers, not that there aren't men. Largely it falls on the woman. So I think the gendered nature of how each one is located within society shapes your mental health experience. And that, I would say, is the difference rather than gross variations in terms of who faces mental health conditions in and itself more.
I can share an anecdote from my personal life. I mean, my younger brother, after spending 10 years caregiving to my mother with schizophrenia, when he came back, the pressure on him as a young 22-year-old was to play catch-up with his friends so that he can also integrate into society, he can also get a job, he can also start earning and building a family and all of that. And that's really what, was the problem, that expectation, because he came back, he within 2 months topped the A-levels, got into Cambridge, studied economics honors, started a startup, wanted to raise money, really wanting to, the 10-year gap that he had, in his mind, the main thing was, how do I quickly catch up and become the normal male, with all the right attributes and worthy of raising a family. I think that pressure really eventually is what he gave into. If I was to look at all the notes that he left us, it was really about saying, I'm sorry to disappoint everybody. I'm sorry that I was too weak to continue suffering and I didn't want to burden anyone else. And, so therefore, so I think, it's so invisible how much men carry. And it really is important to recognize that we are reeling within ourselves, and it's sort of toxic, and these things don't go away. So I think the one thing that one can accept is that any of these things, men, women, any gender, when you don't deal with it, it doesn't go away, it catches up. My brother did all of that, he went to Cambridge, he did everything, but eventually at 38, it all got to him, and he was ready to, in a way, take his life and his death decision in his own hands. So I think for a lot of people, and especially for men, it is left, and you look at this in the suicide rates and things, it becomes clear. Also today, for the age of 15 to 29, the #1 cause of death is suicide. And it is more skewed for the men than for the women. And so we have to look at suppression. We have to look at why is it that we are not creating that space and context, that allowance within men to talk about their challenges and their issues or whatever they've been through. There has to be a book on men's mental health. I would be very happy to talk to any men in this room who want to bring their stories into a book like this. I hope that we can do many languages and go across genders and really be able to build on this as a movement. So homecoming is only the start, and I can see some people raising their hands. So thank you.
Yeah, so I think So you need a lot of mental health ambassadors. We need to talk about that. I mean, and you were talking about, the whole issue of common mental health and severe mental illness. So how we can all play a role as mental health ambassadors. And I think we will have a lot of questions. We are also running out of time.
Yeah.
So we'll quickly try to wrap up this round.
Yeah, so I like to say that those of us who have had the blessing of trauma have had no choice but to fall apart and rebuild ourselves and just about managed wherever we are at in life. But those who haven't, please think about the privilege and think about the collective responsibility. You know that if you look left and right in your living rooms, in your classrooms, in your boardrooms, if you have sort of somehow managed to get to that stage in life without being touched by these, you know that the next person hasn't, because those are just the statistics. So can we show up with compassion? Can we show up recognizing that literally everyone is walking around carrying a bit of this within themselves? So nobody else is going to come and be an ambassador and come and rescue us, right? What is that ambassadorship that we can play within ourselves? How does that show up in our parenting? How does that show up in the way we are with our support staff at home or with our drivers or with our employers or employees? It's really about that. It's about owning it. If you can do only one thing, then just share your story or hold space for somebody else's stories. Because stories are what change it. No amount of a doctor coming and talking to you about saying this will happen, that will happen, will make any difference. Our own stories are relatable. We see each other in our own stories. And sharing stories really is the most powerful thing that one can do, and holding space for others. So I think that is real ambassadorship. And that is something that needs no qualifications, and it doesn't need any excuses. So we should really make that pledge to ourselves, and really at least that is in everybody's hands, in our language, in our communities, in our spheres of influence. What can I do to make sure that I show up to create a more mentally healthy, aware, supportive community? I think that's really what it is.
Lakshmi, last quote from you, because mental health is systemic. It does not just depend on mental health practitioners and mental health organizations. We all have to take ownership. So we'll wind up with your quote.
So I'll actually end with a story which I think everyone needs to exemplify and learn from Amelie, a colleague of mine. Amelie and Jacqueline were sisters who were both homeless with a mental health condition, came to the Banyan. They went back to their small village in Trichy and they said, we need to do something for mental health in our village. They're not people who've gone through a typical education. Janaki, of course, Jacqueline, of course, is a qualified diploma in nursing, but Amelie has not really gone through schooling as it were to be. Today, they run the Trichy chapter of the Banyan. They are project leaders of the Banyan in Trichy. Amelie has she has employed so many women, and these are women who are living without, majority of them, so 95% of her staff are women who live without spousal support, who themselves come with lived experience. So she has built something very beautiful over there, right? So that is what is mental health ambassadorship for me. That when you use this journey of yours, but you're also, and so much of resistance from the community, right? So these were people who were once given food from under a locked door because the community was so scared, who are now sought after for mental health help in their communities. So what courage it took for them to persist and to reshape an entire community around them. I think that is what is mental health ambassadorship, and a lot needs to be done by policy practitioners, organizations like us, to create a million such stories. I would say that's where we need to head.
Right. Well said. We are into the last 5 minutes of the program, and the floor is open for questions. I can already see a lot of hands coming up. So yes, sir, please.
Having done so much for mental health, have you sensitized the family physicians, the local GPs in dealing with these problems? And do you feel there's any space at all for alternative medicine in this sphere?
Sorry?
Alternative medicine in this sphere. I'm curious.
So there are people who simultaneously practice different forms of therapies, right? I think a large part of your experience of living with your mental health is that you also need to be able to choose. So there are people who've done all. I haven't read up enough to comment on whether there is scientific validity to it or not. But in our practice, we see people simultaneously persist with different forms of help that they seek. So along with this medication, sometimes they go for alternative practices. Many people also go for spirituality. So we don't necessarily condemn it unless it's very ostensibly harmful. Each of us should be allowed to somehow navigate around, the way we deal with our mental health.
Yeah, and sir, to your point, not just pediatricians, general physicians, gastro doctors, pain doctors, but also faith-based healers. With the churches and the mosques and the temple and faith-based healers, how many people turn to art of living before they go to a psychiatrist, right? So it really is about saying that we have to go wherever people go and be able to work together. And this siloed approach, this is what the problem is. This biomedical model, which basically says this is the way Western medicine deals with it and this is the way alternative medicine deals with it. This siloed approach is the problem because different things work in combination for different people. So we have to look at it more holistically. Thank you for that.
Could somebody give the mic right at the back? There are two gentlemen raising their hands for long.
Can I ask now? Yes. Okay, yeah. Being employed.
Oh, okay. Please
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Being employed in a creative industry, as we know, the creative industry, one of the most toxic industry to work with. Like an artist and film people, like creative designers, fashion designers, textile designers have been struggling with the mental health for long time. That statistically 60 to 70% of the people in the creative workplace experiencing mental health issues and out of the 60%, 80% of the people, they don't get access to the mental health problem and they get bipolar, schizo problems and general anxiety disorders. So how to what are your insights for the people who work in a creative industry and how to overcome from that?
Yeah.
And for your information, I would like to add one point. I'm also taking a therapy and I would want to advise everybody to consult a therapy for your better mental outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And the creative industries, one way of looking at it is that there are more mental health challenges, as he said. But the other way of looking at it is that the creative industries is one of those where there is more openness, there is more freedom in expressing and dealing with it. In what feels like a previous life, I founded the India Art Fair and spent 10 years working with artists and galleries and engaged with all things artistic. It was really so inspiring to see how trauma and how resilience and mental health challenges were broken down and dealt with through the arts and through that sense of community. So it is a gift also that the creative community has of that free expression which the corporate folks may not as much have. So that's sort of what I would say. But yeah, everybody needs help across sectors. Certainly the venture capitalists and the bankers and the people who are healthcare professionals, right, where burnout is so great. Startup founders, we're putting ourselves in these pressure cooker situations and then we don't know how to deal with it. So it's really across every sector and every age profile.
Yeah, the gentleman right at the back. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was so beautiful how you said that we have two people who are lucky enough to not be touched with trauma or mental health issues should show up with compassion. I just wanted to ask what or how can people like these actually combat compassion fatigue and not get burnt out so that they can be there for their loved ones who are struggling with mental health issues? Thanks.
Yeah, I think it's the same, in the airplane, you put the mask on yourself first. So it's really a bit of a cliche, but I can tell you from my own life as a single mother to a 13-year-old, a child carer to a parent with psychosis, with a brother who struggled as well. Boundaries and being able to keep your own bucket full, whether it's with a sense of purpose or a sense of joy or whatever it is, has got to be the first priority. There is absolutely no way that, these are long-term, lifelong journeys often. You cannot sustain them by simply braving it out, faking it to make it. This resilience as a word is massively overrated and completely misunderstood. I really feel like being vulnerable, grieving, crying your heart out, owning your pain and making time for yourself is so important. So that is step one. And actually it comes above every other step. And then whatever is left of you, you sort of offer to the others and take back whenever you need to. So it's an ongoing process, iterative process that one must do for ourselves.
We'll take one last question from the lady at the back.
Good evening. 3 questions. One is, can you please give a briefer about your organization?
We have run out of time. Please keep it brief.
Can you give a brief about your organization which supports mental health and how we can support as a community? And what is your opinion about side effects of medicines which is given for mental health?
So, session we've already spoken about. You could do about the medicine side effect.
Yes, some medicine side
yeah,
effect.
So that's a reality that we work with now. So there are constraints. We've come a long way from the antipsychotics that we had, let's say even 50 years ago to where we are now. So we have to understand that mental health science in terms of the pharmacology is still evolving and there are new discoveries being made, but it's not perfect. We also don't understand perfectly what the mechanism really is. So it's not like a perfect chemical imbalance. You put the medication, it fixes it. It produces a different mental state, which maybe makes your life more bearable. For a lot of people, that's the reality. There are side effects. But for many people who are on long-term medication, there are 2 aspects to it. And antipsychotic discontinuity is something that many people attempt. But there are 2 parts to it. Yes, there is one part of it which numbs me, which takes away some of my cognition. I face deficits on account of it. I have weight gain and all of it. But there's another part of me which sees to the fact that at least I'm not having this episodes now and then. I'm not on this, going from one institution to another, moving into homelessness, coming back home again, quitting several jobs. So this is giving me some sense of stability. So many people negotiate, and it's a daily tension that they negotiate. So one has to sort of understand and be honest in terms of this dialogue of these are the constraints that you're working under, and therefore you sort of make your peace with it. At least that's the way that I've seen many of the people that I work with navigate this tension.
I think just to add to that, side effects is about perspective. So you really have to recognize what is truly important, because it's often a trade-off, right? There's no silver bullet, and then you find the best balance.
Okay, thank you, Neha and Lakshmi, for the valuable inputs, and the audience for your relevant questions. And Neha, you're available for signing books, so people can meet you there. Thank you.
Can we have a round of applause for all of our panelists? Thank you so much for that very, very interesting session. Also reminding our audience that our authors are available at the meet and greet area just outside. If you all would like a copy of your book signed, the books are also available for purchase. So we have a stall just outside. So yes, you can meet your favorite authors, pick up your very own copy of their books and have it signed just outside in the meet and greet area, where we have a stall with all of the books available as well throughout the day for the rest of our sessions also. We'll now move on to our next session. So for the audience members who are stepping in and joining us, requesting everybody to kindly be seated and put your mobile phones on silent mode, and we'll move on to our next session. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next session is a critical examination of a transformative social thinker. And of course, yet again, I can see a packed house. So we're definitely looking forward to this one. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming with a round of applause A.R. Venkatasubba, esteemed historian and scholar, in conversation with Kavita Muralidharan, acclaimed bilingual journalist and translator. Welcome.
Vanakkam. I'm actually nervous on 2 counts. One, the title is about Periyar, and I'm sure you would know how daunting that is. And second, to converse with Chalapati, who's also your friend, but it's very, no, it was okay. When we were discussing this topic, how to kind of take this conversation forward, Chalapati casually mentioned something, do an introduction of Periyar for a couple of minutes. And I'm sure nobody else in this room will know how difficult it is as much as Chalapati does to introduce Periyar. You know, I think it's a, Periyar, of course, he had introduced Tamil Nadu on global intellectual map, and today is Periyar, I think Chalapati, through this Cambridge companion to Periyar, has got some global, I'm not sure if I should say recognition, but kind of appeal. But I wanted to, and of course, Venkatasubba is as the moderator mentioned, is a well-known intellectual historian, and he recently won Sahitya Academy. So I wanted to start asking Chalapati by how would Periyar would have reacted to because he completely rejected this idea of being put into any kind of frame or label. So how would have Periyar reacted to a Cambridge companion on Periyar?
This is Vanakkam. I'm delighted to be here, doing a panel on Periyar in the Hindu Lit Fest. I think it's a very important moment because Periyar's work was continuously reported by Hindu, not necessarily in very positive terms. How much things have changed in the last 50 years is, I think, this huge crowd that has turned up demonstrates it. I am under no delusion that this crowd gathered for me, it is for Periyar. So it's a very speculative question. I would think I will respond in 2 ways. First thing is, first he would have been very happy. Not that a book has been published about him in the Cambridge series, but somebody of my social class has published a book with the Cambridge University Press and found some sort of standing in the academic world. He would have said, this is one of the reasons why I led this long struggle right from the 1920s. But I'm not exactly sure if he would have been happy that he is the subject of a book 50 years after his death. Because constantly in his life, he repeatedly said that, he hoped there would be a day when people would say, in those days, there was a very backward-looking, regressive thinker called Periyar, but he was celebrated in his time as a revolutionary thinker. But how things have changed, now, Periyar is seen as a backward-looking, regressive person. So that kind of change is what Periyar hoped for, and that is a day that hasn't yet come. So he would not exactly be happy that he is being, in a sense, this is a work of, this is an academic work which conforms to the cardinal principles of academic and disciplinary and protocols. But despite that, you can see that there is a lurking admiration for Periyar out through this disciplinarian framework and the academic protocols. So Periyar would, I would believe that Periyar would rather be happy with being outdated rather than being celebrated. He would want to be an iconoclast rather than an icon. Yeah. And if the icon continued to proliferate, he would have taken up a sledgehammer and shattered the icons that have come up in his own place. So that is the kind of thinker he was. So this would be my speculative answer.
Okay. I mean, you call him a non-canonical thinker. So what do we actually gain or what do we lose from, kind of moving Periyar from a street corner to a university library?
So let us be very clear. We are not doing Periyar any favor by writing academic essays, academic monographs, and putting his portrait in Oxford University or having books published on him by university presses. We are not doing him any favor. We are doing ourselves a favor. By non-canonical thinker, what we mean to suggest, myself and my collaborator Ram Manohar and Karthik, what we are trying to do is enrich the political vocabulary, the analytic vocabulary that is essential to understand the times in which we live. The continuing persistence of pernicious practices associated with caste, religion, patriarchy, etc. So that is what we are trying to do. It is only a first step, I think, but it is definitely a very important step. When the first invitation came from the Cambridge University Press, asking us to do a companion, asking me to do a companion, and I was, with great trepidation, I looked at it because Periyar is very close to our heart. But the moment you try to theorize his long life and his multifaceted activities, there was not a day when he did not address 2 meetings. That is, he addressed 2 meetings on days when he did not address 3 meetings. Interestingly, he was an old man all his life. Right from the age of 50 until 94, 95, he was always seen as this, old man who was greatly experienced. And the challenge for us was to, capture his thought into some kind of a system. We know that, Periyar, probably I'm anticipating some of your questions. Periyar, most of the time, thought on his feet, or I should say, the thought when he was squatting on the podium. He used to speak for 3 hours and 4 hours, and he responded to the burning questions of the day in a very chatty, perhaps we can even say coarse language, but his mind was alive all the time. So he was commenting on various things all the time. Every day, when you read the newspapers, you see how prescient Periyar was. Just to give one instance, this was in the papers 3-4 days ago. An educational institution has encroached upon public land. All the courts have held that, it is illegal. But finally, it goes to the highest court, and they say, this is for a good charitable purpose, so the government should rethink. Periyar would have said, we know this. This is how it was bound to happen. So at every instance, we see that, Periyar makes this prescient observations. The challenge before us, the 13 chapters, there are 13 chapters in the book. That also reminds me of an interesting anecdote. This was not by design. Though Periyar would have thought, we had an unlucky number of 13 to do this. So when somebody went up to him and said, this was in the 1960s, they went up to Periyar, a white man went up to Periyar and said, you are criticizing Indians and Tamils for being superstitious. But come to America, we have so many other superstitions. We don't have 13th floor number. People don't walk under ladders. Periyar laughed. And he asked him, why you are laughing? He said, I never said there are no fools in the other parts of the world. I am concerned about our own fools. And I want to change that. So these 13 chapters here, what we try to do is from our own disciplinarian backgrounds. There is a historian, there is a political scientist, there is a film studies expert, there is a Tamil scholar, there is even a radical psychologist in this volume. All of us have taken the inadequate apparatus given by our disciplines or the inadequate training we have in this disciplinarian apparatus to try to capture what Periyar tried to articulate in his own times? How did he explain the world and the injustices in that world that he saw? How did he try to explain it? This is the challenge that we faced. If we have succeeded in even some small measure, that would be recompense enough for putting together this volume.
Thank you. Okay, Periyar was like he deliberately kind of cultivated an anti-reputation, which made him say things that nobody would like dare to say even today. No politician would dare to say. And he once remarked that there is more profit in calling him a thief or a scoundrel than being called a Periyar. So I just wanted to understand what kind of enabled him to be so radical for us.
Any kind of question that tries to grapple with the personality of Periyar is going to be very difficult. As I said, right from the beginning, the beginning of his public life. His public life starts somewhere from around the First World War, towards the end of the First World War. So his early times are spent in the Indian National Congress. But even when he is in the Congress, you should see some of the statements he is making. 1923-24, he is talking about the impending Hindu Religious Endowments Act. While the position of the Indian National Congress was against that, he, despite being the secretary and later the president of the Tamil Nadu Congress Committee, takes a very strong position and he articulates almost all the ideas that it expounds after he leaves the Congress. He said, what is the structure of the state? Who are the ruling castes? Who are the ruling classes? What is the state of the temples? How they will try to scuttle any attempt to reform the Hindu religious institutions. He states all that, and he also says by 1923 itself that I will not hesitate to walk out of this organization if I am unable to reform it. So at every stage, he takes often very antagonistic positions, and I would, some people might, flinch when I draw this comparison. It's actually in many senses, despite the apparent opposition between Periyar and Bharatiyar, there are big commonalities. Bharatiyar says in many places, our people are like the Pithan. Even if you light a fire in the tail of the Pithan, the Malapambu elundugadu. So our people are like that. So what Periyar shared the same understanding. So he deliberately provoked people. Hidebound practices, hidebound ideas. He attacked directly and he said, this gentle prodding that, Vallalar or Paramahamsa or Tayumanavar or whoever, tried to attempt, it's not going to work. So he believed in shock therapy. He repeatedly, from the 1920s, when he said, the idols have to be turned over and have to be used as washing stones, to 1971-72, when he said that adultery should be taken out of the Indian Penal Code. When did any lawyer take up this case? Suhrit might be here to tell us, when was the first time, somebody took up the iniquitous nature of the provision for adultery. So 1971, he says, we have to do away with this. So at every stage, he tried to shock people. And we have to remember, I have a theory, you use the term Periyar. Very interestingly, even though he was formerly, quote unquote, crowned with the moniker or, venerable term Periyar only in 1938. Even by 1927, people used to refer to him as Periyar. In the 1933 short story that Pudumai Pithan writes, Pudiya Nandan, he calls Ramasamy Periyar. So it was very common. But I have an argument, which I hope to explicate in my book. I don't know when it is going to come. But even by 1949 or 50, only after the entire party, there is a huge exodus in his party. 1949, following his marriage to Maniammai, the party splits, DMK is formed. All the leaders leave him. He is left practically alone. There is only one person with him, with his Kuttusi Gurusamy, and even he was a kind of fence-sitter. Anybody else would have been shattered. But Periyar takes up the challenge. He moves his headquarters from Chennai to Trichy, gives up the paper to Gurusamy to run, and he travels all over Tamil Nadu. Every nook and corner, every dirt track, he goes, he speaks to the people. And whom is he addressing? He is addressing the common people. He is talking to them late into the night. So he uses a language which is completely diametrically opposite to the kind of platform Tamil that we are familiar with. He talks to the people. It is a conversational style. It is a chatty style. And by this time, his health was also failing. He had a very bad hernia. So he would sit on the platform, very informally dressed in a lungi, kai vacha baniyan, adukku mela an unbuttoned black shirt. He would speak for 3 hours. And he would express the most provocative ideas, but also he would share his wisdom. Every paragraph of his speech was bristled with idioms and proverbs which no folklorist has been able to collect in the last 100 years. So he could connect with the people. So he was a different man. He didn't seek the status of a tyagi. He said, I don't want to be a tyagi. Going to prison is actually rest for me. So I would prefer to, whenever I'm very tired, I would prefer to go and rest in the prison. So when people accused him of, backtracking, of developing cold feet, he said, yes, please be a brave man if you want. Yes, I am a coward. But I am a coward for my own ideals. I want to achieve the ideals that I have set out to achieve. I don't care about words of abuse.
Thank you. So you mentioned about Maniammai, so I wanted to ask a question. His marriage to Maniammai is a point of debate till today. It's either seen as a scandal or strategy. The book seeks to reposition Maniammai as an intellectual leader in her own right. Can you explain about it?
Okay. So anybody who is familiar with WhatsApp would know the calumny that is heaped on Maniammai. So, but I must say that the calumny heaped on Maniammai in 1949 and 50, the present day WhatsApp University calumny will not hold a candle to that. That was how abusive the political leaders and the critics of Periyar were at that time. So one of the big achievements of this book, I am proud of it, is that in the standard biographies or the received wisdom of Periyar, Nagammal plays a very important role. Nagammal, his wife, is an amazing woman. She is somebody who can match Periyar word for word. She could have her way with Periyar. She was the only person who could force Periyar to have a bath. That kind of a strong-willed woman she was. She took part in the Vaikam Satyagraha. She broke the barricades, went in, courted arrest. She was that kind of a man, and I think, she kept Periyar grounded, and rightly she is celebrated in the biographies and the writings about the Dravidian movement. But in the case of Maniammai, I must also say that, we are all part of the same tradition. The received wisdom about Maniammai was not, very great. But now when you look at it closely, first, Maniammai was not a 15-year-old girl, 16-year-old girl, and Periyar was not a 50-year-old man. The parallel might be obvious. George Arundale was 50. Rukmini Devi was 16 when they got married. Nobody said that, an old man has, deceived a young woman and run away with that woman. We give Rukmini Devi credit. We don't cast aspersions on George Arundale. In this case of Maniammai, first and foremost, she came from a family, self-respect movement family. Her father was a second-level leader in Vellore, so she was familiar with all the second-line leaders. By 1944, she was publishing in Vidudalai and Kudiyarasu articles in her own name. She was talking about, for instance, her articles about Kanda Puranam are very sharp. From 1955, she becomes close to Periyar. And you know what gift Periyar gave to Maniammai? Anybody want to guess? The gift that Periyar gave to Maniammai in 1945 was this great encyclopedia of Tamil literature called Abhidhana Sindhamani. So Periyar's pickup line was, here is your Tamil encyclopedia of 1,200 pages. If that was the pickup line, you can make an assessment of what kind of woman Maniammai was. And then, when they decided to get married for whatever reason, despite the best advice of Rajagopalachari, he had a reason, they got married. It was a marriage between two consenting adults. Maniammai was 29 years old, educated, well-read, ideologically oriented. So, what is the problem? Bertrand Russell gets married 6 times, one of them in his 80s. Nobody casts aspersions on him. Okay, so this woman, Maniammai, she makes 2 very big major impact on Periyar's life. Periyar, after the death of Nagammai, practically for the next 15 years, there is practically nobody to support him. He is traveling all over. He is almost like Yasser Arafat. He doesn't sleep in the same bed twice. That is how widely he travels. There's nobody to give him a cup of coffee. This is not my words. This is the words of Manavere Thirumalai Chami, who knew him from the 1920s. After Maniammai comes into his life, there is some kind of an order. She travels with him all the time, ensures that his acolytes and admirers do not monopolize him, do not, feed him stuff which he should not be eating. And she is also an intellectual companion. After Periyar took the podium, Maniammai would sit outside, spread out a newspaper and hawk the books that Periyar and others wrote. So here I want to give you one example of the kind of role that she played. When she got married to Periyar, Bharatidasan, the great poet, wrote a very strong, almost abusive poem about Maniammai. He said, Malam Mudattan Malar Barithe Nentral, Kulir Malar Soledan Koven Radado. Appadinu eludina adhe Bharatidasan, 1958. He says, if our leader, our Talaivar, is moving around, despite having a catheterized tube and a urine bucket, we all owe it to this young woman. And later in her life, 1973, after Periyar dies, that is the 70s is a time of crisis for the Dravidar Kadagam. Already number of cases had been, prepared. Income tax files had been compiled in the 1960s so that the organization could be crippled in the 1970s. Within 2 years of Periyar's death, 1.5 years of Periyar's death, the emergency is declared. Who fights the state? Both Asriyar Veeramani and Maniammai, both of them are arrested. She sees through the organization and she dies in 1978. So I think Maniammai needs to get her due. If there is a book on Manalur Maniammai, there should also be a book on Velur Maniammai.
Thank you, Chalapari. That was really very interesting. But that also brings me to the women's question. So this volume points to a tension between Periyar's radicalism and later the movement's idea of, especially in popular culture and cinema, representation of women. Do you think, the movement coming into the political mainstream has it kind of reshaped its idea of representation of women?
This is absolutely true. I would rather focus on Periyar rather than what happened afterwards. This is for all of us to see. So Periyar writes a series of articles starting from 1928 and 29 for about 3-4 years on various occasions. He writes a number of pieces. And in 1933, he publishes this as a book, Penniyen Adimayanal. And there are scholars here, I would strongly recommend them to take a look at Pasu Gaudaman's critical edition of that book. It's a very small book. If you look at it, the ideas that he expresses there, in 1944, Bertrand Russell publishes Marriage and Morals. For writing that book, City University of New York, retracts the invitation that it had given to Bertrand Russell for a professorship. But I assure you, please read both the books, Penniyen Adimayanal and Marriage and Morals. Marriage and Morals is a tame, very tame book compared to Penniyen Adimayanal. And to this day, one of the challenges of writing about Periyar is we are not able to really understand what are the ideological roots of his radicalism. Where does he get these ideas? How does his mind work? He's eclectic, it's like Kamarajar, people say Kamarajar padikada medai. அவர் மேதை படிக்காதவர்னு தயவு செய்து சொல்லாதீங்க. அவர் பள்ளிக்கூடத்துக்கு போகாமல் இருந்துக்கலாம், கல்லூரிக்கு போகாமல் இருந்துக்கலாம். They read eclectically. Periyar too, he would always, flip through a dictionary or he would flip through Abhidhana Sindhamani. Obviously, he had another copy apart from gifting it to Maniammai. So if you look at his, so he had, the only time I have seen the Valmiki Ramayanam edition of S.M. Nadesa Sastri. Nadesa Sastri translated Valmiki Ramayana into Tamil, which was overseen by U.V. Swaminathan. So whenever he read texts, he went to the original text. And sometimes, he also, there was a couple of advertisements in the Vidudalai. It says, Paditha Ulagam Therinda Tamil Pulavargal Thevai. He said, I need Tamil Pandits who are both scholars but also this worldly. We don't want antediluvian Tamil scholars who will go into, grammatical niceties. So the idea is that I want a Pulavar. I will pay that Pulavar. The job of the Pulavar is to give me source texts, quotations, passages for the arguments that I put forward. That is how he worked. So this is one way. Erode was a place where the American missionaries were very active. So he was familiar with a whole range of writings. If you read his Ramayana Kadapatrangal or other books, to look at the kind of authorities that he had cited is very interesting. But his ideas were original. He never quoted anybody. So one of the reasons that communists greatly hated him was that, communists have a set of self-validating texts. Okay? Anything they say, oh, Lenin said this, Lunacharsky said this, or Trotsky said this, Periyar said, no, I don't care. So wherever he could, he picked up these ideas, eclectic ideas, but when he forged it and expressed it, it came out in a very, very original way. And that is seen in his feminist ideas as well. Many of the arguments that he puts forth in Penniyen Adimayanal, as you are a feminist, you know it better than anybody else. They are very close to the radical feminists of the 80s.
Because you spoke about the communists, I wanted to ask if, Periyar insisted that caste precedes economics. So how does this challenge the Indian left's tendency to treat caste? I mean, I think it's kind of changing now, but to treat caste as a problem that economic growth will solve it.
communists, I don't think have really changed. I think CPM still supports EWS, right? Economically weaker section reservation. It still supports it. So their position's more, I think, tactical rather than a clear rethink of their ideological position. So Periyar had he interacted with all the major communist leaders of his times. When I say that, I'm not just referring to, Jiva was his protege, okay? But Jiva turned around and, abused Periyar, but Periyar just, dusted it off. He said, basically he laughed at him. He said, you left me claiming that I am not a Democrat. We all know what kind of democracy operates in the communist parties. It goes by the euphemism of democratic centralism, where centralism is important, not democracy. Okay, whether it is Jiva or Sathankulam Raghavan or even Singara Velar or later Baladandayudham. Baladandayudham had a very interesting relationship with Periyar. It was both admiration, but also, the hidebound nature by which he is bound by the resolutions of the Communist Party. Not only them, he, as we all know famously, he visited Dehradun and met M.N. Roy, and no less than Anna was his translator. So they had a wonderful conversation. But M.N. Roy sent some of his lesser leaders to Chennai, and they made a mess of it because they couldn't understand what was the nature of the radical nature of the Dravidian. So S.A. Dange had visited him, met him, Mohit Sen had visited him. 1952 elections, Periyar campaigned for the communists. Of course, we know in 1931-32, Periyar met Rajani Dutt, Clemens Dutt. He went to working class districts of Wales. He spoke to, he gave public speeches to the coal workers of Wales. He was close to, he knew Shapurji Saklatwala. So he was in conversation with everybody. But unfortunately, the other side always thought that, their idea was, here is an old man with great amount of influence. How do we win him over to our side? Without actually rethinking their own positions. So that is why he blew hot, blew cold. 52, he was with them. Again, by 1955-56, he has distanced himself. So this kind of pendulum-like swaying was there. But of course, this pendulum-like swaying was not endorsed by, 3 yearly conferences where they would have long ideological debates and pass resolutions. That is not how Periyar worked. Periyar responded to his times. Yeah, this is an inside joke between us.
Okay. The book also suggests that Periyar closely watched global movements in 1930s, anti-fascist, anti-colonial movements. Would you say that he envisioned Dravidian movement as a kind of global solidarity movement?
No, I would not say that. I don't want to claim everything for Periyar. There were moments when he was keenly aware of what was going on outside. As I said, when he went to Berlin in 1932, he had long discussions with the League Against Imperialism. That very important anti-fascist forum which mobilized people against Nazism and fascism. He was in conversation with them. He was in conversation with the free thinkers movement. And very, very importantly, when the famous Scottsboro case, where 10 to 12 black young men were summarily supposed to be executed because without any evidence. Basically, it is the To Kill a Mockingbird story is basically based on that. So the mother of one of the boys went on a world campaign in defense of the young man who there was no evidence to, even prima facie evidence to show that, he had committed anything wrong. So when his mother went on this world tour, Periyar was there in Clerkenwell in the meeting, attending the meeting, and there was an auction of some material to raise funds. No, Periyar we know, famously was a penny pincher. He would not waste a single rupee. But there, to contribute to that fund, he bought something in the auction. So generally, while he was kind of aware of what was happening, if you look at Vidudalai of the 1950s and 60s, why I am mentioning 50s and 60s is that before 1949, Dravidian movement was a galaxy, Anna, Sampath, Nedunjediyan, Anbadagan, EVK Sampath, they would all, they could comment about anything in the world. They were following things closely. But even after they all left, Vidudalai newspaper, the 4 pages of the newspaper, 2 pages were devoted to world news and Indian news. And this might warm the hearts of Dr. Nirmala Lakshman. They relied on Hindu for their news about the world. So the most reliable newspaper, even though they didn't accept their news or views about Tamil Nadu, the Vidudalai newspaper itself relied on the Hindu for world news and Indian news, and this was basically a roundup of what happened. But Periyar himself was concerned with the here and now. He said, there are enough superstitious people and in his perspective, stupid people in Tamil Nadu, that his hands were full. He didn't have to go around the world and try to convert others. So he desisted from commenting on any of these things. And I would say, even in the case of Soviet Union, people ask, he went to Soviet Union, he was very impressed by the Soviet Union in 1932-33. But what did he say about the show trials? What about the purges? What were the horrors of the gulags and the famine of Ukraine? For him, he was not involved in any of these things. He said, this is a model which we have to follow. And he had a very idealized vision of that, and he also had a very idealized vision of the West. If he saw what Trump is doing now, I don't know how he'd react, but this, he had an idealized vision of the West as the harbinger of modernity, of a secular society, of science ruling and defining the society. So the fact that that did not obtain outside did not actually matter to him. His idea was to change Tamil society and by extension Indian society into a modern, forward-looking, progressive society. That was his aim. The details of specifics of what happens in Spain, Spain is a dictatorial state, or Portugal is run by a complete dictator, all these things, he was not particularly concerned.
Running out of time, so we'll stop here and we'll open the floor for questions.
So before somebody comes up with a question, I really want to say a very big thank you to my collaborator, Ram Manohar and Karthik, who was more than a collaborator, and the contributors to this volume. At least 2 of the contributors are here. Adiyaman, can you please stand up? Adiyaman, who wrote the chapter on Vaikam, and my dear friend and colleague from MIDS, Vijay Bhaskar. That's a very important paper. So this was a conscious effort on our part to also have Tamil voices in this volume. So we have Adiyaman's essay and Trinilagandhan's essay on the Pune Pact, which were originally written in Tamil and rewritten for this volume.
Would you consider his legacy a success? Because earlier today, we heard Shashi Tharoor talking about Narayana Guru, whom Periyar knew very well. And he felt that Narayana Guru was a success. Would you place Periyar's legacy on a similar?
So I have a greatest respect for Narayana Guru. But this opposition between figures I'm very uncomfortable. You know, Bharadiyar and Periyar, Periyar and Narayana Guru. See, this is not about Shashi Tharoor, but generally there is this tendency to, you know, counterpose Narayana Guru to Periyar to deride and run down Periyar. Same thing, this morning we talked about Nehru and Patel. If you want to celebrate Patel, we are all for it. But if the idea is to run down Nehru, so similarly, yes, Narayana Guru's contribution is amazing. But I have posed this question to many of my Kerala friends. I said, you talk about the decline of Nair dominance, the famous book by Jeffrey. I tried to count the number of Ezhava intellectuals in Kerala. Please, if you can come up with 10 names offhand, I would agree. Tamil Nadu, perhaps it has taken 50 years after Periyar's death to bring up these things. What we need to think is, you know, let us not try to, you know, counterpose two very important figures. I have a feeling that both of them met once. Adiyaman will vouch for it. Periyar and Narayana Guru, I think they met once. And for people who want to counterpose him, I want to say that some of the greatest Ezhava leaders held Periyar in the highest esteem. For want of time, I'll give you only one instance. Sahodharan Ayyappan came to Erode in 1933 when Periyar's wife died to condole him and also take part in the portrait wheeling ceremony of Nagammal. So this is the regard that somebody like Sahodharan Ayyappan had for Periyar. So let us not, different societies throw up different leaders. They try their own ways. Whoever succeeds, whatever succeeds, we are happy.
Am I audible, sir? Over here, on your left hand, on your left side. Oh yeah. So before I start, I'm from Andhra Pradesh. So of course, Periyar, Ramaswamy Nair or Tamil Singam. So we did heard a lot about him and we did talked a lot on the both sides of a coin, of course. But me, coming to Tamil Nadu, and it's been like 3 years already. So looking at him, looking at his historical aspects, looking at his stance, looking at his both rational and radical thoughts, I don't think there's some ways or there's some stances which I made to think that he's an figure in such a way which made me to be motivated on some aspect. On first example which I would like to talk is in his marriage. For example, coming from Andhra Pradesh, we do have the then late Chief Minister, Mr. N.T. Ramarao, who had a second marriage and who had a devastating repercussions on later, which had a devastating effect on his life. And so did the same which has happened with the Ramaswamy Nair too. And of course, I do think...
so I think you missed my long rumination about...
I just want to finish this so we can later. But on somehow, I didn't feel or felt so connected with this persona. On the other side, with this...
So you are free to not be inspired by Periyar. Periyar would have said the same thing.
True.
At the end of every speech, he said that, listen to what I say, consider it. If it is worthless, throw it away. That is what exactly he said. You have taken a right decision.
I think that's what I fall in that category. But anyway, I just want to know specifically on this one aspect with his marriage. I just want to understand regarding on his psychological, behavior on which at that time he could have felt when he has decided to take this decision. This is the one aspect which I wanted to know about. And on the second question which I want to ask is with this Dravidian movement which was started, I just wanted to know why the people have took the ideas of Periyar, but not the same ideas which has been envisioned by Vijwanathan Iyer. I just wanted to know a reason behind it. Is it just because he's a Brahmin or someone who has gone against the Dravidian movement? So this is one question which I wanted to know.
Okay, you want to know about A. Vaidyanathan and the temple entry. Yeah. See, the temple entry movement of the 1930s, spearheaded by the Congress, was a reaction to the kind of movement that started by the 1920s. Second, if Vaidyanathan Iyer did not inspire anybody, He was not a great thinker. He was not a great speaker. He didn't articulate any ideas. So we are talking about, when we are talking about giants, let us stick to giants. He made a reference to another giant, Sri Narayana Guru. Let us talk about giants. You want to talk about Dr. Ambedkar? Periyar would say, he is a giant, I will listen to Dr. Ambedkar. And actually he said, unconditionally I support Dr. Ambedkar. So this is the lesson that we have to take.
ஒரே ஒரு கேள்விங்க. அவர் அந்த இயக்கத்தை பகுத்தறிவு இயக்கம்னு நம்ம சொல்கிறது பொருந்துமா, இல்லை திராவிட இயக்கம்னு சொல்கிறது பொருந்துமா? அடிப்படையான கேள்வி. அவருடைய நோக்கத்துக்கு தகுந்த மாதிரி நம்ம அழைக்கணும்னா அந்த இயக்கத்தை எப்படி அழைக்கிறது? திராவிட இயக்கம் அழைக்கலாமா, இல்லை பகுத்தறிவு இயக்கம் அமைக்கலாமா? இப்போ உலக அளவில் எடுத்துகிட்டு போகிறாங்க அந்த இயக்கத்தை. அப்போ எடுக்கும்போது எப்படி அது பொருத்தமாக இருக்கும்? இந்த காலத்துக்கு தகுந்த மாதிரி எப்படி அந்த இயக்கத்தை நம்ம அழைப்பது?
பாருங்கள், ஒவ்வொருவரும் ஒரு இயக்கத்தை எவ்வாறு அழைப்பது என்பது அவங்களுடைய முடிவு. திராவிட இயக்கம்னு சொல்லலாம், ஜாதி மறுப்பு இயக்கம்னு சொல்லலாம், பகுத்தறிவு இயக்கம்னு சொல்லலாம், பகுத்தறிவை கைவிட்ட இயக்கம்னு சொல்லலாம். இதெல்லாமே இந்த விளக்கங்கள், பெயர்கள் எல்லாமே it reflects the ideological position of the person who is giving these names. So you are free to do whatever you want, but what we are trying to do in this volume is trying to take ideas, his movements and activities, historicize them. We are not in the business of naming and branding. That doesn't really help.
Hello, sir.
One final question, please.
Yeah. Shall I?
There is only one.
Sir.
I'm waiting for quite some time.
Okay. Last question. The others can actually talk to Chalapati after the session. Sir.
Amazing. I'm a meteorological atmospheric scientist. Already we are connected. My name is Nalaswamy. My question, wonderful session I ever had in my 76 years of my life.
Thank you.
I don't know how to define myself. I'm a Periyarist come Ambedkarist, right?
No,
already, my question is, the social justice, how these two joined together and took up the country. Elsewhere, outside the country, both are very popular. So can you have a small comparison how both succeeded in theirs? Thank you.
I think I would request the curator of this festival to give me one more session next year. We can discuss this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was
Thank you so much. To both of our speakers on stage, can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? So sorry to have to cut that session short, but I'm sure that you're available for a meet and greet right outside. So thank you so much. We'll have a photograph. And remember, to all of our audience members, you can meet all your favorite authors, get your books signed by them. All of the authors over the past 2 days, books are available for purchase at the bookstall just outside. So thank you so much. You can meet him just outside, and we really appreciate all of the enthusiastic participation from the audience over the past 2 days. So they're available right outside for pictures, to get your book signed, all of that in the meet and greet area right outside. Thank you so much. We're going from one very interesting session to the next, ladies and gentlemen. So the all-important topic of finances. So for our audience members who are just joining us, please do take your seats and make sure that your mobile phones are on silent. And we'll dive right into our next session. I believe we're all set. If you could have everybody quickly take your seats. Thank you. So this one is a very, very interesting conversation, how to become wealthy at any age. So this is a conversation on money, mindset, and long-term thinking. So please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Devina Mehra, founder, chairperson, and managing director, First Global, and author of Money, Myths, and Mantras, the ultimate investment guide. Rohit Saran, founder of Client Associates, a well-known asset management company, and the author of Unlocking Wealth, Secrets to Getting Rich at Any Age. In conversation with Lavanya Mohan, author and financial writer. We're very, very excited about this conversation. Let's have a round of applause as we welcome our speakers to the stage.
We're just testing. Can you hear us? Would you like to test your mic, please?
Hello, can you? Yeah, I can hear myself.
I think
Yeah.
ma'am's mic. Hers is showing green, but it's not on, but she's there.
Check, check.
You can't hear me? Ah, now you can hear me. Okay. That was like a fairly packed session, and we also have like a full house.
Anyone done any theatre?
Are we good? Yes. Super. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for spending your Sunday evening with us. My name is Lavanya, and today I am joined by two absolute stalwarts in the financial services industry, Ms. Mehra and Ms. will be sharing all their wisdom on what one must do when it comes to not just making wealth, but also preserving it. The topic for today is how to get wealthy at any age, which is very seductive, I know. I will say that the reason we chose that topic was so that we could get more of you to come and join us. But we will be talking more about how to hold on to the money that we create and also wealth through the ages. So I'm going to start out by asking both of you, right? Like, how would you define wealth? What is wealthy today, right? Like in your minds, it can be philosophical, it can be a number, it can be a formula, whatever. But I'm really interested in knowing, can we put a number on what wealth really means?
I think if you, at a philosophical level, you would say that wealth is beyond numbers. But all of us need a certain minimum number to be happy and contented. Like in the US, it shows that something like up to $70,000 of income every year brings you additional happiness. And after that, your happiness is independent of the money. So that the threshold typically is quite low on what you need to remain content. But when you talk of wealth, it is not just that year's income. You're talking about having enough of that income for the rest of your life to maintain whatever level of lifestyle you want to maintain. So that is what brings peace of mind. So that's probably what you should be aiming for, that whatever is the level that you are happy at, that level of spending you can maintain for the rest of your life.
Yes. Rohit, what is
Yeah,
wealth to
so
you?
I would like to just extend that argument which Devina has given. So in a more practical terms, so wealth is a number. So even a billionaire can feel poor and somebody who's not even a billionaire can feel rich. So I think the hack there is that if your wealth, in terms of your savings or investments or assets, whatever you may call it, if it's more than your needs, you're wealthy, right? And it's a moving number. So even if, for example, you are a billionaire, but your needs and more importantly, your wants are actually much more than what you have, you will not feel wealthy. So I think that is a very important aspect, when we relate with the real life context.
Yeah, so thank you for sharing your definitions. The other thing, okay, let's say that I do know what's going to make me happy, right? Like if I pay rent for a certain house that I'm living in, and if I'm anticipating to travel perhaps once every couple of years, if I want to spend so much on groceries, food, eating out. Like let's say I have a vague idea of my expenses today. If I were to kind of project that into the future, and I'll ask you this question, Rohit, because you do address it in your book. What are the things that I need to take into account if, I want to aspire to a certain level of wealth, saying, okay, when I'm 50, I want to go to Europe once a year, or when I'm 50, I want to live perhaps in a smaller place. I want to downsize my life, and I want to perhaps live a simpler life. And let's say I have a vague idea of where I want my life to be at the age of 50. How do I kind of calculate what I need to save to get there?
50 seems to be the outer limit of your imagination, that you downsize at 50.
Yeah.
Very important question, Lavanya. Thank you for asking. And so, see, the answer to this is, more mathematical in nature, because here we're trying to quantify our needs. So, first of all, we need to make a list of, all the needs as we envisage today, for which we need wealth, to fund those needs. And this could be protecting our lifestyle, which is our monthly expenses, the way we are living. It could be around certain assets that we wish to acquire in a foreseeable future. It could be needs around investing into the growth of a family, which is education and healthcare. And it could be around the future events as we envisage, which could be around weddings or celebrations and so on and so forth. But whatever you may do, this is a moving target. You cannot be able to envision if you are 30, what is where you're going to live at 50. So this is an exercise which you have to do perhaps every year. And it has to be a very simple exercise. Just make a list of your expenses, which is basic, nothing else but the needs which you need to fund with your wealth. And if you really want to go deeper, then you project those with expected inflation 20 years down the line. That's the future value you need. And if you understand it, or you have somebody, a friend or some advisor who understand mathematics, that person will help you to discount that at the growth rate at which you can grow your current savings to the present value. So that's the amount of wealth which you need, if invested at that growth rate, will become that future corpus which will fund all your requirements for the rest of your life. But this is a moving target, and you have to keep on revisiting this plan every year.
Yeah, I think over here, what I'm really taking away is that we have to get comfortable with what we are spending, with what we want to spend in the future. Because a lot of times we think, okay, we'll take care of it when the time comes, when the time comes. But, you know, sometimes when the time comes, you're not prepared for it. Whereas if you're constantly visiting your own finances and going through it, I think that's a much more fruitful exercise. Whether or not we reach that target, I think getting more comfortable with your finances is a positive outcome. And because we were speaking about needs versus wants, right? Like Devina, we spoke about this yesterday as well. When I think about the pitfalls, right, that lies in the path to wealth creation or generally accumulating a corpus of savings, today's generation has more pitfalls than ever, right? We have more distractions than ever. So what are some of the pitfalls that you see, especially in this generation of 25 to, I'm going to say even up to 40-year-olds, anybody who has an Instagram account today? What are some of the pitfalls that are there, and how do you see lifestyle spending? Because I think that's also become a big chunk of spending for a lot of youngsters, right? Because they, like you said yesterday, a lot of the iPhones that are being bought in India are being bought on EMIs.
Yeah,
right?
something like 70%. That's the data I saw of the iPhones are bought on EMI. Just a generation ago, Indians had this reputation of being savers and not borrowers. Now, if you see, the borrowing load on Indian households is quite high compared to the income level. And while it's fine to look at Instagram and all that, of course, it's a distraction is another matter. But there is this also this urge to replicate everything that is out there, whether it is buying of these things or having very fancy weddings. I mean, again, wedding spending has gone through the roof because everybody wants this picture perfect thing. And if you have the money for it, it is fine. But otherwise, there is no point jeopardizing your financial future with this. And it is very hard-coded within you. One article I had written was that on exactly this, that why is it that there are these queues to buy the latest iPhone when most people in the queue would not be able to tell you what is the difference between the last model and this model. Why Gucci bags and Tumi bags? I had to Google what Tumi was. But I read somewhere in LinkedIn someone saying that I bought this Tumi bag and I feel happier because now I fit in better in my office. So this is something very deep-coded within us. The deep-coded part is not the wanting to spend. It is the wanting to fit in, wanting to be part, to belong to a tribe. And this has come out of, not now, this has come from the time we were hunter-gatherers living in caves, because the human evolution has been for two things, survival and procreation. So if you chose to be out of the tribe, you did not procreate, you probably did not survive. So we are, our ancestors were people who chose to stay with the tribe. So it's very hard-coded within us. It is very uncomfortable to be outside the tribe, whatever that tribe is. The tribe may not ask you to buy Gucci bags. It might ask you to go with a jhola and torn jeans. Then you will follow that dress code. But whatever your tribe is, you want to belong there. So you have to consciously kind of hold back from there and think of the well-being of not you today, but also you 10 years, 20 years hence. And all of you who are young, two things I would say. One, start saving and investing early. And investing sensibly, not going into day trading, derivatives. So those are the things. Don't go to extreme ends of the risk spectrum. So don't put all your savings only in tax saving schemes and fixed deposits. And don't think you can become a crypto trader or a day trader either. Both are traps. So you have to be somewhere in the middle with a sensible allocation. And the sooner you start, the less you have to save every month to reach that target at 50 or 55 or 60.
Absolutely. I think that's gold over there. You want to get started on that habit very soon. So as your income sort of grows, the savings habit is already established. From there, it's just bumping it up versus, starting from scratch all over again. But I'm also going to quickly segue to Rohit because, again, we spoke about lifestyle spending, and there is a fairly comprehensive section about it in his book where he talks about ego versus self-respect. Can you just talk about that and what is a framework? Because Devina said, you do buy things to fit in. And when you're in a corporate office, I see people who are younger than me, 25-year-olds, their first bonus check comes, right? And it goes into some bag because they feel like, okay, this means I've really made it in my life. When I bring my little Marc Jacobs bag or Gucci bag or whatever into the office, they feel like they belong. And they think that feeling of belonging has value, right? Can you suggest a mental model based on what you've written in terms of when is that kind of lifestyle spending perhaps valid, or when can it really open doors for me versus when am I just indulging myself or falling victim to peer pressure, right?
Yeah. So this is a very interesting chapter. It tries to first of all explain the difference between, us, where the source of our happiness lies. Is it external or is it internal? If it is external, which means if we are seeking validation for us, then it's called ego. And if our source of happiness is internal, it's called self-respect. In true English language, that word means is self-respect because we are able to appreciate who we are, right? So we are not looking for somebody else to recognize us, give us an award, give us a prize, or external validation about who we are and what our strengths are and weaknesses are. So in that case, if you're driven by self-respect, if your self-worth is higher, about your own appreciation is higher, it leads to building your net worth. But if your decisions, in terms of even buying, are driven by seeking or conforming to external validation, for example, some of the luxury brands, there's nothing wrong about buying luxury brands, for example, don't get me wrong, I'm not against it. But if you are going and buying a luxury brand more as an appreciation of maybe a refined taste, that is your own choice because that's your own call. But if you're buying that to be counted into a tribe, as Davina explained, or more to seek validation from your peers as that you arrived in life, no, that's a wrong decision. That's more driven by ego. And if that is happening, then eventually you will see that your wealth will keep funding your wants more than needs. And a stage will come that you will start overspending than the wealth which you have. The equation of wealth will actually flip. Your wants will be far more than the wealth which you have, and over a period of time, you will consume your entire wealth before your entire lifetime. So that's what, the aspect with this chapter talks about it.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd just like to add to what Lavanya said that I spoke about starting to save and invest early. Sometimes people say that my salary is too little, I can't save 20% of my salary. So start with 5%. But then promise yourself that of the increment and the bonus, you will save 70%. So that's an easy way to get started, that whatever increment I get, because otherwise, lifestyle inflation can just eat up everything. And I'm not of that mindset that people say that, oh, if you don't have this coffee every day, you will save so much, and if that invested will compound. But in all the indulgence part, really think about exactly what Rohit was saying, that is it something that gives you pleasure or are you doing it to show everyone? Yeah. And when you are getting married, concentrate a little more on the decision of getting married rather than,
then the photo shoot.
The photo shoot and the perfect music for the entry and all those things. So
yeah. And data now says that the average cost of an Indian wedding is about 37 lakhs, which I think is really crazy, right? Yes. Considering our country. And one other thing that I wanted to kind of add to Rohit's point was that if we are constantly chasing validation to be liked by everybody, then I think we'll have to spend our lives doing it because everybody won't like you. You can't please everyone. And so if you go into this whole loop of trying to please everyone, then you end up pleasing no one. So
And there's always somebody on a rung above you.
Yeah.
So please look at how many people are below you and how many people would be absolutely delighted to have the life you have.
Yeah.
And you will always be, unless you become the richest person in the world. And even then, you know, that post, that's a kind of, you can't hold on to that for very long. Also, you will soon slip to number 4. So if you're forever in that who is ahead of you, you will never be happy. So better to look at all the things you need to be grateful for, what you are blessed with.
Yeah. Just look at Bezos, guys. He's not number 1 anymore. But I want to get it back to that point that you'd mentioned of saving early, right? Now, let's say I'm a 22, 23, 25-year-old who's saying, okay, I'm not even making enough money. But I've decided, like, okay, I'm going to invest between 5 to 10% of my salary. Now, in my head, this is a very small amount. But do I take a DIY approach or do I go to a professional early in this stage? Do I start by seeking professional advice or do I start by perhaps reading Live Mint, looking at top 25 funds, you know, closing my eyes, picking 3 and then saying, okay, like I'll split my 7,500 as 2,500, 2,500, 2,500 and see what happens. So, because there is a lot of DIY investing that youngsters are doing today, I'd like to know, like, both your thoughts in terms of how should one approach it, especially when they're just starting out.
So I have a chapter in the book which is should you be a DIY investor, which is, of course, talking about investing in stocks directly. But if you have investing a small amount, the main thing is to just get your broad asset allocation right. So when you are very young, probably you can put 70% in equity and maybe 10% in gold and silver and 20% in fixed income, which can be fixed deposit, which can be tax saving schemes. So that's enough at that stage. So you just pick a few good, don't try to get into specific themes in equity mutual funds. Do it on a broad multi-cap, flexi-cap basis. So to that extent, you can do it yourself also, because there will be websites who can guide you with that. But if you are picking stocks on your own, when you are doing it with small amounts and with very little time being invested, most of the time you will not do as good a job as a professional will. So I would advise that you go to somebody who is actually managing money for a living, not when you have a day job and you're doing it half an hour in the evening, you know.
Yeah. Your thoughts, Rohit?
Yeah, so I would say that first of all on the habit part, Devina was very kind when she mentioned that, 5% accumulation. I would not be so kind. I would say right from your first paycheck, whatever age you are at 22, 23, 24, 25, 10% is as a discipline you should carve out. And the simple, rationalization of that is that, if you are working, then there is also a 10, 12% deduction happens towards provident fund. So if that is going, towards a government statute, then this is something which you decide that you're going to pay yourself first, 10%. And irrespective of the amount, it is not that, with this 10% you're expecting to build a huge amount of wealth, but this is an atomic habit which you'll invest from the first paycheck of your life. If you have done that, then as you get into 30s, your income and expense gap is going to widen. So this 10%, now that you're used to accumulating, can go up to 20%, 30% as you go into your 40s. This will become your bridge to wealth creation because you've got used to, you've built a very good habit to pay yourself first. And coming to your other part of the question, Lavanya, see, when you're starting your journey, it's always good to build knowledge about what you're doing. Good thing which has happened with digitization and the internet world that we live in is that access to knowledge has got democratized. Your knowledge is no more within the 4 walls of the hallowed universities, right? It's all available, it's very, very accessible. There could be books, written by experts like Devina, experiences which I have shared. More than the books, there could be courses available, right? And there's enough knowledge on YouTube. But then that is the initiative which you have to take to educate yourself. But if you can find somebody who's an expert, although in the initial journey it may be hard because the industry is still growing, it's a good idea to have somebody who does it for a living to advise you. For example, you can find access to medical knowledge on internet, but it's always good to validate that with a doctor. So I think a balanced approach where you are also taking your own initiative to educate yourself about personal finances, to be validated by an expert, I think is a very good approach as you're starting out, because then you are a conscious investor. You are an informed investor. You are not just an influenced investor. There's a huge difference between the two. So you have to be an informed investor and not an influenced investor.
Absolutely. I think
if I were to get a bit... The reason why I said that get started with something is that a lot of people freeze and think that unless they understand everything, they should not start. I did a podcast for a large public sector company, and they said like a lot of our people reach retirement age and find they're mostly in fixed deposits and PF. And because every time they thought, ye samajh mein aayega, you know, once I understand this, I'll get into it. And that time just keeps passing. So just get that broad thing right. And then, of course, you should educate yourself. There's nothing like learning, nothing like being able to be a smart decision maker, even to decide which advisor or which professional to hire.
That's really what I want to get into. If I were to get a bit granular, right? Who is the expert here? Because I was a chartered accountant in practice for about 7-8 years, and I remember clients who used to come to us for tax filings would also ask us for investment advice. And I would have to like really sit down and explain to them, saying like, I am not the right person. But the perception is that because you are a finance professional, you have the breadth to advise on anything that's related to finance. So I wanted to kind of have both of you clarify as to who an investment advisor is and what are the qualifications that an investor should look out for when they are choosing an investment professional. Because these days, people just walk up to anyone with a finance degree and ask for investment advice, and there is a good chance that the person on the other side will give it also. So how
surprisingly, a lot of industrialists and family offices take advice from their CAs. Who may really, or at least they are the gatekeepers who will decide what they finally do or not. But I think, Rohit, you are the right person to start off with this.
Yeah, no, thanks, Devina. So you mentioned, Lavanya, you are a chartered accountant, and many people will come to chartered accountants. Yes, they are domain experts in the broader area of finance. But then, even in the healthcare industry, you will have somebody who will be a cardiologist, one who will be oncologist. They are all doctors, both of them, but they are specialists in their respective domains. You cannot go to a cardiologist to get medical advice on cancer. So it's as different, as specialized as that. So I think coming to, whom should you choose? So first of all, I'll ask you a question that, when was the first time when you wanted to know which doctor to go to, which physician to go to, which lawyer to go to, which architect you go to? What is the bridge? You would have, reached out or called some of your friends, right? You would want to have the benefit of finding a professional based on somebody's validation, real life experience, right? So within your network, you also seek those professionals who have been used by your friends, who are known to them. And if experience is good, then go and talk to them. And of course, in terms of qualification, there are certain certifications, which provide domain knowledge. So see if they have done CFP, see if they have done CFA. But everybody may not have done it. What is more important is that somebody has been doing this for a minimum period of time, say at least 10 years, and they have built a track record of happy clients, happy investors, right? And that is the biggest qualification, that these are the professionals, this is the professional which can be trusted because my friend is happy about it, my relative is happy about it. Because it's a business of trust, it's a business of, deliver performance. So that's how I think initially you should go about it, and then based on your own experience, you should pivot.
And one thing which you should make sure is that whoever you are dealing with, they may or may not answer you honestly, in which case you are you need to be even more careful, is that how much commission are they making out of any product they are recommending to you. Because unfortunately, this is the fact that there is a lot of mis-selling in financial services at all levels. Your bank, I have known of retirees going to the bank to put their pension or PF money, and the bank trying to sell them an insurance product which is completely unsuitable at their stage of life. So
ULIPs.
ULIPs. And at all levels, you will see mutual fund AMCs launching thematic funds at totally the wrong time when that theme has already run for a long time, is close to the peak, is about to go down. So that's why I said keep your, for example, equity investments broad and multi-cap or flexi-cap funds, rather than say that this is the time to buy defense stocks or this is the time to buy small-cap stocks. And be vigilant with whichever professional you are hiring. Otherwise, at the very initial stage, there's no problem just deciding broadly this much equity, this much fixed income, this much gold I'm going to buy, and going and buying it from reasonably good, you can see now all mutual fund rankings here and there. So somebody who's in the not absolutely top, but who are in the top 25%, that is good. Don't keep changing all the time, because many times again, people who are saying that they're advising you may ask you to keep changing from this mutual fund scheme to that. I've seen people with like 25, 30 mutual fund schemes, which was totally excessive simply because it was making some commission for somebody along the way. So unfortunately, you also have to be vigilant. You cannot assume that every professional is working in your best interest.
I would say not just professionals, given that, okay, in the previous years, we had like unscrupulous bank managers, or there'd be like one uncle who tried to, sell you an LIC policy that you are just forced to accept because, you want to maintain that relationship or you don't want to offend them. I think all of us have that one LIC policy that we were forced to take. But it's happening at scale now with influencers, people who have been paid to promote a financial product on the internet, and because of the large followings that they have, you do see people falling for it. So I want to hear like both of your thoughts on this whole culture of influencers, as they're called, and how should one absorb the advice, because it's not like they're not making sense all of the time. They do make sense for 70 to 80% of the time, and then there's the selling that happens. How should one really learn to, separate the wheat from the chaff, so to speak?
So first of all, buyer beware. So before coming to the general influencers, let me talk about all these courses that are offered on the net. Because that's another trap, because so many people go into this trading that thinking they will make money, and all these things are sold to them saying, what is 1% every day? It's so easy to make. So let me just give you the maths that if you can make 1% every day, you can turn 1 crore into 20,000 crores in 4 years. So anybody who has this magic wand where they can do this is not going to sell you that in a course for 10,000 or 40,000 rupees. Recently, SEBI cracked down on one of these big guys who were selling. He's made 600 crores in course fees. 600 crores is not a small amount. He has losses on his trading book. He's never made a penny on trading. So please, all those things, anybody who tells you I can teach you trading and you can make money, please do not even go there, do not even look at it.
Yeah, the only people making money from courses are the people who are selling the courses, not the ones who have actually...
Right. So, and as far as general, I would say be very careful again for anybody who's giving financial advice on the internet, because they are mostly not authorized to give it. And they are just mostly pushing something they've been paid for without disclosing they have been paid for it. So whether it's a crypto trading platform, whether it's something else, and even more dangerous are some of these people who might be giving you partly decent advice or analysis. So I have seen people who might give you the right advice on how to deal with the national pension scheme or something, but then they will suddenly in between also recommend XYZ fund without saying that they are being paid by XYZ fund. So half-truths can be worse than complete lies. I have seen even podcasts or people interviewing who told me that we do 3-4 normal interviews and then we do 2-3 which are paid for, but we never disclose which are the ones who are paid for. So you have some of the good guys coming for their interviews, so it gives them credibility, but then they use it to push somebody who may not be kosher. So, there are all kinds of models out there. So be very careful with your money. Most of us do a whole lot of research before buying anything else in our lives. If you have to buy a mobile phone, you'll make a checklist of all the pluses and minuses. And as far as our money is concerned, we will invest it based on somebody telling something on a Telegram group, somebody telling something in a party. So don't play fast and loose with your money. I always say that in Diwali time, we worship Lakshmi Ma, but we do not respect the Lakshmi in our own life. So please be careful about your hard-earned money.
Rohit?
Yeah, no, I think very nicely covered by Devina. I think the first filter would be that, you go and seek advice for somebody whose advice is helping you to become an investor and not a trader, right? Traders always make short-term profits, investors always make long-term wealth. So that is what the goal and objective of everybody here is, right? So first filter is, go to somebody or any source of knowledge which is helping you to become an investor and not a trader. That's a filter number one. And the filter number two is the track record. Somebody who's done it for a 10-year period has built credibility in the ecosystem, right? And they have something to protect, because they built it over a period of time. It could be just like a doctor who has a credibility, a lawyer who's got a credibility, and they would not like to do anything which can, destroy that credibility. It's been there for a long period of time. And ideally, if this person comes to you through a known friend or somebody you know, somebody's wisdom you trust, somebody's judgment you trust, and who has used this person over a period of time, nothing better than that, right? And in any ecosystem, there are good people and there are not so good people. There is a good cop, there is a bad cop, there is a good doctor, there is a bad doctor. There's a good lawyer, there's a bad lawyer, there could be a good financial advisor, there could be a bad financial advisor. But still we are able to figure out, good people in our lives, aren't we? We just need to be conscious about our choices and all those filters, and we will find the right people in our lives. So I think that's the way you go about filtering. Somebody who's helping you to become an investor, somebody who's got a track record and a reputation to protect, and somebody who's coming to you with a referral of somebody who's used them.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes from being actively involved in your own finances instead of just outsourcing it as something that you don't want to deal with. Now, we have only 7 minutes, so I'm going to go to the last question before we open it up to the audience for questions. Devina, I'll start with you. If you could give a piece of financial advice for your younger self, what would it be?
I've already given it, which is that start early and be consistent with investing. Be conscious with investing. Don't play fast and loose with your money. Don't be at either end of this risk spectrum. And for any long-term goals, don't forget that India is not enough. When I started working, the dollar was 12 rupees. So in the course of less than a career, there's been a 90% depreciation. So when you are budgeting at 25 for 55, you can't forget that.
You, Rohit, what would you tell your younger self?
So I think it's very similar to Devina. I think the message which I would like to give all the youngsters, everybody, including everybody present here, is that, is the compounding. That is why Einstein called it the 8th wonder of the world. I'll give you a simple numbers. If you invest your money, say in a growth asset class like equities, which is expected, let us say, to grow at 15% per annum, it doubles your money in 5 years, becomes 16 times in 20 years, becomes 66 times in 30 years. So in a 30-year journey of investing your 100 rupees, in the last 10 years, it is going from 16 times to 66 times. That's how Warren Buffett became so rich amongst the top 10 richest people in the world. Bulk of his, 2/3 of his net worth actually happened to him after he turned 60. So you have to start early, bring in that beautiful atomic habit of, accumulating part of your earnings month on month for a very long period of time, and just then forget about it, because this is and then it will, after 20, 30 years, it will just surprise you with a number.
I just add one thing to this, that, two big mistakes people make is to say that you should be 100% in equity at 25. or that you should be 100% in fixed income at age 60 when you are retiring. Both are not good advice. You should have assets in all categories at all ages, because at 60 you might still live for another 30 years, so you don't want to run out of money at 82 if you're going to be 90 plus. So.
Yeah, and the hope is that you'll live longer. And I'll also finish by saying, you know, at 22, you think 42 is a very far time away, you know, because he was talking about 20 years. At 22, you might think like 42 is somewhere else, but I'll say that as someone who's edging very, very close to 40, it happens in a blink, so start as early as you can. We'll now open for questions. Can the volunteers please help with the mic?
Okay, so I would like to know your opinion.
Where can you wave, please? Yes,
yeah,
sir.
here it is.
So, okay, I would like to know your opinion or your view on
mic is not
okay, on index investing, like
on index investing.
Index investing.
Okay, so passive investing sounds safe, but I will tell you where active investing helps you. That is risk management. That if the market tanks 30%, your portfolio does not tank 30%. So that's where it helps you. But if you just want quickly to do something, even index investing is fine. You know, there's nothing wrong with it.
Why? Because means that the way of choosing the active investing.
You just keep your mic up.
Okay. Overcoming the commissions and the financial advisors things. So it's very difficult to write. You have to screen and select the active mutual fund. So that's why.
Yeah, so I was saying that getting started with index investing is not wrong. Get started somewhere, then you can always refine your strategy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so my question was related to risk, and essentially I wanted your perspective on what you see the risk, let's say in the next 10 years, of the markets falling by, let's say, 50% from this level.
Risk is something you cannot foresee. I mean, that was one of Morgan Housel's lessons, that risk is always something you don't foresee. I mean, I'll give you an example. In 2022, January, The Economist made a list of all the geopolitical hotspots. So I think they had about 10 or 12 of them. And they did not mention Russia, Ukraine, which is where the war broke out the very next month. It was just, you know, in February the war broke out. So this is supposed to be somebody who's an expert in this. And life is a game of luck and probability. So you don't know for sure. I mean, in the beginning of 2020, first, of course, you could not have predicted COVID. But if I had told you that something would happen which would take travel, automobiles, retail, hotels, all to zero, would you have said there would be a bull market? So markets can be as unpredictable as that. So that is why you should not have money in equity which you require for the next at least 7-8 years. Anything you need to withdraw in the next 7-8 years should not be in equity, because equity returns are not predictable. I mean, there was a whole 9-year period from 94 to 2003 where the Sensex gave 0 returns. From the high in that period, it came down 40%. And the gold has seen drawdowns of 60%, 40% in the last 40 years. So that no one can say for sure that this won't happen. But over a period of time, if you remain invested, you know, markets come back.
Yeah, so I think another way to understand that would be, see, risk nobody can predict. That's why it is called risk, right? But the way to manage risk is that, you know, by extending your time horizon. I'll give you some simple numbers. You know, if you would have invested in Nifty 50, or anybody would have invested in Nifty 50 on a daily basis for the last 10 years, then 30% of the times for 1 year return, 1 year every, you know, would be negative. But if you would have invested for next 7 years or 10 years, each of the investments were positive. None of them were negative, right? So nobody can predict the future scenario, but you know, if you extend your investment time horizon, the probability of you being in the loss, you know, becomes less and less, and most likely you will be in the money. So that's the reason if you're investing in an asset class like equities, your time horizon has to be pretty long. It is a compounding asset class. It's not a trading asset class.
On the other hand, SEBI data shows that most mutual fund investors, majority of, this is like over 50% of mutual fund investors do not remain invested for even 2 years. So they don't see the compounding. Recently, one of the mutual fund, the AMCs, I think reached a 20 or 25 year mark. and they found there were only 23 investors who had remained invested through that period. So that's the thing.
Hi, my name is Manu. Any advice for retirees who just have a corpus to invest? Like, is it only defensive? Because if it's looking at mutual fund, usually SIPs work. But if it's just a lump sum which is available for investment for a retiree, how do we go about it?
It doesn't matter too much actually. If you think the market is little high, you can invest it over a few months. But actually, over a longer period of time, it does not really matter whether you are investing at the high or low of a year. That's what data shows, that the difference is very little as long as you are consistent. But for retirees, as I said, the thing is that whatever you need to withdraw for the next few years should not be in equity. Because in equity, the order of returns matters. So if after you invest, the first few years are down and you're still withdrawing money for your expenses, then your corpus goes down and instead of lasting 25 years, you might run out in 15 years. A good rule of thumb is that your withdrawals every year should not be more than 3% of your corpus. That's a good rule of thumb to follow.
And also make sure you have really good health insurance.
Yes. Health insurance, if you can get from a corporation, either yours or your children, that's the best, because I can tell you most health insurers do not want to pay out. So they will try to wiggle out of individual policies. In a corporate policy, because more business is at stake, they tend to pay.
So I think, if you are a retiree in that situation, you have a choice between investing, say, in equities or fixed income, right? So if you are investing for a longer period of time, then the probability of an equity return, despite its higher volatility, to outperform a fixed income return is very, very high. So I think the way to plan this is, first of all, you secure your needs, which is your monthly income, your other life events for which you set aside that corpus, secure it in a fixed income kind of instruments, and then if you have surplus, let it just invest for bare minimum 10 years. It will always outperform returns from fixed income over that period of time.
Okay, from here we'll take two more. I think they're already yelling at us from all these screens saying get out, get out. So we'll take two more.
Hello. Yeah. Rohit, I want to get your opinion on how global diversification is, considering rupee depreciation and kind of markets going sideways last year. So with Gift City also opening up, would you advise to kind of have a look at US ETFs and other global markets as part of the overall equity strategy?
No, that's a great question. So see, the problem is when you are living in an economy which is a growing economy, you think this is the only place where growth is happening. But the data tells us very different. While India is fundamentally, I think, pretty strong, we have a next 10 years very, very good for the country. I wish I was 20 years younger. But then the data tells us last 2 years, Indian equity markets have underperformed other equity markets, including last year. Even though US markets were overvalued, they have performed less than 2024, but they're still given 16-17% return, while we have given about a 10% odd return. So I think diversification is very, very helpful. Now we have choices available from Gift City, which under the LRS window, all of us can invest into that. And what it gives you is basically it gives you an economic diversification across economies, across geographies, across currencies, and across strategies also. And then there are other choices also available, which is like if you don't want to utilize the LRS window, there are domestic feeder funds available, which pool in money from domestic investors like us, and then they will further deploy that collected funds into an international fund. So you can also go for those choices.
Last year, India's return was nowhere close to 10% in dollar terms. It was negative in euro terms. So we were number 36 out of 42 major markets last year. But global diversification is not something to be done on a knee-jerk basis that last year this happened, so therefore this over a period of time you should have 30-40% of your corpus in global assets, but don't do it on a one-year knee-jerk basis. Yeah. And make sure whoever you're giving your money to has again some real global expertise.
Yeah, I think she had a question. She's been standing there for a while. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I have recently retired. It's an early retirement. I have most of my savings in mutual funds spread across equity and debt. My question is to give myself a steady income for the rest of my living years. I've been trying to withdraw systematically SWPs from my existing mutual funds. So my question is, should I do that more, given what you were answering earlier, should I do that more from my equity-based funds, or should I take it out from my debt funds, or should I go into any fixed income like FDs and stuff? Should I get it out from there? So that's the question. How should I fund myself?
You should withdraw more from your fixed income funds in the beginning, I would say. That would be my advice.
Thank you.
Okay, one last question.
Ma'am, hello. Thank you for this session. And I just want to ask quickly about what is your opinion about smart beta indices? Our stock exchange has been coming up with a lot of smart beta indexes, and there are many funds also. So comparing the broad-based index funds with the smart beta indices, what is your idea?
See, I mean, one thing is for certain in markets that themes change. Whether it is asset classes, whether it's countries, whether it is strategies, whether it is industries. So whatever has done well in the recent past often doesn't do well in the next period. Even equity mutual funds, which are the absolute top, often fall just as rapidly, which is why I was saying that don't go for just that the best performing fund of late was this. So that is the whole point, that many of these strategies work for a while and then they don't work. If you look at every strategy oriented fund, there were data in, I think Mint had done that every year that cluster of what does well is completely different. So there's no need to get that exotic. Just as I said, get a normal, maybe 3 multi-cap, flexi-cap funds or PMSs and you are fine.
Okay, great. I think we should be wrapping up with that. Please do remember that both Devina and Rohit will be available to have a chat and sign their books as well right over here. So if you do have any unfinished business with either of them, you can complete it. Once again, thank you all so much for being such a wonderful audience and sharing your evening with all of us.
Thank you, Lavanya, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Can we have a big round of applause for our panelists for all of those very, very practical insights? And I feel bad to cut this session short, but I think you all are available to meet and greet the audience just outside. We have a designated area for that, and of course, all of the books of the authors over yesterday and today are on sale just outside for purchase at the stall. So thank you so much once again. Let's get a quick group picture before we move on to our next session. Thank you. A big thank you to all of our sponsors. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026 is presented by the all-new Kia Seltos in association with Christ and NITE. Our associate partners are Orchids, the International School, Hindustan Group of Institutions, Chennai, State Bank of India, Indian Oil, Indian Overseas Bank, New India Assurance, Akshaya Kalpa Organic, United India Insurance, ICFAI Group, Chennai Port Authority, KPL, Vajiram and Ravi Institute for IAS Examination, LIC Life Insurance Corporation of India, and Mahindra University. Our realty partner is Casa Gran. Our education partner, SSVM Institutions Coimbatore. Our state partner, Government of Sikkim and Government of Uttarakhand. Our official timekeeping partner is Citizen. Our regional partner, DBS Bank. Our tourism partner, Bihar Tourism. Our bookstore partner, Crossword. Our radio partner, 92.7 Big FM. And our water partner, Repute. For our audience members,
The Voice.
Every voice begins with a story. Every story grows powerful when it is shared. Literature grows deeper when it is experienced, discussed, and lived together. Literature doesn't stay confined to pages. It moves into cinema, into music, into journalism, into advertising, and now into social posts and podcasts, taking new forms every single day. For over a century, The Hindu has remained deeply committed to nurturing art, culture, and literature, giving voices not just a platform, but a lasting legacy. In 2011, Lit for Life was born, conceived and nurtured by The Hindu, a festival that broke the boxes built for literature, where ideas matter more than the glitz, where conversations linger longer beyond the applause, where literature is a catalyst for thought, debate, and discovery. A full-fledged festival of ideas, growing every year. By bringing readers closer to writers, not across barricades, but across tables and workshops. Not in hurried sessions, but in immersive, intimate engagements that leave you changed when you walk out. It's where cultures meet, where questions sharpen, where conversations stretch our world wider. Year after year, the sharpest minds from India and the world have gathered here to challenge, provoke, unlearn, and rethink. We move beyond cities. We take literature where audiences live, learn, question. And now, in its 13th edition, it returns sharper, broader, more alive than ever. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Join us. Let's celebrate every ounce of literature, everywhere.
Got you dancing, I'll be going back and forth steady with the plans in. Tryna keep up and I'm fast like a cheetah. I could be cold but I'm hot like a reason.
Everything is new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos, badass forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Imagine a place where your curiosity is celebrated, your dreams are nurtured, and your potential is limitless. A place where learning is more than just a classroom experience. It's an adventure, a journey, and a transformation. With world-class facilities and a team of visionary experts, we craft thinkers, leaders, and change-makers for the world. Here, every question sparks curiosity. Every challenge ignites passion. And every project takes you one step closer to greatness. At Christ, shape a world that reflects your vision.
Walk into the portals of Christ University to rediscover yourselves, to shape the future and sow the seeds of growth for tomorrow. This is our journey together to create a meaningful impact in the society.
This is where your journey begins, but never ends. Build connections that go beyond classrooms. Share stories that inspire and memories that last. Learn lessons that shape you for a lifetime. Dare to be yourself.
Christ is more than academics. Here, we celebrate life.
Every game is a chance to push yourself further, to compete with passion, and to rise together as a team. It's the vibrant campus life that helps you grow, connect, and prepare for the future.
Perfect.
So march on. Let your ideas take wings. This is your future, your opportunity, your chance to build a future for all of us. Welcome to Christ University, where your journey starts but never ceases.
Every time I say I'm pursuing BTech at NMIT, it's always followed by everyone asking, what's it like? Well, today we're spilling it all. So here's a peek into the labs, the hackathons, the madness before submissions, and everything in between.
Check out our labs. These aren't your usual boring classrooms.
You get to actually build stuff. Look at this robot. We made it ourselves.
Hackathons here are wild. 48 hours, constant juggling of ideas, and endless panic.
But also insane learning. Real problems, real pressure, and real teamwork.
Our projects here can lead to patents and not just grades.
And if it has startup potential, we have our innovation and entrepreneurship development centers helping us take our idea ahead.
Students here have pitched their ideas at the AICTE Idea Lab, got real feedback and funding.
Placements. 400 plus recruiters visit our campus every year, and the highest packages are over 58 LPA.
So, what are you waiting for? Take the shot, join NMIT.
At Hindustan Group of Institutions, we embody this spirit of collaboration and innovation. For over 5 decades, we have been a beacon of interdisciplinary education driven by the vision of our founder, Dr. K.C.G. Varghese, to make every man a success and no man a failure. With institutions spanning engineering, arts, science, technology and aviation, we are redefining education in India and beyond. Today, we cater to over 25,000 students across multiple campuses, offering more than 150 programs that foster creativity, teamwork and collaboration, nurturing future leaders.
தன்னோட ஆர்வத்துக்கு குறுக்க எதையுமே வரவிடாம இருக்காங்கல்ல, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன்.
அர்ஜுன், டாய்லெட் பேப்பர்
உங்க இடது பக்கம் அடுத்த ரேக்ல இருக்கு.
உறுதியான நோக்கம் இருக்கிறவங்களோட ரசிகன் நான்.
பத்தா
யாரு தன்னோட பொறுப்புகளை சேர்ந்த அர்ப்பணிப்போட நிறைவேற்றுறாங்களோ, நான் தூக்கிக்கவா, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன். என்ன மாதிரி எஸ்பிஐயும் உங்க ரசிகன். அதனாலதான் எஸ்பிஐ உங்களுக்காக கொஞ்சம் கூடுதலா வேலை செய்யறாங்க. மிகச்சிறந்த வாடிக்கையாளர் சேவை, எம்எஸ்எம்இகள் மற்றும் ஸ்டார்ட் அப்புகளுக்கு கடன் வழங்கும் கிளைகள் மற்றும் தொழில்நுட்பம் சார்ந்த வங்கி தீர்வுகள். நான் உன்னை வீட்டில் விடட்டுமா? எஸ்பிஐ மாறி வருகிறது, ஏனென்றால் நாம் ஒரு மாறி வரும் தேசத்தின் ரசிகர்கள். எஸ்பிஐ, தேசத்தின் ரசிகன்.
What is speed? Do you ever see it? Or is it something you feel? Speed, it's relative. The more you speed up, the more the world slows down. And when you are fast enough, everything becomes still. That's when you see the world as it truly is. Servo Hypersport F5, when speed is your default.
Assurance Mahila Udyam Bima, exclusively for women entrepreneurs. Sum insured up to rupees 5 crore, cover on loss of profits, theft cover, personal accident cover, and optional cover for employees. When it comes to business, protection is the key to success. New India Assurance Nari Samman Bima, a special policy designed for all women aged 18 to 70 years. Up to 2 lakh rupees cover for accidental death, permanent disability and acid attack. Get covers for livelihood protection, legal divorce and more. Every woman deserves protection and dignity.
Chennai's first pin code 600001 stands Chennai Port, the cradle of the city, South India's premier maritime gateway. For centuries, it has powered commerce, shaped communities, and connected the region to global trade. Now connects directly to more than 50 countries worldwide. At the heart of operations are three major docks: Dr. Ambedkar Dock with 11 berths, Jawahar Dock with 6 berths, and Bharati Dock with 10 berths. The Port of Chennai houses two exclusive state-of-the-art container terminals operated by leading global players, Dubai Ports World and the Port of Singapore Authority. As India's #1 automobile export hub, the car terminal at Chennai Port offers dedicated port entry, stacking yards, and state-of-the-art berthing facilities, and remains the trusted choice for prominent exporters like Hyundai and Kia. Cruise terminal offers modern amenities and seamless services. Huge marine loading arms enable faster, safer handling of crude and POL products. With a depth of 17.4 meters, it can accommodate Suezmax and very large crude carriers vessels, and are fully integrated with pipeline networks connecting to large tank farms and refineries. Chennai Port has ample facilities including 4 transit sheds, 11 warehouses for bulk, vast open areas.
Our focus is on making Chennai Port smarter and more efficient every day. With digital technologies, automation, and modern logistics infrastructure, we are easing the port process and improving the service for our stakeholders. We are working closely with our trade to ensure Chennai Port remains future ready and globally competitive.
Upcoming projects to further streamline operations include a double-tier elevated corridor of 21 km from Chennai Port to Madurai for 24/7 unrestricted entry to the port and smooth cargo movement. A multimodal logistics park at Mapedu as a key logistics node integrating road, rail, and warehousing to streamline cargo movement. The Port of Chennai charts the course towards a sustainable future where history, innovation, and progress come together.
கேளு, ஒரு நல்ல இன்சூரன்ஸ் பாலிசி.
ஒரு நல்ல இன்சூரன்ஸ் பாலிசி. ஏஐய கேட்போம். எப்படிப்பட்ட பாலிசினா, குறைஞ்ச வருஷத்துக்கு பிரீமியம் கட்டணும், ஆனா வருமானம் வாழ்க்கை பூரா வரணும்.
LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
நமக்கு அந்த பாலிசி தரணும், வாழ்நாள் முழுக்க இன்சூரன்ஸ் கவரும் கூட.
LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
வாவ், சரி, நாம LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ் பாலிசியை எடுப்போம்.
நான் உங்ககிட்ட இதையே தான் சொன்னேன். LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
வாழ்க்கையின் கொண்டாட்டம் தூளு. LICயின் ஜீவன் உற்சவுடன் எதிர்காலம் ஜோரு.
Spread over 130 acres in Hyderabad, a campus that's lush and green, always buzzing with ideas and innovation, with state-of-the-art research centers, 3D printing and prototyping laboratories, India's first university to drive digital transformation of higher education, powered by emerging technologies, enabled by innovation hubs. It's time to reimagine higher education, to educate future citizens for and of a better world.
The Mahindra Group has a significant presence in Hyderabad, especially after the acquisition of Satyam. Hyderabad also provides great infrastructure and a metropolitan lifestyle for faculty and students. Finally, with many of India's leading research laboratories and multinational corporations, Hyderabad is an ideal location for interaction between industry and academia.
Mahindra University, global thinkers, engaged leaders.
இந்த பொங்கல் நாங்க இங்க சொந்த வீட்ல கொண்டாடுறோம். பல வருஷ உழைப்பும் காசா கிராண்ட் மேல் இருக்கும் நம்பிக்கை தான் இந்த கனவை நினைவாக்குது. தமிழ் மக்களின் நம்பிக்கையால சென்னையோட நம்பர் 1 பில்டரா இருக்காங்க.
அதே நம்பிக்கையால இந்த மண்ணில் ஆரம்பிச்சு இப்போ இந்தியாவோட டாப் 7 பில்டரா இருக்காங்க.
நம்ம நம்பிக்கைக்கு நன்றி சொல்லும் விதமா இந்த பொங்கலை நன்றி திருநாளா கொண்டாடுறாங்க. With a great Pongal savings, now save up to rupees 11 lakhs across all Casa Grande project. உங்க கனவும் நினைவாக இப்பவே புக் பண்ணுங்க.
A vibrant space where passion comes alive to grow and flourish in the path of light, with guidance, support and goals in sight, helping young minds excel and thrive.
SSVM Residential School, ever shining bright, climbing greater heights. Yeah, SSVM Residential School.
SSVM Residential School.
Every book begins with a voice. Every voice begins with a story. Every story grows powerful when it is shared. Literature grows deeper when it is experienced, discussed, and lived together.